Kim had the potential to become an invincible warrior, but in the world he came from, he was anything but a hero. In fact, he was the most wanted criminal on Earth, relentlessly hunted for countless poaching-related crimes. He had tasted the flesh of nearly every creature that roamed the planet, pushing the limits of human capability in ways no one else could comprehend. Eventually, his actions forced him into hiding deep in the African wilderness, where he worked under the command of a powerful crime lord. But no matter how far he ran, the law was always on his heels. His time finally ran out when law enforcement tracked him down. The ambush was swift, precise, and merciless. Kim was captured, shackled, and thrown into a police van, destined for a high-security prison where he would likely never see the light of day again. But could mere handcuffs hold back such a monster? The answer revealed itself when the world around him suddenly changed. As the van rumbled down the road, an unnatural shift occurred in the sky. 2 moons appeared overhead, glowing ominously. It was a sight so bizarre that even the officers escorting him were momentarily distracted. That moment of hesitation was all Kim needed. Tapping into his unparalleled strength, he shattered his restraints, dispatched the officers with ease, and burst out of the van. But as he stepped outside, he realized that something was very, very wrong. The landscape before him was alien, a world unlike anything he had ever seen. Towering trees with twisted branches loomed over him, and strange creatures roamed in the distance. The presence of orcs, trolls, and other monstrous beings solidified the truth this was no longer Earth. Somehow, he had been transported to an entirely new realm. For most people, this situation would have been overwhelming, even terrifying. But Kim was not most people. His mind quickly adapted, seeing this world as an opportunity rather than a threat. On Earth, he had been relentlessly hunted, forced to look over his shoulder at every moment. But here, he was free. There were no authorities, no governments to chase him, just an untamed world filled with creatures waiting to be conquered. As he took in his surroundings, his finely tuned instincts suddenly kicked in. A rustling sound in the nearby foliage made him turn sharply. Within moments, a pack of wolves emerged, their glowing eyes locked onto him. In his experience, wild animals should have recognized a superior predator and backed away. Yet these wolves did not hesitate. They lunged, their sharp fangs bared. Kim smirked. He had faced far greater threats before. His body shifted, muscle and bone rearranging as he transformed into a massive lion. Letting out a thunderous roar, he expected the wolves to cower in fear. Yet they did not flinch. Instead, they continued their attack, undeterred. One of them leaped straight at him, only for Kim to catch it midair and crush its body in his powerful jaws. The others, seeing their fallen pack member, finally reconsidered and retreated into the shadows. With his prey secured, Kim sank his teeth into the fresh kill. But to his surprise, the wolf's hide was tougher than expected. Even as a lion, his fangs struggled to pierce through. Adjusting once again, he morphed into a hippopotamus, using its incredible bite force to finish his meal. As he devoured the creature, he analyzed his findings. The animals in this world were unlike those on Earth. Their hides were unnaturally strong, and they did not respond to fear in the same way. This was a place governed by different rules, where Earth's common knowledge was useless. Over the next several days, Kim adapted to his new surroundings. He hunted relentlessly, feasting on various creatures: bears with monstrous claws, colossal serpents, and horned deer with blades for antlers. Each meal provided him with insight into the world's ecosystem. While these beasts had similarities to Earth's wildlife, there was something distinct about them, something he needed to fully understand. Determined to uncover more, Kim ventured deeper into the wilderness. Using his unique ability, he transformed his hand into a wolf's claw, enhancing his tracking skills. That was when he spotted something unexpected: a human, or at least, something that closely resembled one. Intrigued, Kim stealthily approached the figure, speculating about the presence of humans in this world. If they existed, that meant civilization, and civilization meant information. Without hesitation, he launched forward, capturing the human in his massive claw. The man struggled, his eyes filled with terror. Kim's abilities allowed him to integrate any body part of a creature he had consumed into his own form, but this power had limitations. He could not merge parts from creatures with vastly different biological structures, nor could he overlap similar abilities. As he attempted to speak, his voice came out distorted. His current hawk-like head made human speech impossible. The captive, barely able to breathe, gazed up at him in pure horror. Then, with an abrupt surge of panic, the man attempted to flee, but Kim had no intention of letting him go. He tightened his grip, his claws cutting through flesh effortlessly. Blood poured from the wound as the man gasped, attempting to utter something. But the words that spilled out were incomprehensible, spoken in a language Kim had never heard before. It was yet another confirmation that this was a world unlike his own. A world full of unknown rules and mysteries waiting to be unraveled. And in this world, Kim would not be the hunted. He would rise to the top of the food chain, the apex predator of an unfamiliar yet promising domain. Nothing would stand in his way. Kim stood over the lifeless body of the human, staring down at him with an expression devoid of sympathy or remorse. He had no reason to help the dying man, no motive to offer assistance. Even if the human had clung to life a little longer, communication between them would have been impossible. But such sentiments were meaningless to Kim. He no longer considered himself human. He had transcended that classification long ago. To him, this creature was nothing more than another source of nourishment, another piece in the puzzle of power he was determined to solve. Without hesitation, Kim made his decision. He would consume the human. It was the fastest way to obtain the knowledge he needed. His ability allowed him to integrate the traits of the creatures he devoured, and this extended beyond physical attributes. By consuming a portion of the human's brain, he could access fragments of their memories. It was a grotesque yet efficient means of acquiring information, one that had served him well in the past. As the process unfolded, Kim's mind flooded with foreign knowledge. The language of this world, previously incomprehensible, began to take shape in his thoughts. Slowly, he pieced together the words and meanings, gaining a grasp of communication in this strange new land. When he scavenged through the man's belongings, his luck only improved. Among the dead man's possessions, Kim discovered a book, a guide, detailing the monsters and systems of this world. It was a treasure trove of information, a roadmap to the unknown. Poring over the contents of the book, Kim unraveled the mysteries of the creatures that roamed this realm. He studied their strengths, their weaknesses, and, most importantly, the unique abilities they possessed. From this moment on, he had a new goal. Earth had been nothing more than a cage, a place where he was hunted and restrained. But here, in this world of beasts and magic, he had a chance to achieve what was once impossible. He would claim every ability, surpass all living beings, and become the ultimate life form. 2 months passed in relentless pursuit of power. Kim had tracked down and consumed countless creatures, assimilating their skills into his own. His most recent target was a troll, a being renowned for its incredible regenerative capabilities. Upon encountering one in the depths of the forest, Kim had wasted no time in testing its limits. After brutally smashing its skull, he waited, watching with curiosity as the creature's body began to mend itself over the course of a month. The level of regeneration far exceeded anything described in the guide. This discovery only fueled his hunger for knowledge. His experiments grew increasingly gruesome. As he observed the troll's miraculous healing process, he devised new ways to push its limits. With razor-sharp claws, he slashed at the creature's flesh, keenly noting how long it took to recover. Then, with calculated precision, he severed its limbs, tracking the speed of regrowth. But now, a new question formed in his mind. How would the troll's regeneration respond to poisons and acids? Would its body be able to withstand the corrosion? Kim's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he considered his next experiment. He had nearly acquired all the abilities he desired, but there was still so much to learn. As he turned back toward the wounded troll, the shadows of the forest seemed to stretch in anticipation of the horrors yet to come. Meanwhile, beyond the depths of the forest, events were beginning to unfold. In the territory of the Onyx Oaks clan, deep within the great northern forest, a warrior approached Onyx, the clan's leader. Urgency filled his voice as he relayed a disturbing prophecy, one that spoke of a monster unlike any the world had seen before. This being would consume every creature it encountered, absorbing their abilities and ascending to the peak of existence. Though few had yet witnessed this entity firsthand, whispers of its presence spread like wildfire. And somewhere, in the heart of the wilderness, a beast stalked its prey, devouring, adapting, and evolving. The prophecy was no mere superstition. It was a reality that was unfolding at that very moment. Back in the forest's troll territory, the leader of the troll clan crouched low to the ground, his sharp eyes fixed on a footprint. It was unmistakably human, yet something about it unsettled him. The scent that lingered in the air carried the unmistakable stench of blood, mingled with something far more ominous. He barked orders to his underlings, demanding they track the source. Someone had been hunting their kind, someone powerful enough to do it alone. If they did not act swiftly, they would find themselves reduced to bones before they could retaliate. Following the trail of footprints, the trolls soon arrived at a cave. The putrid scent of death wafted from within, sending a shiver of unease through the group. One of the trolls hesitated, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. He relayed his concerns to his leader, who dismissed them at first. But then, the air grew heavy with the scent of fresh troll blood. Before the trolls could react, a figure emerged from the shadows. Kim stepped forward, his body a monstrous amalgamation of the creatures he had devoured. His form was unnatural. His muscles bore the strength of a troll, his front paw the sheer power of a great bear. His presence radiated an aura of pure menace. The trolls hesitated, uncertain of what they were facing. One, braver than the rest, lunged forward in an attack. In a flash, Kim struck with viper-like fangs, his bite delivering a venom that paralyzed the creature instantly. The troll collapsed, its body frozen in place, unable to move. Panic spread through the remaining trolls as realization dawned upon them Kim had discovered a way to counteract their regenerative ability. Paralyzing them prevented their bodies from recovering. The helpless troll let out a desperate, fearful wail, warning its comrades to flee. But it was too late. Kim struck with calculated precision, silencing each of them one by one. Their fate was sealed the moment they crossed his path. After wiping out the group, Kim turned his attention back to his growing collection of knowledge. He had assumed the monster guide was akin to a game manual at first, but now his observations confirmed otherwise. The creatures of this world operated under rules that were both mystical and scientific. Through further experiments, he uncovered three crucial findings. First, the special skills of creatures did not work on beings that lacked skills themselves. For example, the venomous bite of a viper inflicted paralysis upon creatures with skill-based abilities. Yet, it left only physical wounds on those without. Second, even without special abilities, standard attacks could still wound creatures with skills. This was demonstrated when he used a viper's fangs to attack a great bear. It succumbed to paralysis just like any other living thing. Lastly, he pieced together the reason why the so-called hard wolves had been affected by his tiger's roar. Unlike the creatures native to this world, the tiger's ability was fundamentally different. It was not bound by the same rules. With these discoveries, Kim solidified his understanding of the world's mechanics. Every hunt, every experiment, every kill brought him one step closer to his ultimate goal. He would continue his ascent, consuming and evolving, until he became the most powerful being in existence. Nothing, not even the prophecies that spoke of his rise, would stand in his way. Kim had long dreamt of becoming an apex predator, a being at the top of the food chain with no natural enemies. On Earth, that dream was impossible. Humanity had already claimed the throne. No matter how powerful an organism was, science and technology would always outmatch it. No creature, no matter how fearsome, could compete with nuclear weapons, firearms, and biological warfare. But here, in this strange new world, the laws of Earth no longer applied. Unlike Earth, where humans dominated through intellect and innovation, this world was governed by raw power. Monsters ruled the land, their strength and abilities surpassing anything found in his previous life. Here, the ultimate force wasn't technology, but the creatures themselves. There were no nuclear bombs, no guns, no scientific advancements capable of restraining him. Nothing stood in his way. And because he came from Earth, something even more terrifying was at play. He was immune to the world's system of skills. Yet his own attacks were fully effective against its creatures. That realization alone set him apart from everything else in existence. If he wanted to reach the peak of evolution, all he needed to do was consume. The creatures of this world each had extraordinary abilities: trolls with limitless regeneration, ogres possessing unimaginable strength, and dragons capable of breathing fire. By hunting them, devouring them, and absorbing their powers, Kim would surpass even the most ancient beings of this world. He would become something beyond a mere monster. He would be the pinnacle of all life. Meanwhile, elsewhere in this world, another existence had been reborn. In a secluded part of the land, a weak creature spawned into the world as a mere slime. Its gelatinous body, formless and insignificant, should have meant instant death in a world filled with predators. But this was no ordinary slime. As it wriggled forward, it pondered the absurdity of its own existence. It had seen stories like this before in cartoons and fantasy tales. Could this be divine intervention? Was this God's plan? Was it destined to become the strongest? Opening its status window, the slime examined its abilities. A peculiar skill allowed it to consume other beings, absorbing their essence and making their abilities its own. Just as the realization struck, a snake slithered out from the underbrush, its beady eyes locked onto its target. Before the serpent could strike, the slime lashed forward, enveloping it in its body. Moments later, the snake was gone, completely devoured. A sudden wave of energy coursed through the slime, and it instinctively knew it had absorbed something new, the ability to paralyze prey with venom. But there was a cost. Each time it consumed, its soul seemed to deplete slightly. This was no endless power. If it overused its skill, it would eventually destroy itself. Yet the slime paid little heed to this warning. It saw itself as the protagonist of its own story, a chosen being meant to rise above all others. And so it continued its feast, consuming anything it could find, recklessly diminishing its own essence in its pursuit of power. However, the truth was far less grand than the slime imagined. Unknown to it, the goddess of Elmwood had already deemed it disposable. It was not the hero of this story, it was merely a tool, one that would eventually break. Elsewhere, events were beginning to take shape. In the sacred land of Elmwood, under the watchful protection of the goddess, a warrior had been reborn. This warrior had once suffered a terrible fate. He had been killed in a past life by a monstrous entity that had brought devastation to the world. But the goddess had granted him one final chance, a second life. A divine revelation had been given to him, an opportunity to prevent history from repeating itself. As he attempted to speak of his divine mission, a sudden jolt of pain shot through his body like a bolt of lightning. Was this a warning? A punishment for overstepping his boundaries? The elder, sensing his distress, pressed him for answers. That was when the warrior revealed the horrifying truth: a monster was about to be born. A being unlike any other, one that would consume everything in its path, absorbing the abilities of its victims and becoming an unstoppable force. He had been sent to this time, to this place, with one purpose: to prevent that abomination from coming into existence. The elder took his words seriously, for a shadow had already begun to loom over the land. He spoke of a troubling mystery: the disappearance of the trolls. For 2 months, the creatures had been vanishing without a trace. Now, with the warrior's revelation, a grim conclusion was drawn. The monster was hunting the trolls, seeking to claim their regenerative ability for itself. If they moved quickly, they might still be able to locate its lair before it was too late. Meanwhile, Kim's experiments continued. In his secluded lair, the last surviving troll trembled before him. The once mighty creature had been reduced to a pitiful state, its body battered and broken from countless tests. It no longer begged for freedom. It no longer resisted. All it wanted was death. But Kim was not done with it yet. As he prepared to deal the final blow, he came across a new revelation in the monster guide, a discovery that made him hesitate. Troll blood, when properly processed, could be turned into a powerful recovery potion. His lips curled into a wicked smile. Killing the troll now would be a waste. Instead, he would keep it alive, extracting its blood at will, prolonging its suffering for as long as it proved useful. The troll's hoarse voice rose in a final desperate curse, pleading for release from this hell. But his tormentor ignored him. Kim had found something even more intriguing: another species to hunt. The guide spoke of the forest lizardmen, a race unlike any he had encountered before. They were a fascinating hybrid between reptiles and mammals, bearing humanoid features yet retaining the instincts and resilience of beasts. Their biology intrigued him. What abilities would they possess? What strengths could he harvest from them? His grin widened as his next target became clear. In the swampy depths of the great forest, the lizardmen sensed an unfamiliar presence. A lone scout stood at the edge of the murky waters, his yellow eyes narrowing as he spotted something in the distance, a figure resembling a troll. Yet something was wrong. The trolls had been missing for months, their absence an unsettling mystery. Where had they been hiding all this time? And more importantly, why were they returning now? The lizardman hesitated, his gut warning him of impending danger. Unbeknownst to him, he had just spotted something far worse than a troll. He had caught sight of a predator, unlike any this world had ever known, and it was hunting. The tension in the swamp thickened as the lizardmen stood their ground, prepared to eliminate the intruder who dared to enter their territory. One of them, emboldened by the presence of his kin, bared his fangs and growled, threatening the lone troll standing before them. However, as the creature stepped forward, the confidence in the lizardmen's eyes was swiftly replaced by sheer horror. The figure was unlike any troll they had ever seen. Towering over them was a grotesque fusion of multiple creatures. Its massive frame bore the hardened muscles of a troll, yet its elongated head resembled that of a snake, forked tongue flickering in the air. It was a monster beyond comprehension. Before the terrified lizardmen could even react, Kim moved with inhuman speed, his clawed hand wrapping around the reptilian warrior's throat. The lizardmen struggled, clawing at Kim's arm, but his strength was nothing in comparison. Without hesitation, Kim opened his maw and swallowed the creature whole. The sickening crunch of bones was followed by the slow, deliberate gulp as he consumed his latest prey in one effortless motion. The remaining lizardmen recoiled in disgust. This abomination was unlike anything they had ever encountered. The realization struck them all at once: if this monster was allowed to live, their entire race would be in danger. One of them, determined to end the nightmare before it could spread, lunged at Kim with his spear. The sharpened tip tore through his flesh, piercing his side. For a brief moment, there was hope, but that hope vanished as quickly as it came. The wound sealed itself in an instant, regenerating before their very eyes. Kim glanced down at the attack, seemingly unfazed. A wicked grin spread across his monstrous face. With terrifying efficiency, he lashed out, coating his claws in a venom extracted from the lizardmen themselves. Within seconds, his attacker fell to the ground, paralyzed, unable to move even a single muscle. The last thing the lizardman saw before his death was the horrifying smile of a predator who had learned how to weaponize his own kind's poison against them. Meanwhile, in the depths of a cave not far from Kim's rampage, a different monster continued its own quest for power. The slime monster had spent hours devouring creatures, but nothing about the orcs impressed it. They were nothing special, just another meal. But as it slithered deeper into the cavern, an unexpected scent filled the air. The thick, metallic stench of blood diffused through the space, leading the slime toward an unexpected feast. Upon entering, the slime was met with the sight of numerous lizardmen corpses, their bodies shredded and torn apart. A wave of excitement coursed through it. This was a windfall, a jackpot. Without hesitation, it spread its gelatinous body over the remains, greedily consuming every last scrap of flesh. As it feasted, something strange happened. A rush of knowledge, an influx of new skills. It had gained 3 unique abilities from the lizardmen. But before the slime could revel in its newfound power, a presence made itself known. A warrior stood behind it, watching in disbelief. The slime turned, eyeing the human with curiosity. "Who the hell are you?" it asked, its voice echoing through the cave. The warrior, clad in armor marked with the emblem of the goddess, narrowed his eyes. He had come here searching for the source of an evil presence, guided by the traces of trolls in the area. What he found instead was something far worse, a sentient slime. This was no ordinary creature. The energy emanating from it reeked of malice. This was a monster of pure evil. "I am a warrior chosen by the goddess," he declared, his voice steady. The slime's expression twisted in amusement. "Oh, a chosen one, huh?" it scoffed, rolling its eyes. "Figures. You heroes always show up just when things start getting interesting." The warrior's gaze darkened. He had fought many creatures in his lifetime, but something about this one felt different. As the slime continued speaking, its arrogance became clear. It spoke of itself as the main character, openly ridiculing the goddess, even going so far as to claim that it would one day make her part of its harem. That was the final straw. The warrior's grip tightened on his sword. "You insult the goddess of this world? You dare mock the one who created the Elmwood continent?" A surge of divine energy coursed through his blade as he raised it. "No one defiles her name." The slime grinned. "Oh, looks like I touched a nerve. What, you gonna smite me?" It laughed, fully convinced of its own invincibility. "Go ahead and try." The warrior wasted no time. In a flash, he lunged forward, slicing the slime's body with a powerful slash. The creature let out a scream as its gelatinous form split apart. For a moment, it seemed the battle was over, but then, to the warrior's shock, the slime's body began to regenerate. It reformed effortlessly, its structure knitting itself back together in mere seconds. "Ha! Did you really think that would work?" The slime sneered. "I ate a troll, idiot. I can regenerate forever." The warrior's expression remained firm. "So, you truly are the future calamity." Raising his sword once more, he summoned the power of the goddess herself. Then, perish. With a mighty swing, he unleashed greatest judgment, a divine attack imbued with the wrath of the heavens. The blade struck true, and this time, the slime howled in agony as divine energy burned through its body. The pain was unlike anything it had ever experienced. As the scene faded, the focus returned to Kim. Having consumed the lizardmen, Kim had unlocked something invaluable. Their unique biology had granted him the ability to speak fluently, despite having an animal's head. The compatibility between reptilian and mammalian structures made this possible, allowing him to communicate at a human level, even when he took on monstrous forms. Now, fully confident in his new abilities, he stepped forward. The remaining lizardmen, mistaking him for one of their own, did not immediately recognize the danger. But the moment they realized the truth that he was not a lizard man, but something else entirely, it was too late. Using the poison designed specifically for them, Kim massacred the entire group. Meanwhile, the warrior, believing the slime had been slain, turned and left. But deep within the cave, something stirred. The slime, battered and broken, slowly began to recover. The divine attack had nearly annihilated it, but its regenerative abilities, though weakened, were still functioning. It needed sustenance fast, dragging itself across the cavern floor. It sensed the lingering scent of flesh. Without hesitation, it slithered forward, seeking anything to consume. Moments later, Kim returned to his lair after another hunt. His expression darkened as he looked around. All the bodies, the remains he had set aside for later consumption, were gone. Kim was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing as he tried to comprehend the situation. His eyes darted around, searching for the culprit responsible for this unexpected turn of events. Eventually, his gaze settled on a slime creature. The mere sight of it stirred a mixture of emotions within him, from confusion to a growing sense of realization. As his mind processed the situation, the narrative shifted, pulling him into the slime's backstory, unveiling the creature's origins. Once upon a time, before becoming the gelatinous being standing before Kim, the slime had been a human. In his past life, he was a man whose existence had been defined by idleness and self-indulgence. Those around him had mockingly referred to him as a slob, a label that fit him all too well. He had no ambition, no drive, and no inclination to improve himself. His life revolved around fulfilling his most basic instincts, eating, sleeping, and avoiding any kind of responsibility. He was, in every conceivable way, a burden to society. Even his parents had given up on him. As he reached the age of 40, he had become jobless, overweight, and utterly purposeless. Instead of acknowledging his shortcomings, he cast blame on his parents, convinced that they had failed him. They had been dirt poor, unable to provide the resources or opportunities he believed he deserved. In his mind, he had never asked to be born into such a life. This resentment festered within him, leading him further down a path of self-destruction. However, fate had an unexpected plan for him. In a bizarre twist of events, he found himself reborn not as a human, but as a slime. To him, this transformation was not a curse, but an incredible blessing. He convinced himself that he had become the most powerful being in this world. In his mind, he was the chosen one, the protagonist of an extraordinary tale where he would reign supreme. Reality, however, painted a different picture. Back in the present, the slime was far from the mighty being he believed himself to be. He had fallen into a pitiful state, especially after a devastating encounter with a warrior. Yet, instead of wallowing in despair, he perceived it as a challenge, a test that he needed to overcome. Fueled by his unshaken belief in his own greatness, he vowed to seek revenge. He would consume every skill, every power that existed in this world, until he emerged victorious. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, fate smiled upon him. Mr. Kim had arrived, standing before him, oblivious to the slime's intentions. Excitement surged through the creature. It was as if destiny had delivered his prey straight into his grasp. Without hesitation, he lunged at Kim. At this moment, Kim's narration shifted, reflecting on the events of the past 2 weeks. His life had taken an unexpected turn, filled with both setbacks and revelations. The most pressing issue was the fact that he could no longer use his lab for his experiments. The reason? The very same slime had infiltrated the place while Kim had been out hunting a lizardman. Its presence had contaminated everything inside, rendering his carefully curated research space useless. But it wasn't all bad news. A strange incident had occurred during the slime's attack somehow. The creature had entered Kim's mouth, and in doing so, he had absorbed all of its skills. This revelation led him to a deeper understanding of the nature of slimes, which he confirmed through his illustrated book. According to his findings, slimes had a unique ability to change form and evolve based on the substances they consumed regularly. Initially, Kim had believed that slimes were limited to consuming organic material, but now he realized that their diet extended beyond living creatures. They could consume minerals, metals, and perhaps even more. This discovery had significant implications. Kim was already a formidable being, but now, having absorbed the slime, he possessed an entirely new capability. He could eat metal, and in doing so, he could transform into metal. The possibilities were endless. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the world, the scene shifted to the land of the great forest dragon. The mighty creature soared through the skies, gliding effortlessly back to its cave. Known for its immense power and fearsome presence, the dragon lived in solitude, untouched by the concerns of lesser beings. It held a revered title among the creatures of the land, particularly among the lizardmen who worshipped it. To them, she was Scarlet Blaze, the radiant force that illuminated the sky. The dragon had a deep connection to her worshippers, who offered her treasures in exchange for protection and prosperity. However, ever since she had given birth to a child, she had grown neglectful of her duties. Her sole focus was on her baby, a creature she cherished above all else. But today, something unsettled her. As she ventured into the lizardmen's territory, she noticed disturbing signs of battle. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Had an intruder dared to trespass into her domain? Fury ignited within her. If anyone had harmed the creatures under her protection, she would make them pay. Back in his own thoughts, Mr. Kim found himself preoccupied with another matter. He pondered the unique properties of the mucus that covered the lizardmen's scales. This substance served as both a disinfectant and an antibiotic, granting them an incredible resistance to infections. Interestingly, he realized that the slime's mucus shared similar properties. If he could manipulate this ability and combine it with the consumption of durable metals, He could transform his own mucus into metal slime. Such an evolution would undoubtedly make him stronger. But where could he find a metal strong enough to test this theory? Scanning his surroundings with his enhanced vision, his eyes settled upon the orc territory within the Great Forest. This was a dangerous area, home to the most powerful orc tribe. There were at least 40 strong warriors within their ranks, far too many for a direct confrontation. He needed a different strategy, something that would allow him to infiltrate their land without drawing unwanted attention. As he considered his options, a sudden movement in the sky caught his eye. A red dragon soared above him. Recognition flashed in his mind. Memories from the lizardmen he had consumed reminded him that this dragon had a baby. That knowledge sparked an idea, one that was as sinister as it was effective. Kim possessed a unique ability. He could swap the brains of creatures he had devoured, allowing him to access their memories. However, there was a risk. If he swapped his entire brain, he would lose his own senses, which could prove disastrous. Instead, he opted for partial swaps, taking only fragments of information. According to the knowledge he had gained, dragons were fiercely protective of their young. If he played his cards right, he wouldn't even have to confront the mother directly. He could simply use her child as leverage. At that very moment, inside the dragon's cave, the baby dragon sat obediently, listening to its mother's instructions. She had just piled up food for it and warned it to stay inside until she returned. The young dragon, still naive and full of curiosity, questioned when it would finally be allowed to explore the outside world. But its mother was firm until she was present. The cave was off limits. To ensure its safety, she activated powerful barrier magic, a protective measure before departing to investigate the disturbance outside. However, what she didn't realize was that she was already being watched. 30 minutes before her departure, Kim had been standing near the dragon's habitat. Thanks to the memories he had acquired, he had easily located the entrance to the dragon's cave. His plan was already in motion. Kim stood at the entrance of the dragon's cave, gripping the lifeless antelope he had been carrying. He needed to confirm whether the barrier magic was active, so without hesitation, he hurled the animal forward. As expected, the moment it made contact with the invisible force, the antelope was instantly reduced to ashes. The powerful enchantment surrounding the cave remained intact. However, Kim was already aware of the barrier's nature, thanks to the memories he had absorbed from the lizardmen. One crucial detail stood out: it only worked on beings native to this world. Those from Earth were unaffected. This meant that he could enter without suffering the same fate as the antelope. Timing his move perfectly, he waited until the mother dragon had disappeared beyond the horizon before making his way inside. As he stepped into the cave, he couldn't help but grumble about how high up the place was. He had climbed a long way to reach it, and the altitude was not something he was accustomed to. Still, his focus remained sharp. He had a task to accomplish. Inside, the baby dragon lay in the vast cavern, surrounded by the treasures that had been stockpiled by its mother. Seeing an opportunity, Kim activated his transformation ability. His lower teeth began to shift, elongating and hardening, resembling those of a troll. His skin altered slightly, taking on a red hue mixed with scales from various creatures he had previously consumed. The subtle but effective changes were enough to trick the barrier, allowing him to bypass its defenses undetected. The baby dragon, sensing an unfamiliar presence, turned its head toward the intruder. Confusion was evident in its wide, curious eyes. It did not recognize the figure before it, and yet something about this being seemed oddly familiar, at least to the barrier that was supposed to protect it. Kim, however, was not concerned with the young creature's wariness. Instead, his attention was drawn to the collection of treasures scattered across the cave floor. He moved toward the pile, inspecting the gleaming artifacts with an almost greedy fascination. The baby dragon's confusion quickly turned into anger. How dare this unknown being touch its mother's treasures? With a sudden burst of energy, it lunged at Kim, its small claws swiping at him in fury. "Get out!" the baby dragon roared, its voice trembling with both rage and desperation. Kim barely reacted. With a swift motion, he caught the baby mid-air and threw it across the cavern. The creature hit the ground with a pained cry, its small body unable to withstand the force. The impact left it momentarily dazed, and as it lay on the ground, barely conscious, it whimpered for its mother. 1 week passed, the mother dragon returned to her cave, her frustration evident. She had scoured the land, searching for the intruder who had dared to disturb her domain, but she had found nothing. As she landed, she expected her child to rush forward, as it always did upon her return. But there was only silence. Her sharp eyes darted around the cavern, her instincts screaming that something was wrong. Then, she saw the lifeless form of her baby, lying still on the cold ground. A surge of panic overtook her. She rushed forward, her massive body shaking the earth beneath her. Without wasting a second, she unleashed every ounce of her recovery, healing, and cure magic. Golden light enveloped the young dragon, its weakened body absorbing the mother's immense power. Slowly, its breathing stabilized and its eyes fluttered open. Tears welled up in the baby dragon's eyes as it gazed at its mother. She nuzzled it gently, comforting it before asking what had happened. Sniffling, the young dragon recounted the horrifying event, the intruder. The one with bottom teeth protruding, the one with red skin. The moment those words left the baby dragon's mouth, the mother's expression darkened. The description was unmistakable. The orcs. Those wretched creatures. They were the only beings in the great forest who matched such a description. They had dared to harm her child. Rage unlike anything she had ever felt before consumed her. The air around her crackled with raw, unrestrained fury. Her roar echoed through the mountains, shaking the very foundation of the cave. The great scarlet blaze would make them suffer. This was exactly the reaction Kim had been waiting for. Watching from a safe distance, he smirked in satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the orc territory, a group of warriors stood before their elder, presenting a mysterious object they had stumbled upon during their patrol. The elder examined it closely, his expression puzzled. It was a relic, a valuable one, but what was even more baffling was the blood smeared on it, dragon's blood. How had something so precious ended up abandoned in the forest? Before the elder could piece together the mystery, a deafening roar filled the air. Above them, the dragon had arrived. She descended with the force of a storm, her eyes glowing with a vengeful fire. Her gaze locked onto the weapon, instantly recognizing the blood as her own child's. The realization sent her into a blind fury. Without hesitation, she unleashed her wrath upon the orc settlement. The orcs, caught off guard, scrambled to defend themselves. Horns blared, summoning warriors from across the land. The battle raged for 3 days. The orcs fought valiantly, but despite their strength, they could not withstand the relentless assault of the enraged mother dragon. Though they ultimately emerged victorious, their numbers were decimated. Countless warriors lay dead, and those who survived abandoned the great forest, leaving behind the ravaged battlefield. The mother dragon, however, did not survive the battle. Kim, watching from a distance, knew that his plan had succeeded. With the orcs gone and the dragon slain, there was nothing left to stand in his way. The baby dragon, returning to what remained of its home, found only emptiness. Its mother was gone. The realization sank deep, and with clenched teeth, it left the nest, vowing to one day seek revenge. As for Kim, he took a moment to reflect on his journey. He had consumed countless beings: hard wolves, trolls, lizardmen, orcs, a dragon, and various other monsters detailed in the book. There was nothing left for him in this forest. It was time to move on. After leaving the forest, he encountered a merchant who, upon seeing his condition, took him in. Kim feigned memory loss, claiming that he had been injured and couldn't recall his past. The merchant, seemingly a kind man, shared stories about the forest and the various treasures hidden within. He spoke of herbs that could restore youth, rare items crafted from the remains of powerful monsters, and the secrets of ancient kingdoms. Many came seeking these wonders, but most never returned. Some, like Kim, were lucky enough to survive. During his journey to the next village, Kim learned much about the world. However, one thing remained elusive: the status tab. The status tab, he was told, was common sense in this world. It provided essential information about one's life and abilities. But no matter how hard he tried, Kim could not access it. This realization unsettled him. Could it be because he was not originally from this world? Eventually, they arrived at their destination. The merchant dropped him off and went on his way, leaving Kim to take in his surroundings. The village, Santo Canaro, was far more advanced than he had anticipated. The streets were clean, the buildings well maintained. As he wandered through the town, his eyes landed on posters urging citizens to wash their hands to prevent disease. Information about hygiene was plastered everywhere, something he had not expected in a medieval-like world. Nearby, 2 townspeople conversed. One of them commented on the unusual cleanliness of the city. The other responded with an interesting piece of gossip: only the area near the palace was this pristine. The reason? The second prince had grown up here, and he had been the first to propose that hygiene was directly linked to disease prevention. The conversation in the grand hall came to an end with a single, startling conclusion. The prince had accomplished all these extraordinary feats before he had even reached the age of 10. The gathered nobles and scholars, stunned by the revelation, exchanged glances filled with admiration and disbelief. It was unheard of for someone so young to possess such wisdom, to introduce such advancements that had reshaped the very fabric of their civilization. To them, he was a prodigy, a true genius whose mind surpassed even the most learned men in the kingdom. As the discussion continued, the decision was made they wished to meet him in person, to stand in his presence and witness the mind that had revolutionized their world. The opportunity to do so would soon arise, for his coming-of-age ceremony was scheduled for the following month, an event that promised to be grand and unforgettable. Unbeknownst to them, someone had been listening, absorbing every word with growing intrigue. Hidden just beyond their sight, a man who had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation found himself immersed in thought. The realization of what had been said sent his mind racing. Hygiene, one of the many concepts this prince had introduced, was something that, on Earth, had only truly gained significance around the 20th century. Yet here, in a world that resembled the medieval ages, it was already being embraced. It was an anomaly, a contradiction that he could not ignore. There was no way a child born into this society could have invented something so advanced on his own. The only logical explanation was that he was not the first to carry memories of Earth into this world. Somewhere, somehow, there was another. Someone like him. The thought of meeting this prince, of unraveling the mystery surrounding him, consumed his mind. His curiosity grew into something undeniable, an itch that could not be ignored. He would find out the truth. What he did not anticipate was that fate had already decided the answer for him. The meeting he so desperately sought would come much sooner than expected, and it would bring with it a revelation that he could never have foreseen. When he finally came face to face with the prince, the world seemed to tilt beneath his feet. The boy standing before him, the so-called genius of the kingdom, was none other than Eddie Montoya. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt, sending his thoughts into chaos. Eddie Montoya, the man who had once stood by his side. Eddie Montoya, the very same partner who had betrayed him. Eddie Montoya, the one who had been devoured by Kim. The shock of the encounter left him frozen in place, memories of the past colliding with the reality before him. Eddie Montoya, that had been his real name in his past life. Before being reborn into this world, he had lived in a completely different one. He had not been royalty, nor had he been a common soldier. No, he had lived a life of power, privilege, and danger. He was a second-generation Latino, born in the United States to immigrant parents. His intelligence and capabilities had earned him a place among the elite. He had served as an investigator for the International Special Police Force, a highly respected role that placed him in the center of countless high-profile cases. But that had not been all. Beneath the surface, he had also been an agent for the CIA, operating in the shadows where the world's most dangerous secrets were kept. It had been a life of risk and adrenaline, one that demanded both intellect and skill. Yet, for all his cunning and training, it had not been enough to save him. His end had come swiftly, mercilessly, when he encountered a monster unlike anything he had faced before. There had been no escape, no second chance. In a single brutal moment, his life had been taken from him, or so he had thought. When he had next opened his eyes, he had found himself in the body of a child. But not just any child. He had been reborn as Edward, the second eldest prince of the Grand Canteen Kingdom. His second life had been unlike his first in every way. Here, he was not a man who had to claw his way to power through skill and manipulation. He had been born into privilege, granted status and influence from the moment he had taken his first breath. And with the knowledge he had carried over from Earth, he had shaped the world around him with an almost divine authority. In this medieval land where superstition reigned and knowledge was scarce, he had wielded the power of science like a god among men. Hygiene, astronomy, medicine. All of it had been gifts he had bestowed upon the people, gifts they could never have discovered on their own. It had been an effortless rise to greatness, and yet, as he reflected on it, he realized how fortunate he had been. Had he been reborn as a peasant, his knowledge would have meant nothing. He would have been dismissed, ignored, or even persecuted. But as a prince, he had been in the perfect position to shape the world as he saw fit. The future he envisioned was one of absolute rule. He would not settle for mere royalty. He would become the king. As he basked in the cheers of the people, their admiration feeding his ambitions, he felt his dreams solidifying into reality. It was only a matter of time before he took the throne, before the world bent to his will. But as the sun set on the kingdom, fate prepared to turn the tide. In the grand estate of Santo Carnago Manor, Edward lay in his chambers, exhaustion weighing down his body. The day had been long, filled with endless formalities and forced interactions. The smiles he had worn, the polite words he had spoken, they had drained him more than he cared to admit. Pretending to be the perfect prince was far more tiring than any of the covert missions he had undertaken in his past life. Just as sleep threatened to claim him, a sound pulled him from his half-dreaming state, the creak of the window. His instincts flared to life. Turning his head, he barely had a moment to react before something massive entered his room. A giant lizard, its scaled body moving with an unnatural grace, its presence filling the chamber with an eerie stillness. His heart pounded. Reaching for his sword, he forced himself to remain calm, to assess the situation, but his mind reeled as recognition dawned upon him. This was not an ordinary creature. It was a lizard man. His thoughts raced. The barriers surrounding the manor should have been impenetrable. How had this creature managed to get through? Then, as if answering his unspoken question, the lizardman shifted. His form began to change, morphing before his eyes, revealing the truth that sent terror crashing through him. This was not just a monster, this was Kim. Panic seized him. His limbs felt heavy, his breath coming in short gasps. The past collided with the present, his memories of the monster's terrifying presence overwhelming him. The fear was too much. His body could not withstand it, and before he could even react, his consciousness slipped away. Kim watched as the prince collapsed, his amusement flickering briefly before he turned his gaze toward the door. A knock echoed through the room. Someone had heard the noise. Beyond the threshold, a servant stepped inside, his gaze sweeping across the chamber. His eyes lingered on the large stuffed bear near the prince's bed, but then, without hesitation, he pulled a knife from his robes, his movements swift and precise. His target was clear. The unconscious prince lay helpless before him. But before the blade could strike, something moved. A massive hand wrapped around the assassin's wrist, halting the attack mid-motion. Terror filled the man's eyes as he looked up, realizing the truth too late. The bear was not a toy. A deep guttural growl filled the room. Then, in a single powerful motion, Kim moved and the assassin's fate was sealed. The news of the prince's abduction spread like wildfire, shaking the entire Santo Carnago manor. The commanding officer, a man of influence and power, could hardly believe his ears. How was it possible for someone to kidnap a prince in a place as fortified as Santo Carnago? The very idea seemed absurd, yet the undeniable truth stood before him. He clenched his fists, frustration burning in his chest. Whoever had the audacity to pull off such a feat had to be dealt with swiftly and mercilessly. Without wasting another moment, he barked orders to his guards, demanding that all available troops be mobilized. The prince had to be rescued at all costs, no matter what it took. His reputation, his duty, and the very honor of the kingdom were at stake. Meanwhile, Kim, the monstrous force behind the escape, continued to push forward, dashing through the city with Prince Edward in tow. The commotion of their flight did not go unnoticed, and soon enough, they found themselves pursued by an overwhelming number of soldiers and knights. Their escape had turned into a full-scale chase, with relentless pursuers tailing them as they fled beyond the city's borders. The terrain changed, leading them up into the hills, far from the bustling streets and prying eyes of the capital. Sitting atop a secluded hill away from the chaos, Edward finally stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, and his senses slowly returned. However, as his vision cleared and the world came back into focus, his gaze landed on the massive, imposing figure before him. It was Kim. The realization struck him with full force. This was no nightmare, no figment of his imagination. The terror was real. The abduction had happened. His escape had truly taken place. The monstrous being standing over him was not some illusion crafted by his fatigued mind. The weight of it all crushed him in an instant. His breath hitched, panic consumed him, and before he could process the situation further, his consciousness slipped away once again. Kim, watching him collapse for the second time, let out a sigh of exasperation. His patience was running thin. Dragging around a prince who fainted at the sight of him was not what he had signed up for. There was only so much of this dramatic nonsense he could tolerate. Time passed, and when Edward finally regained consciousness once more, his mind was clearer, though the unease within him remained. As he sat up trying to collect himself, he couldn't shake the overwhelming question gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. How had they both ended up in this world? It was a mystery that had plagued him since his rebirth, and now, as he sat face to face with Kim, a creature that should not exist, it only deepened. But before he could dwell on his thoughts for too long, Kim's piercing gaze settled on him with suspicion. A tension unlike any other filled the air. Kim's voice carried an edge as he addressed Edward, his words laced with something that sent a strike of terror down the prince's spine. The question was simple, yet it held a weight that threatened to crush him. Why was he here? Why had he, of all people, been reborn into this world? The inquiry sent Edward's mind spiraling into panic. A dreadful thought clawed its way into his consciousness. Could it be that Kim had figured it out? That he suspected the truth of his revival? Was this monster planning to kill him again the moment he uncovered the full extent of his secret? Edward's throat tightened, but before he could spiral further into paranoia, Kim's words cut through his thoughts. There was no intent to kill, at least not for now. Edward, hesitant yet desperate for some form of security, pressed for a promise. He needed some assurance that Kim wouldn't strike him down in cold blood. But Kim, ever the enigmatic beast, merely responded in a way that sent a chill through Edward's veins. Promises were meaningless. There were no guarantees. The weight of those words was suffocating. Edward's mind was dragged back to the moment of his betrayal, to the horrifying end he had met at the hands of this very monster. He had already paid the price once. He had died once. That fate alone should have been enough. Yet Kim's presence, his words, his actions, all hinted at something far more sinister. Edward speculated that Kim wasn't finished, that his past vengeance was far from complete. Could it be that he was hunting down the others who had been involved? Desperate to distance himself from that grim possibility, Edward declared that he would have no part in it. He would not aid Kim in whatever vendetta he was pursuing. But Kim was not so easily swayed. With his cunning mind and sharp tongue, he turned the conversation in a direction Edward had not anticipated. It was unfair, Kim argued, that Edward and his squad had been the only ones to face his wrath while the real masterminds, those who had orchestrated the betrayal, still roamed free. Men like General Lightning and the others had slipped through the cracks, untouched, their lives uninterrupted. The words struck their target. Kim knew exactly where to aim, and his arrow had landed dead center. He reminded Edward that while he had been cast into this world, trapped in a body not his own, those very same traitors were still out there, living lavishly, basking in the success they had stolen, just as they had planned. The truth of it burned within Edward, reigniting the flames of bitterness and resentment that he had tried so hard to suppress. He had spent years working to capture Kim, dedicating his life to the mission, and yet in the end, he was the one who had lost everything. The betrayal had cost him not only his life, but his entire existence. The more he thought about it, the more the rage built within him. Perhaps it was time to let go of Eddie Montoya, the man who had once been. That life was over. Now he was Edward, Prince Edward Grand Canteen of the Elmwood continent. The past belonged to another world. What mattered now was the present, and in this present, Kim was an ally, a powerful, dangerous one, but an ally nonetheless. And so, despite everything, despite their past, despite the hatred and mistrust that still lingered between them, Edward extended his hand. A silent agreement passed between them. As Kim took it, they would work together. Edward was no fool. He could see the larger picture. Kim's goal was clear: to return to Earth, to settle the scores that had been left unfinished. And if that goal was achieved, if a way back to Earth could be found, then those traitors would get what they deserved. Kim would take care of them. The world they were currently in would be free of his menace. It was, in its own twisted way, a perfect solution. But Edward had his own reasons as well. Kim was a resource. As a prince, he had access to vast amounts of knowledge and intelligence. If anyone could uncover the secrets of this world and find a way home, it was him. They were both playing the same game, both manipulating the other to achieve their own ends. With the arrangements settled, Kim revealed something troubling. Edward had been marked for assassination. A deep unease filled the prince's mind as he considered the possibilities. The culprit was not difficult to guess. He had long since learned that the walls of the palace were filled with hidden knives. Yet even as he processed the information, his response was calmer than Kim had expected. Assassination attempts were nothing new. He had been raised in a world where such threats were commonplace. Straightening himself, Edward made a declaration. The coming-of-age ceremony was still on the horizon, and despite everything, he would attend. His status as a prince was too valuable for Kim's plans. If he was to be of use, he had to maintain it. And so, with the weight of unspoken truths between them, they prepared for the trials ahead. But back at the estate, danger loomed ever closer. The assassins had not given up. The hunt for the prince was far from over. The moment hung heavy in the air, tension thick enough to cut with a blade. The old man, though visibly shaken, questioned whether the prince was truly certain about his claims. His voice carried hesitation, but before he could push further, the assassin standing nearby scoffed, his tone laced with bitter skepticism. He warned the old man not to be fooled so easily, insisting that it was evident the so-called kidnapper had forced the prince into saying these things. The very suggestion sent a ripple of irritation through Edward, his expression darkening as the implications sank in. Was this fool actually suggesting that he had made it all up? That he, the heir to the great lineage of Edward the Great, was weak enough to be manipulated into such a cowardly lie? The sheer audacity of such an accusation filled him with fury, and without a moment's hesitation he raised his voice, his words echoing with undeniable authority. He proclaimed his name with absolute certainty: Edward Grand Canaan, direct descendant of Edward the Great and rightful heir to his legacy. There was no room for doubt. He would not allow himself to be undermined or questioned, nor would he tolerate anyone daring to assume that he was some helpless fool incapable of standing his ground. His gaze, sharp and unforgiving, swept over the assembled troops. They had expected him to falter, to cower beneath the weight of their suspicion, but he would do no such thing. Instead, he reminded them, in no uncertain terms, that even harboring such a thought was an act of treason in itself. The sheer force of his words sent a jolt through the crowd, and the old man, previously skeptical, now stood astounded by the unwavering resolve of the young prince. There was no fear in Edward's eyes, no hint of hesitation in his voice. The old man's mind raced. He had not expected this level of confidence, nor had he accounted for the mysterious knight who stood at the prince's side. There was something peculiar about that knight's armor. Though it appeared rough and crude, beneath its layers, a glint of red dragon scales peeked through. It was no ordinary armor, and that raised an unsettling question: who was this so-called knight? What kind of person possessed such materials and such an imposing presence? Edward, however, had no time to entertain further doubt. He acted decisively, commanding his troops to arrest the old man and his underlings. His voice carried the weight of royalty, and without hesitation, the soldiers obeyed. The old man and his conspirators were swiftly bound, ropes tightening around their wrists as resistance became futile. With victory secured, Edward took slow, deliberate steps toward one of the captured assassins. His gaze bore into the man, and with an almost casual grip, he placed a hand on the assassin's shoulder. His smirk was nothing short of sinister. The assassin stiffened as Edward spoke, his voice eerily composed. He reminded the man that the House of Carnaro was one of the 5 most powerful families in the kingdom, privy to secrets that even the highest nobles dared not whisper about. And among those secrets there existed one particularly dreadful piece of knowledge: torture. Edward's smirk deepened, his fingers pressing into the man's shoulder with unsettling ease. There would be no peaceful death awaiting him. There would be no swift escape from the consequences of his actions. The assassin's breath hitched, panic filling his chest. He had been so sure of his plan, so certain of its perfection. Yet here he was, bound and helpless, staring into the eyes of a prince who had turned the tables without even breaking a sweat. Before he could dwell further on his fate, footsteps approached. A figure loomed near. The assassin's fear reached its peak as he recognized the knight from before, the one who had aided the prince in his supposed escape. Desperation clawed at him, and without thinking he turned on the knight, shouting accusations, demanding to know who he truly was. That was when Kim removed his armor. The sight of his true form struck the assassin with pure horror. The face beneath the metal was not that of a man but of a beast, a monstrous bear, standing before him in all its terrifying glory. Recognition dawned. This was no ordinary knight. This was the same creature from before, the same monster he had encountered. Kim, ever the mischievous force of chaos, winked at him. The assassin's mind shattered, and before he could do anything, he was dragged away by the guards, his screams lost to the night. Later, Edward took a moment to reflect on how everything had played out. He had successfully orchestrated his narrative, ensuring that his position remained untouchable. Meanwhile, Kim, ever resourceful, shared his little trick. It turned out that he had stolen pieces of old armor from a nearby village, reinforcing them with slime mucus, which, when absorbed, had transformed into mycelium, the very material he had once consumed in a dragon's nest. It was that clever manipulation that had allowed him to pass himself off as a secret guardian knight, deceiving even the wary baron. As the night wore on, the baron himself grew increasingly agitated. The traitors, after mere moments of torture, had cracked and revealed their true identities. They had called themselves messengers of death, and their presence in the kingdom raised unsettling implications. Seeking answers, the baron turned to Kim, asking if he knew anything about these so-called messengers. Kim, ever the tactician, decided to align their story. He told the baron that he had heard whispers of these men the previous night and, more shockingly, revealed that the kingdom's second queen, Everos, had not died from illness as everyone had been led to believe. She had been poisoned. The revelation sent the baron into a fury, his hands clenched, rage coursing through him. The very idea that his queen had been murdered, rather than succumbing to natural causes, was an unforgivable offense. He vowed vengeance, ready to see that those responsible paid the ultimate price. However, before his anger could fully erupt, Kim made his move. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the baron, his hand resting on his shoulder with unnerving ease. The sudden proximity, the sheer presence of the beast behind him, sent an icy dread crawling up the baron's spine. The strength in Kim's grip was unnatural, monstrous. Kim warned him these were not ordinary enemies. These were men who assassinated kings, men who thrived in the shadows. Underestimating them would be the gravest mistake he could make. The baron, shaken to his core, hesitated. In the end, Kim managed to convince him to leave this matter in his capable hands. The prince had already uncovered a lead, and in time, the situation would be dealt with accordingly. Though reluctant, the Baron eventually relented. As Kim prepared to depart, the old man made one final plea. He begged him to protect the prince. Kim, ever the enigma, gave a simple assurance he would keep the prince alive until everything was settled. Later, as they traveled in a carriage toward their next destination, Edward sat across from Kim, his mind whirring with thoughts. He turned to his companion, questioning the lead about the messengers of death. To Kim's surprise, Edward revealed that it was all a fabrication. There was no need to search for clues because he already knew who they were. They were heading straight to them. Kim's curiosity was piqued, but Edward simply smirked. He assured him that things would become far more exciting soon enough. Once they reached the capital, they would meet the ringleader. The conversation shifted, and Kim finally asked something that had been bothering him for some time: the status tab. He had never fully understood its mechanics. Edward, catching on, assumed it was because Kim was not from this world that revelation unsettled him. Edward explained that the status tab was not unique to people, it applied to all organisms within this continent. With the identity skill, one could even look at others' status tabs. A knowing grin played on Edward's lips as he revealed that he had already used that skill on Kim earlier. The journey continued, but the unspoken tension remained. They both knew this was just the beginning. Edward, having had time to reflect on Kim's unique presence in this world, decided to test his identity skill once again. Focusing his gaze on Kim, he attempted to reveal his status tab, expecting to uncover something new. But, to his frustration, the results were the same: blank. No data, no stats. It was as if Kim didn't even belong in the system that governed this world. Edward, ever the thinker, mulled over this peculiar phenomenon. If his skill worked on all living beings within this world, why did it fail on Kim? Then an idea sparked in his mind. Turning to Kim, he made a strange request. He needed Kim to transform into another creature. More specifically, he wanted to see if the status tab would reveal anything if Kim took on a different form. Kim, ever willing to play along if it meant uncovering more about himself, casually transformed into a massive grizzly bear. But before he could fully stretch out his new form, Edward raised a hand, cutting him off mid-transformation. That wasn't what he meant. He needed Kim to shift into something native to this world, something that belonged here. Kim, slightly puzzled but compliant, shifted once more. This time, he chose the form of an orc. The moment the transformation completed, Edward activated his identity skill once again. This time, his eyes widened in triumph. The status tab appeared. It worked. That confirmed his theory: Kim's identity was unreadable because he originated from Earth. But when he transformed into a being from this world, the system recognized him and processed his existence like any other native creature. That discovery led them down an unexpected rabbit hole of experimentation. The duo proceeded to test various forms, with Kim taking on one monstrous form after another: a lizardman's claw, a troll's thick skin, the venomous bite of a fatal serpent, the hardened scales of a wyvern, the razor-sharp fangs of a dire wolf. The transformations went on as Edward meticulously recorded how each one altered Kim's status tab. By the time they were finished, Edward looked mildly horrified. The sheer number of creatures Kim had absorbed and could transform into was beyond excessive. His stomach churned at the realization that Kim must have devoured all these creatures at some point. Kim, noticing Edward's expression, simply smirked. The prince, despite his intelligence, was still disturbed by the monstrous nature of his new brother. Days passed, and at last, they arrived at their destination, the capital. The towering palace stood before them, its grand gates imposing as they waited for their arrival to be announced. Edward, ever the strategist, turned to Kim and asked a simple but serious question: was he ready to fight? Kim raised an eyebrow, curious. The question alone meant trouble was inevitable. Edward, in his usual cryptic way, simply warned him not to be too surprised by what was about to unfold. As the palace gates creaked open, revealing the grand hall within, Kim's casual confidence was immediately shattered. There, seated atop the throne, was the man they had come to meet: the leader of the assassins, the king himself. Shock flickered through Kim's eyes. Edward, however, was unfazed. He approached the throne with practiced ease, greeting his father as if this were any ordinary meeting. The king's eyes flickered with something unreadable: calculation, intrigue, perhaps even amusement. He had been expecting his son, but what he had not expected was the unusual figure accompanying him. Edward could see it: the flicker of recognition, the curiosity in his father's gaze as he observed Kim. There was no way a man like his father had missed the oddity of Kim's presence. The atmosphere shifted, tension rising. The king, after taking a moment to observe the situation, acknowledged the prince's return. He expressed his satisfaction that Edward had survived, though something dark lingered in his words. He was not simply relieved, he was suspicious. Edward, ever the manipulator, wasted no time spinning his narrative. He explained to his father that his survival was entirely thanks to the attendants he had been assigned. The king, of course, was well aware that those so-called attendants had been assassins sent to eliminate him. Kim, standing silently at Edward's side, could practically feel the intensity between father and son. The king was measuring him, testing his limits. Then came the moment Kim had anticipated. The king, never one to mince words, addressed him directly. He referred to him as Sir Kim, but in a tone that made it clear that he had never officially bestowed such a title upon him. The weight of his voice, the scrutinizing gaze, it was a subtle but powerful attempt at intimidation, but Kim did not flinch. He stood firm, unreadable, unfazed by the king's presence. Something about that seemed to amuse the old man. With a smirk, the king remarked that Kim had the guts befitting a knight. Then, in a move that no one had seen coming, he made a proposal Edward should gift this knight to him. Edward, of course, had anticipated such a ploy. With a smile that was both charming and cunning, he apologized and declined. He offered 2 reasons. First, Kim was not an object to be gifted. He did not possess him in any way. And second, Kim was not just his knight. He was his best friend. The words sent a ripple of disbelief through the court. Edward had never been known to have an older brother, yet he confidently claimed that he and Kim had sworn brotherhood. With an exaggerated display of camaraderie, Edward clapped Kim on the shoulder, reinforcing their carefully crafted bond. The king's reaction was instant. His expression darkened, and anger flared as his hands slammed against the throne. The gesture sent a booming sound echoing through the hall, but Edward merely watched with amusement. The display of brotherly love had struck a nerve. Furious, the king ordered them both out of his sight. That night, Edward, in high spirits, indulged himself in wine, laughing hysterically as he recounted the moment his father had lost his composure. Drunk on both alcohol and triumph, he cackled about how a mysterious knight of unknown origin, clad in the secret resource Missium, had casually strolled into the palace and left his father rattled. He thanked Kim for the performance, calling it a rare moment where someone had actually managed to shake the old man. In return, he gifted Kim an enchanted suit of armor, recognizing his usefulness. Kim, ever the realist, mused that Edward had never truly bested his father before. Edward, sighing, agreed. His father's grip on power was unmatched, and now, with the revelation that he had been training orphans as spies and assassins since they were 10, his rise to the throne made perfect sense. Edward's good mood soured as he processed it. The bastard had stolen his idea. Fueled by drunken irritation, he shattered his wine glass, cursing his father under his breath. But even so, a sense of satisfaction filled him. His declaration of brotherhood with Kim had likely left the old man reeling, and Edward reveled in the thought of his father struggling to keep up with him for once. Then suddenly, the door to his quarters burst open. A familiar voice, filled with frustration, rang through the room. His sister. She stormed toward him, berating him for his disrespect toward their father. But before she could reach Edward, Kim stepped forward. His imposing presence stopped her in her tracks as he coldly informed her that she had entered the prince's private quarters uninvited. She snapped at him, but Kim, unfazed, drew his sword. The cold steel glinted under the dim candlelight as he pointed it directly at her throat. His voice was deadly calm as he warned her he would not ask twice. Fear overtook her, and in her shock, she stumbled backward, tripping to the ground. In that moment, Edward moved. His amusement vanished as he rushed to his sister's side, the weight of the evening taking a sudden and unexpected turn. Edward, his demeanor shifting instantly, softened as he reached out to his sister Eleanor. His voice, smooth and reassuring, was filled with warmth as he asked if she was all right. The anger and sharpness he had displayed moments ago were gone, replaced by a gentle, almost doting concern. It was a transformation so drastic that even Kim, who had seen Edward's many faces, found himself momentarily impressed. Eleanor, shaken from Kim's earlier intimidation, wiped her tears away, her body still trembling slightly as she clung to her older brother for comfort. Edward, ever the actor, soothed her with honeyed words, carefully leading her back to her room. Once they reached her quarters, he made sure she was settled, promising that they would talk later, when she felt better. His voice remained kind, his touch soft as he brushed her hair aside and gave her one last reassuring smile. But as soon as the door shut behind him, the warmth drained from his face. His smile twisted into something cruel as he muttered under his breath, calling her a despicable wench. Kim, watching from the shadows, let out a small chuckle. He had known that Edward's affection was nothing but an act, but the shift was still amusing to witness. Deciding to pry further, he asked if Eleanor was his little sister. That was when Edward revealed a much darker truth. His sister was blessed by the goddess. Edward's expression darkened as he explained that Eleanor had been bestowed with a divine gift, the power to travel anywhere she pleased. A formidable ability, one that made her dangerous. and that was precisely why she would be the first to be eliminated when he became king. Kim, intrigued by the revelation, processed the information carefully. Eleanor Gron was not just some ordinary princess. She was the youngest of the 3 surviving children of the reigning King Edward IV. But then came the real shock. Eleanor was in love with Edward not as a brother, but as a woman loves a man. The absurdity of the situation made Kim raise an eyebrow. The girl was infatuated with her own half-brother, completely unaware that he was the reincarnation of Eddie Montoya, a man who had once lived an entirely different life. Unable to resist teasing him, Kim casually asked Edward if he felt the same way. The reaction was immediate. Edward snapped, his usual composure cracking as his voice rose, demanding that Kim cut the sick jokes. The thought alone disgusted him, and he had no intention of entertaining such absurdity. Desperate to shift the topic, Edward steered the conversation toward another dark chapter in his family's history, the fate of Queen Everose. His tone grew cold as he reminded Kim of what had transpired years ago. Queen Everose, the second queen, had been poisoned by none other than the first queen, who had invited her to a seemingly innocent gathering. The plot twist that followed was something few knew. Queen Everose was Edward's mother. The truth behind the royal succession was horrifying. The first queen, after orchestrating Everose's death, had secured her place as the king's new favorite, and shortly after, she had given birth to Eleanor. Kim, listening closely, summarized the situation in his usual blunt manner. Eleanor had been born out of the death of Edward's mother, a fact that was incredibly gruesome. Yet despite everything, Edward was not directing his revenge toward the king. Why? Kim, ever the observer, asked the question outright. If Edward's mother had been killed by the first queen, then why was he fighting the king instead? Edward, however, abruptly stopped himself. His expression shifted, his voice lowering. He made it very clear the firstborn son was not to be discussed, not unless he was present, not unless he had granted permission. Kim narrowed his eyes, curiosity burning within him. Why? Why had Edward been keeping secrets about this firstborn brother all this time? Why had he never once spoken of him openly? Edward's answer was simple. He had no choice. He had sworn an oath to the goddess. That was the end of the discussion. With a swift motion, Edward straightened himself, fixing his hair as he changed the subject. They had spent enough time on this conversation. It was time to move. Kim, ever the practical one, questioned if Edward had a plan for the assassins. Edward, smirking, assured him that there was no need. His coming-of-age ceremony had already cemented him as the rightful heir. The king could not simply dispose of him now, not without a major political backlash. His first order of business would be to eliminate the old fools loyal to the king, clearing the way for him to win over the prime minister, the one who controlled the kingdom's finances. But just as he was explaining his strategy, he suddenly collided with someone. His frustration flared. Who dared to stand in his way? His anger was short-lived, however, as he looked up and recognized the person before him, his brother. Meanwhile, the narrative shifted to the king's thoughts. Sitting in his chamber, the old ruler brooded over Edward and his so-called sworn brother. It was an insult, a direct provocation. For years, the king had followed a precise method, eliminating all those who stood in his way. His own brothers had been slaughtered one by one, leaving no obstacles between him and the throne. He had always believed that brothers were nothing but threats, mere roadblocks to power that needed to be removed. And now, Edward had declared brotherhood with another. It infuriated him, that little rat. He seethed at the audacity of his second son. His plan to seize the crown had been perfect. Every step had been executed flawlessly. Yet in doing so, he had set a terrible precedent. Now he was beginning to see the consequences of his own methods. His children had been crafted for specific purposes. His eldest son had been raised to be righteous and wise, the ideal king who would rule justly. His second son, Edward, had been raised to be a copy of himself, a ruthless weapon to eliminate obstacles for his firstborn's reign. His daughter, Eleanor, had been raised to be a valuable political tool, beautiful and intelligent, destined for an arranged marriage. But things had not gone according to plan. His firstborn son was gone. Chosen by the goddess, he had become her warrior. That left only Edward and Eleanor. Edward, his cunning second son, was far too intelligent, too manipulative, and hated his own people. He was a dangerous, uncontrollable force. Eleanor, though still useful, was not as politically dominant. Clenching his fist, the king made a decision. He would rather place the crown on Eleanor's head than allow that treacherous snake Edward to become king. Edward must never take the throne. Back in the palace halls, Edward composed himself. Slowly, he bowed before the warrior standing before him. The firstborn son, the righteous heir, stood in his path, and with a firm voice, he summoned Edward to the audience chamber. As the doors to the audience chamber swung open, Edward and Kim stepped inside, met instantly by the tense atmosphere that filled the grand hall. The moment Edward locked eyes with the king, his expression soured. The old man seemed just as displeased to see him again. Their hatred for each other was mutual, and neither bothered to hide it. However, standing between them was the warrior, the very man who had summoned them here. Unlike the usual nobility or royal family members, the warrior radiated an aura of purity, righteousness, and absolute authority, a living embodiment of the goddess's will. He was the firstborn son, the rightful heir, the one chosen by divine power itself. Kim, despite his usual relaxed demeanor, could not suppress his shock. He had heard of heroes, but this was something else entirely. The goddess herself had chosen this man, meaning his strength was beyond comprehension. If someone had divine protection, that meant they were unstoppable. That meant this warrior, this firstborn prince, was not to be trifled with, and Kim could only hope that he wouldn't get in his way. As expected, the king welcomed his eldest son with open arms, the contrast in treatment between him and Edward impossible to ignore. The old man's voice dripped with pride as he embraced the warrior, speaking as though he were already king. He made it painfully obvious who he considered his true successor. The warrior, however, wasted no time with pleasantries. He had come with a purpose. Standing tall, his voice firm and unwavering, he made his declaration to the court the goddess had bestowed upon him the power of holy light. The moment those words left his lips, a stunned silence filled the room. It was a power unlike any other, a divine authority, granted only in times of dire necessity. It was proof that the balance between humanity and demons had been disrupted, and that war was inevitable. The warrior then revealed his intentions. He would embark on an expedition in a week's time. He had already contacted the church, and once he received a response, he expected the kingdom's full military support. The king, always a performer, smirked in delight. His voice, filled with false sincerity, rang across the hall as he pledged his unwavering support for the warrior's cause. Edward, however, took it very differently. Slamming his hand against the table, he barely contained his fury. His plans were crumbling before his eyes. Muttering under his breath, he cursed the Demon King for ruining everything. Kim, still confused, asked what he meant by that. That was when Edward realized something. Kim had no idea how things worked here. Taking a deep breath, Edward explained. The demons and humans had always been hostile toward one another. Their kingdoms were separate, their rulers perpetual enemies. However, the goddess acted as the mediator between them, ensuring that neither side completely annihilated the other. The world existed in a delicate balance, and whenever that balance was threatened, the goddess would select a warrior to serve as her champion. This was exactly what had happened now. The power of holy light, the goddess's ultimate gift, was only granted in times of extreme crisis. It meant that the demons were growing too strong and that the balance was about to be shattered. If the situation continued to escalate, the warrior would be given the divine right to slay the Demon King, and the worst part? The Demon King couldn't retaliate. Normally, the Demon King's title commanded respect. His power rivaled that of the gods, and even humans had to treat him with caution. However, once the holy light had been bestowed upon the warrior, it meant that he could kill the Demon King without consequence. Kim listened carefully, still trying to grasp the importance of all this. He had spent his entire life in the shadows, never caring for the politics of war. To him, power was power, but to Edward, this was a nightmare. Edward explained further. With the war against the demons officially declared, the royal family would be expected to join the fight. That included him. As a prince and one on the brink of succession, he had no choice but to participate. And as cunning as he was, Edward already knew the king's plan. The old man would send him to the front lines. He would be thrown into the battlefield, either to die or to be discredited. Even if he somehow survived, the king would use some kind of underhanded scheme to strip him of his position and cast him out. The very next day, the king made his move. Standing before the court, he commanded Prince Edward to march into battle alongside the warrior to defeat the Demon King. The audience, filled with nobles and military leaders, watched intently. Edward, ever the performer, bowed his head low. His voice, thick with false reverence, rang through the hall. "I will gladly give my life in service of the divine warrior." A collective murmur of approval swept through the court. The prince's so-called honor and loyalty were praised. The king, smirking, knew better. Later, as Edward prepared to leave the palace, Eleanor stood in the halls, her eyes filled with tears. She cried for her brother, watching as he walked away from the only home he had ever known. But Edward, he dropped the act the moment he left the gates. Commanding Kim to get the hell out of this dump, he wasted no time abandoning his facade. Kim, amused by how well Edward handled the situation, congratulated him for taking it better than expected. Edward, annoyed, snapped that there wasn't much he could do. He had no choice but to defeat the Demon King, and once he did that, he would kill his father. Kim, curious about the world outside the palace, asked what they should expect. Edward, wary, wanted details. That was when Kim sensed something. They weren't alone. Someone was closing in on their carriage. Keeping his voice low, Kim informed Edward that someone was approaching from behind. They were attempting to disable the protective barrier surrounding the carriage. Edward, rather than panicking, allowed them to proceed. Moments later, one of the guards successfully shattered the barrier. Phase 1 was complete. Immediately, 2 guards positioned on either side of the carriage prepared to launch fireball spells. Meanwhile, the driver received the signal to abandon the carriage, ensuring that the upcoming attack would be uninterrupted. As the fireballs were launched, one of the guards miscalculated his aim, accidentally striking his own comrade. Chaos erupted. The carriage, suddenly off balance, crashed, and that was when Kim made his move. The guards barely had time to react. From within the wreckage, a monstrous force emerged. Kim had transformed now. In his full monstrous form, he towered over the battlefield. His claws gleamed, his fangs bared, his massive form casting an overwhelming shadow. The remaining attackers froze in horror. Edward, emerging from the carriage, looked up at Kim's terrifying transformation. Despite everything, despite all that he had seen, he still found himself surprised every time. The moment unfolds with a dramatic entrance as our guy steps forward, making his presence known in a way that commands attention. Without hesitation, he declares that the monster is now on his side, urging those around him to accept this new reality as they press forward. The knights stationed ahead, seemingly blocking their path, are immediately unsettled at the sight of the monstrous being accompanying him. Fear flickers in their eyes as the creature lets out an earth-shaking roar, sending the knights' horses into a frenzy. The panicked animals rear up, hooves pounding against the ground in terror, their riders struggling to maintain control. One of the knights swiftly attempts to cast a spell in an effort to calm the horses, but the others, more focused on their immediate task, decide to carry out their mission first and restore their steeds' minds later. They charge forward, determination etched into their faces, ready to confront the monstrous adversary before them. However, just as they close the distance, something unexpected happens. The beast opens its mouth and, with a deep, guttural inhale, releases a torrent of fire. The flames rush forward, consuming everything in their path, the searing heat swallowing the knights whole. Their armor melts, their bodies reduced to nothing more than charred remains in an instant. Kim watches the destruction unfold, momentarily taken aback by the sheer power of the dragon's fire. The intensity of the attack is far beyond what he had anticipated. A smirk tugs at the corners of his lips, and a sense of satisfaction settles in using this mighty force against the orcs had been a strategic move, a decision that now filled him with pride. Yet the devastation does not go unnoticed. Among the smoldering ashes, the knights' fury ignites anew, their anger escalating upon realizing that their general has been slain. Enraged, one of them lunges forward, his sword finding its mark on the monster's arm. But to his horror, the attack has no effect. The beast remains unfazed, unbothered by the attempted strike. In a swift counterattack, the dragon grasps one of the knight's horses by the tail, its claws sinking into the creature's flesh. With a powerful flick, it hurls the horse through the air, sending it crashing into the distance. The remaining knights, witnessing the sheer brutality of the scene, hesitate. Fear overrides their resolve, and they decide to retreat, scrambling away as fast as their legs will carry them. But before they vanish completely, one of them calls out, vowing to return for their general's body. However, their escape is cut short. From behind them, a sudden burst of energy erupts. A quantum ray surges forward, striking them down. The source of the attack emerges, and it is none other than Edward. Kim, taken aback, turns to Edward and questions him about the attack. "Is that magic?" he asks. Edward, composed and unbothered, reveals that he has been using light magic, a power he was born with. With a hint of sarcasm, Kim notes the irony. Someone who has spent so much time hiding in the shadows possesses the power of light. The observation amuses him, though Edward seems unaffected by the remark. The scene shifts, moving away from the battlefield to the village. Kim narrates that he and the prince have been traveling for 2 days, their journey relentless as they press forward on horseback. Eventually, they arrive at the village where they are meant to rendezvous with the warriors' men. The village, though quiet, holds an air of anticipation. As they settle in, Edward takes a moment to enjoy a meal, his demeanor relaxed despite the chaos that had unfolded just days prior. Kim, on the other hand, cannot shake the thoughts swirling in his mind. The recent events had sparked too many questions that demanded answers. Breaking the silence, he expresses his frustrations, stating that all of this nonsense could have been avoided if Edward had simply left the palace with the warrior in the first place. But Edward, unfazed, clarifies his stance. If he had done so, the warrior would have stood no chance. The old man, he claims, had orchestrated the situation deliberately, ensuring that things unfolded exactly as they had. The conversation continues, the weight of the topic growing heavier. Edward turns to Kim, sensing his curiosity, and offers him the chance to ask whatever is on his mind. Kim does not hesitate. He brings up the power of holy light, questioning its implications. If humans possess such an ability, wouldn't that make the fight one-sided? Wouldn't it be seen as a sin for demons to harm a divine warrior? Edward, calm and measured, responds. He assures Kim that killing a warrior blessed with holy light is not an unforgivable act. The goddess, he explains, is fair. Everyone, regardless of their race, is granted the same level of immunity by the power. If the demon king were to kill the warrior, the goddess would not interfere. However, Edward acknowledges that such an event has never occurred in history. If by some chance a demon were to succeed in defeating a human warrior, it would mark the end of humanity's reign. The superior race would emerge victorious, shifting the balance of power completely. Hearing this, Kim's expression darkens, a smirk playing at his lips. The concept is not unfamiliar to him. It is, after all, the simple rule of survival. Only the fittest prevail. It is a philosophy he has lived by for most of his life. Edward notices the change in Kim's expression and raises an eyebrow. "Why are you smiling?" he asks, unimpressed. "This has nothing to do with you." But Kim merely shrugs, offering no further explanation. Edward, however, issues a warning. He advises Kim not to interfere with his plans, calling him a bastard in the process. But Kim remains unfazed. They are sworn brothers, bound by a contract. Whatever plans Edward has, they do not break their agreement. With a sigh, Edward relents, admitting that, at the very least, Kim is a monster with good morals. At this, Kim scoffs. "Do you even know any other monsters?" he challenges. Edward considers the question for a moment before answering. He does in fact know of a monster known as the Saintess. And as he describes her, she is a real piece of work. Before he can say more, a voice interrupts them. A presence emerges from behind. The Saintess herself has arrived. Her tone is sharp as she demands clarification. "Would you care to elaborate?" she asks, eyes locked onto Edward. Caught off guard, Edward quickly backtracks, insisting that she must have misheard him. But the damage is done. She does not look amused. Her expression darkens, and her irritation becomes evident. To make matters worse, Edward casually dismisses her frustration, calling her delusional. He points out that she seems to take every insult personally, as if every remark against her extends to an entire group. The Saintess does not let this slide. Without missing a beat, she fires back. "You're not as perfect as you think you are," she tells him, her words laced with venom. She challenges him, urging him to visit the temple. If he dares, they will put him back in his place. Edward, unbothered by the threat, smirks. "Know your place," he responds coolly, voice dripping with arrogance. "That place is under my foot." But this time, Edward has crossed a line. The Saintess's expression shifts, fury radiating from her being. The ground trembles beneath them as an unseen force ripples through the air. The sheer intensity of her power makes Edward falter for the first time. As the tension reaches its peak, she glares at him. "Let's take this outside," she declares. "And while you're at it, start making your funeral arrangements." As the argument between the prince and the Saintess escalates, their heated bickering draws the attention of the townspeople. Whispers spread like wildfire as bystanders gossip about the unusual spectacle of royalty and a divine figure clashing in the streets. The scene becomes a source of entertainment for the onlookers, their murmurs growing louder with each passing second. However, the commotion is abruptly silenced when Kim, visibly frustrated, raises his voice and commands everyone to be quiet. His piercing gaze sweeps across the crowd, demanding obedience. To ensure their compliance, Kim reaches into his pouch and hurls a handful of gold coins into the air. The glint of gold catches the townspeople's eyes, and in an instant, their priorities shift. They scramble to collect the precious currency, their interest in the argument forgotten. Satisfied with the diversion, Kim makes it clear that no one saw or heard anything that transpired here. His tone leaves no room for debate, and the villagers, too preoccupied with gathering the scattered gold, nod in agreement without hesitation. Turning back to Edward, Kim reminds him that cleaning up his mess is not part of their contract. He has no obligation to manage the prince's reckless actions. It is then revealed that the Saintess is not an ordinary warrior, but a being artificially created by humans. Unlike the warriors chosen by the goddess, the temple relies on a combination of divine blessings and advanced magic to forge a Saintess. While the goddess can create a warrior in an instant, the temple's process is painstakingly slow, requiring an entire decade to complete. The cost is equally immense, making it impossible for them to create more than one saintess at a time. However, once the process is finished, the resulting entity is truly formidable. The saintess's very bones are composed of blessed magical metals, making them nearly indestructible. Her muscle mass is enhanced to extraordinary levels, and her physical prowess far exceeds that of any ordinary human. As the narrative shifts, Edward is momentarily lost in thought, his mind drifting back to a significant moment from his childhood. A flashback reveals the first time he laid eyes on the saintess when he was merely 6 years old. Even at that young age, he had recognized her immense potential. He had envisioned her as his future royal guard, a powerful protector who would stand by his side. However, his ambitions were thwarted when the temple took her away, claiming her as their own. The memory fades, pulling Edward back to the present, where he now finds himself standing in direct opposition to the very warrior he had once hoped to command. With his focus returning to reality, Edward contemplates his chances against the saintess in combat. Before he can dwell on it further, Kim steps outside and is immediately greeted by the sight of the two still locked in battle. Their movements are swift and fierce, their tempers flaring as they exchange blows. Exasperated, Kim calls out to them, urging them to stop. He reminds them that the warrior they are waiting for will be arriving soon, and wasting energy on this petty skirmish serves no purpose. Hearing this, the saintess finally relents, though not out of defeat. She states that she has more pressing matters to attend to and takes her leave, but not before making it clear that she intends to settle this another time. Edward, however, is far from satisfied. His irritation lingers, and he vows to get back at her the next time they cross paths. Before he can dwell too much on his frustration, Kim suddenly calls him out. Without warning, he strides up to Edward, grips him by the neck, and lifts him effortlessly. His armored fingers tighten around the prince's throat, his cold, unyielding stare piercing through his visor. He reminds Edward that his duty is to serve as his knight, not his nanny. His patience is wearing thin, and he will not tolerate any more of Edward's childish behavior. A silent warning passes between them, the sheer intensity of Kim's gaze making it clear that he will not hesitate to enforce discipline if necessary. Finally, he releases his grip, allowing the prince to stumble back, coughing as he catches his breath. Without another word, Kim turns away, leaving Edward to reflect on the consequences of his actions. Not long after, the awaited warrior finally arrives. As Kim observes him, he cannot help but be struck by his seemingly unremarkable presence. Unlike what he had imagined, the warrior had not descended from the skies nor exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Instead, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary knight who had simply arrived on foot. Meanwhile, the saintess steps forward to greet him, showing respect to the seasoned warrior. The warrior, in turn, expresses relief upon seeing Edward, grateful that the prince has made it to their meeting point safely. Edward, regaining his composure, assures him that the journey was not particularly complicated, aside from a few minor inconveniences. The warrior then turns his attention to Kim, introducing himself formally. As they shake hands, Edward's mood shifts once more. He appears irritated, his expression souring as he watches Kim interact with the warrior. Kim notices the prince's childish pout and can't help but think to himself how ridiculous he looks, sulking over such a trivial matter. Shifting the conversation to more serious matters, the warrior updates them on the situation. He reveals that nothing has changed. The goddess has yet to revoke the power of holy light. This means that the demon king they will be facing will be far stronger than any of his predecessors. The odds are stacked against them, and there is no guarantee that they will all survive if they choose to move forward with this mission. Knowing the risks, the warrior poses the question, are they still willing to follow him on this perilous path? Without hesitation, each of them affirms their commitment, including Kim, who acknowledges his duty as Edward's guardian knight. Resolute in their decision, the warrior drives his sword into the ground, marking the formation of their order, the group that will challenge the Demon King himself. Just as the declaration is made, an ominous presence enters the scene. A figure steps forward, a sly smirk playing on his lips. It is a demon, his sinister aura radiating malice. As he snickers, his eyes gleam with amusement. He has been waiting for this moment. The warrior's gaze sharpens as he recognizes the enemy before him. This is no ordinary demon. He is Francis Defraud, one of the 7 deadly generals, bearing the title of General Arrogance. Francis surveys the group with an air of superiority, observing the humans who dare to stand against the demon forces. He chuckles darkly, mocking their audacity. To him, their declaration of war in demon territory is both foolish and amusing. However, since they have seen fit to challenge the demons, he has no choice but to engage them in battle. Without further delay, he reaches for the massive bell in his possession and rings it, the deafening sound echoing through the village. The reverberation shakes the very ground beneath them, sending waves of panic through those who remain. The warrior quickly realizes the danger and demands that the demon cease his reckless actions, urging him not to harm innocent civilians. But Francis merely sneers in response. He coldly informs them that there are no innocent civilians here anymore. This village, once belonging to humans, is now under the control of the Demon King. Those who once lived here have been transformed, no longer free beings, but servants, unwaveringly loyal to the darkness. In the next instant, monstrous figures begin to emerge. The shadows shift, revealing the horrifying forms of werewolves. These creatures, the lowest class of demons, are bound by a single terrifying fate. They exist to multiply, infecting humans and turning them into more of their kind. Once transformed, there is no going back. These cursed beings are doomed to be nothing more than disposable pawns for the high-class demons, their lives drained until nothing remains. Despite their terrifying presence, Francis knows that the werewolves alone are not enough to bring down the warrior's newly formed order. His true objective remains elsewhere. He watches with interest as Prince Edward fights, his light magic slicing through the advancing wolves with precision. The demon notes Edward's agile movements, his fighting style resembling that of an acrobat. His gaze then shifts to the Saintess, who stands unfazed amidst the chaos. With mastery over countless spells, she is more than prepared for the battle ahead. As the battle rages on, the Saintess demonstrates her immense physical prowess. Unlike the prince, who relies on agility and light magic, her fighting style is one of sheer brute strength. Every strike she delivers shakes the battlefield, and her attacks are devastating, leaving no room for hesitation. Meanwhile, Francis, the general of arrogance, closely observes the warrior's movements. He notes that his combat style is rigid and by the book, structured and disciplined, almost as if he were a soldier trained for a noble cause rather than a brutal war. However, as the warrior fights, an unexpected moment of hesitation occurs. Amidst the chaos, an innocent child infected by the werewolves lunges at him. In that brief second of hesitation, a flicker of sorrow crosses the warrior's face before he does what must be done. His blade strikes true, ending the child's life in an instant. Francis watches closely, filing away this crucial moment of weakness. He realizes that the warrior, no matter how strong, carries the burden of morality, something that could be exploited. With this information gathered, Francis decides to withdraw. He deems it unnecessary to continue engaging the humans when he has already analyzed their combat abilities. However, as he turns to leave, a nagging feeling creeps up on him. Something is amiss. One of the humans is missing. A cold chill runs down his spine. Before he can react, a presence materializes behind him, silent, precise, and deadly. A sudden, overwhelming sense of terror grips him. His instincts scream that this should be impossible. He should have sensed any presence nearing him. How could someone know something have gotten this close without him noticing? His mind scrambles for an answer. But before he can process the situation, a searing pain shoots through his body. Kim's sword plunges deep into his flesh. Time seems to freeze as the realization dawns upon Francis. The general of arrogance, one of the 7 deadly generals, has been outmaneuvered. His confidence, once unshakable, now shatters like glass. In his final moments, disbelief and rage flash across his face before everything fades to darkness. With Francis eliminated, the scene shifts to the remaining demon generals. News of his death spreads quickly, but instead of mourning, they erupt into laughter. They mock him, calling him General Reckless rather than General Arrogance. One of them jokes that his demise was predictable, given how overconfident he always was. However, despite their amusement, one general acknowledges that his death wasn't entirely meaningless. It confirms that the humans are strong enough to take down a member of the 7 deadly generals. But just as quickly as this thought arises, another general dismisses it. To them, Francis was the weakest of them all. His loss is insignificant in the grand scheme of things. As the conversation continues, another demon reveals a far more troubling truth, one that solidifies their confidence in ultimate victory. He declares that the even warrior is tied down by the goddess, meaning that human destruction is inevitable. The demons have surpassed the limitations set by the goddess herself, making their downfall impossible. With that, their amusement turns to cruel certainty. Humanity's fate is sealed. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Kim informs the warrior of Francis's execution and the werewolves' eradication. Edward steps forward, using his light magic to inspect the demon's lifeless body. A nagging thought lingers in his mind: Francis had authority. If he was one of the generals in charge of intelligence, then why did he rely on weak werewolves? And why was he so defenseless? The questions gnaw at him. Something about the situation doesn't add up. While contemplating this, Edward exhales in relief that they were able to take down the demon without much trouble. However, his unease remains. Could it be that the real enemy was never Francis? Could someone else, someone far more powerful, be lying in wait? As Edward remains deep in thought, Kim's focus shifts to the werewolves. A peculiar idea forms in his mind. He recalls that after consuming the lizard men, his compatibility with reptiles had increased. If that logic holds, then consuming werewolves should enhance his compatibility with mammals. His curiosity gets the better of him. Without hesitation, he begins eating the fallen werewolves. Edward, upon seeing this, is immediately alarmed. "Are you seriously eating them?" he exclaims, his face contorted in disgust. He frantically gestures around. There are other people here, you know, but Kim is unbothered, too engrossed in his experiment to care about Edward's protests. Their attention then shifts back to Francis's corpse. Edward kneels beside it, his expression turning grim. This demon was used as a pawn by the Demon King, he deduces. It's likely that he was no longer needed. Turning to Kim, he asks for his thoughts. Kim remains contemplative for a moment before responding. Intel is crucial in any battle, he states. If the Demon King disposed of his general of intelligence, then that means the Demon Society is no longer what we once knew. Edward listens carefully, his mind racing. The Demon King getting rid of an intelligence officer doesn't make sense unless something drastic had changed. I find it hard to believe the Demon King would just discard his intel man, Edward muses, not without a major shift in their societal structure. As he pieces things together, Kim reaches a shocking conclusion. His voice drops to a serious tone. What if there's a third one, he suggests. Someone else. Someone who came from Earth, just like us. Edward's eyes widen in shock. The thought had never crossed his mind, but as he considers it, everything starts making sense. A long silence follows as he processes the implications. After taking a moment to compose himself, Edward sets his emotions aside. Eddie, he mutters to himself, quitting the theatrics. He ensures that the warrior and the saintess remain occupied with handling the bodies before turning to Kim once more. A smirk tugs at his lips as he leans in slightly. I have an idea, he whispers. If there really is a third one in the Demon Kingdom, then we should take this chance and eliminate both the warrior and the saintess. The weight of his words lingers in the air, his intentions crystal clear. Meanwhile, preparations are being made for the aftermath of the battle. A massive ditch is dug, serving as a mass grave for the fallen werewolves. The bodies are carefully placed inside, and layer upon layer of earth is thrown over them. As the burial comes to an end, the saintess solemnly stands before the graves, her hands clasped in prayer. Her voice is steady as she offers a final blessing for the dead. In the distance, the rumbling of wheels signals the arrival of the carriages. The vehicles pull up, their presence signifying that it is time to move forward. As the preparations continue, the saintess turns to the warrior, her expression composed. Who will be holding the horses' reins? She asks, ready to proceed to their next destination. As the group prepares to set off in their carriage, a dilemma arises. Kim, who only drives vehicles with an engine, outright refuses to handle the reins. Meanwhile, the warrior, bound by his sacred code, is forbidden from driving the carriage, and the saintess, despite her many skills, has never learned how to control horses. With no other option left, the responsibility falls on Prince Edward, who begrudgingly takes the reins. As he guides the horses forward, Edward comments that this feels like something straight out of Dragon Quest. Kim, unfamiliar with the reference, raises an eyebrow and asks what that even means. This simple remark triggers yet another bickering session between the two, with insults being flung back and forth. Their conversation quickly devolves into cursing at each other, each trying to get under the other's skin. During the exchange, Kim notices something peculiar. The prince, for some reason, starts speaking in Russian. Though it seems random at first, Kim suspects that Edward is trying to tell him something indirectly. Fed up with the cryptic nature of the conversation, Kim presses him to get to the point. Finally, Edward smirks and reveals something unexpected. He knows a way to kill the warrior. This revelation makes Kim pause. Can the warrior even be killed? He has encountered all sorts of creatures, but something about the warrior is different. He recalls their first meeting at the village, how the warrior single-handedly slaughtered werewolves without relying on any skills, just pure swordsmanship. Kim speculates that the warrior's advanced abilities make him an almost impossible opponent to defeat. However, Arella the goddess has granted numerous specialized skills, and if those abilities are used correctly, it might be possible to take him down. Edward then discloses something even more intriguing. The qualifications for becoming a warrior are not based on mere strength or skill. Instead, only the most righteous, just, and pure-hearted individuals are chosen. However, if a warrior ever fails to uphold these virtues, they are punished. Their powers weaken, making them vulnerable. This revelation sparks an idea in Kim's mind. If they can find a way to make the warrior violate these sacred principles, he might become weak enough for Kim to handle. Curious, Kim asks Edward if he already has a plan in mind. To his surprise, the prince simply shrugs and denies having any elaborate scheme. "We don't need a plan," he says nonchalantly. "We just go with the flow." Their conversation is soon interrupted when the saintess, seated in the back, leans forward and demands to know what the prince is talking about with Kim. Edward, annoyed by the intrusion, snaps at her and throws an insult her way. This ignites yet another argument, with the two quickly devolving into petty insults. Kim, thoroughly fed up with their constant bickering, makes a swift decision. He switches places with the saintess just to get some peace and quiet. Now sitting beside the warrior, Kim settles in for what he assumes will be a quiet ride. However, to his surprise, the warrior turns to him with a curious expression and asks, "How did you end up as the prince's guardian knight?" Kim is caught off guard by the question. He hadn't expected the warrior to take an interest in his past. Before he can even decide whether to answer, the warrior continues, dropping a bombshell revelation: Edward is his younger brother. The weight of this information hangs in the air. As soon as the warrior speaks those words, he immediately winces in pain. Kim watches as he clutches his chest, clearly suffering. It doesn't take long for him to understand why. The sacred code of the warrior dictates that he must remain impartial. He cannot have favorites. By acknowledging Edward as his brother, he has violated that rule and is now paying the price. Understanding the situation, Kim smirks and remarks, "You could have avoided that pain if you hadn't asked me that question." Despite the pain, the warrior simply nods. "It was worth it," he says, his voice steady despite the discomfort. Kim finds the irony amusing. The older brother clearly cares for his younger sibling, yet Edward is plotting to kill him. It's a twisted dynamic, one that Kim is curious to see unfold. Eventually, he reveals his own reason for sticking by Edward's side. "I'm under a contract," he explains. "I protect Edward, and in return, he will find a way to grant my wish." Hearing this, the warrior's gaze sharpens. "If that's the case, then your goal must be to receive the reward for slaying the Demon King," he deduces. But that kind of wish, it's not an easy one. Kim, however, is left confused. He has no idea what the warrior is referring to. Sensing his confusion, the warrior elaborates. They are currently heading toward the fortress city, located at the very edge of the Grand Canton Kingdom. Just beyond it, a mere 12 miles away, lies the Demon Kingdom. Their journey is reaching its most dangerous stage, and they need to prepare accordingly. For the night, they decide to stay at a tavern. As the group settles in, the warrior, true to his nature, heads out to help those in need. The saintess, meanwhile, leaves to inform the church of her safe arrival. Before leaving, she asks Kim to keep an eye on the prince and make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. This irritates Edward, who yells after her, "Go to hell," before she disappears out the door, now alone with Kim. Edward listens as his companion shares the new piece of information he learned about the reward for slaying the Demon King. Upon hearing this, Edward's eyes gleam with interest. He leans forward eagerly. "Tell me more." Kim explains that when the goddess bestows the holy light upon a warrior, it is not just for the purpose of defeating the Demon King. There is another aspect to it, a divine reward. Every individual who takes part in slaying the Demon King is granted a wish by the goddess herself. Edward leans back, mulling over the information. It sounds too good to be true, but Kim assures him that it is indeed the truth. As the realization sinks in, a grin spreads across Edward's face. He slams his hand on the table and declares, "We need to celebrate." Without hesitation, he orders drinks for everyone in the tavern, announcing that it's all on him. Kim, deciding to indulge as well, orders himself a beer. However, Edward takes things too far. He drinks too much, downing mug after mug of alcohol. His reckless enthusiasm soon backfires, his face pales, his stomach churns, and before long he bends over and vomits right on the tavern floor. Kim recoils in disgust. "That's nasty," he mutters, grimacing. But Edward isn't the only one suffering. Around them, other patrons in the tavern begin to feel dizzy as well. The night takes a chaotic turn as more and more people succumb to the effects of excessive drinking, groaning in discomfort. Kim sighs, watching the scene unfold. This is going to be a long night. As the unsettling scene unfolds, Edward's veins begin to bulge unnaturally, dark lines crawling across his skin. His body convulses slightly, his breath uneven, his movements erratic. Something within him is reacting, though whether to the alcohol or something more sinister remains unclear. The sudden shift in his condition casts a heavy tension over the tavern, unnoticed by most but impossible to ignore for those who are paying attention. Outside, the warrior continues to assist the civilians, unaware of the chaos brewing within the tavern. He carries a heavy wooden barrel, lending a helping hand to a middle-aged man who had struggled to move it. The man, seemingly grateful, thanks him for his kindness but follows his gratitude with an unexpected insult, calling him a spineless son of a. The words, dripping with mockery, send an immediate warning through the warrior's senses. His grip tightens around the barrel for a brief moment before he sets it down and slowly reaches for his sword. Drawing his blade, he levels it at the man, demanding an explanation. The man's response is casual, dismissive even, telling him not to worry because they already know everything about him. This cryptic statement only heightens the warrior's alertness. His gaze flickers around him, searching for any hidden threat. Then, he notices something every single civilian in the vicinity has turned toward him. Their eyes are dull, vacant, their bodies standing eerily still, as if waiting for a command. A shadowy figure steps forward, the aura surrounding him thick with malice. The name Ferris de Gluad echoes through the square as he introduces himself, one of the 7 deadly demon generals. He reveals the horrifying truth: he had tainted the town's water supply with a parasite, its eggs quietly spreading through the bodies of the unsuspecting people. Once ingested, the parasites hatch, growing within their hosts and seizing complete control over their minds. The civilians are no longer free, they are his puppets, bound to obey his every word. The realization settles in with crushing weight. Every single person in this town, innocent as they may be, is now under the demon's control. The only way to reach Ferris is through them. The demon grins as he presents the warrior with an impossible choice: either kill the innocent to defeat him or hesitate and allow himself to be overwhelmed. The sacred code of the warrior is clear: he must never harm the innocent. But Ferris has turned that very code into his greatest weapon. Faced with this moral dilemma, the warrior quickly assesses the situation. He needs a vantage point, a way to strike at Ferris without engaging the civilians. His eyes scan the buildings and lock onto the rooftops. If he can get up there, he might be able to put an end to this without betraying his code. Just as he moves to climb, he realizes too late his move was already anticipated. On the rooftop stand 2 familiar figures, Edward and the Saintess, their eyes devoid of their usual will, their bodies standing unnaturally rigid. The prince speaks first, his tone lacking its usual sharp arrogance, instead carrying a hollow emptiness. His voice echoes Ferris's sentiment, noting how predictable the warrior's actions were. As if in demonstration, Edward raises his arm toward Kim. Kim acts without hesitation. The brutal snap of Edward's bone shatters through the air as Kim effortlessly breaks the prince's arm. The warrior flinches, not out of fear but out of sheer disbelief at what he is witnessing. Before he can even process the first act of violence, Kim moves again, this time reaching for Edward's neck. With cold efficiency, he snaps it, sending the prince's body crumpling like a broken marionette. Then, as if that weren't enough, Kim grabs the Saintess and strangles her unconscious. Even Ferris, the architect of this scene, falters at the sheer ruthlessness unfolding before him. He mutters something about it being too much, almost in disbelief that a supposed knight would go this far. Kim remains silent as he hoists both unconscious bodies onto his shoulders and leaps from the rooftop. Upon landing, he instructs the warrior to tend to them while he deals with the real enemy. As the warrior struggles to process what he just witnessed, one of the possessed civilians steps forward, beginning to speak. His words are cut short as Kim swiftly cuts him down without hesitation. The warrior reacts with immediate horror, reminding him that these were innocent people. But Kim doesn't flinch, nor does he hesitate. Ferris watches, his amusement now giving way to unease. This was not what he expected. Never had he thought that a knight bound by duty and honor would slaughter his own kind so easily. The very foundation of his plan was cracking before his eyes. One of the possessed civilians tries a different tactic, pleading with Kim, agreeing with the warrior's moral stance in hopes of being spared. Kim's response is nothing short of monstrous. He remarks that their pleas are pointless, as they won't even remember what's about to happen. His body shifts, muscles expanding grotesquely, his arms swelling with raw power as they take on the hardened structure of a troll. Then, with the terrifying force of a being unbound by conscience, he cuts through a mass of possessed civilians in mere moments, reducing them to lifeless husks. Ferris staggers back in sheer horror. Panic grips him as he shouts for Kim to stop, reminding him, begging him that he is a knight, and knights do not commit such atrocities. Kim remains indifferent, countering with a simple truth: the demon should not have controlled them in the first place. The parasite demon's confidence crumbles entirely. He surrenders on the spot, swearing that he will release the civilians and retreat back to the demon kingdom. But Kim does not stop. He continues his rampage, pushing forward through the horde of bodies, carving a clear path toward his true target. Desperation takes hold of Ferris as he shouts once more, his voice shaking with anger and fear, demanding to know if Kim is even listening to him. It becomes clear what Kim is doing. He wasn't killing out of blind rage, he was clearing the path. The bodies that once shielded Ferris are no longer there. Kim's gaze locks onto the demon, now fully exposed on top of the wall. The parasite demon's survival instincts kick in. Without a second thought, he abandons his post and turns to flee, caring nothing for the possessed civilians or the warrior. Escape is all that matters, but Kim is faster. With precise, monstrous speed, he closes the distance, seizing Ferris just as he attempts to slip away. The demon is slammed against the cold stone, the force of the impact sending cracks through the wall. His body trembles violently, his breath coming in ragged gasps as sheer terror consumes him. He can barely form words, barely process what is happening. Kim, towering over him, regards him with a slow, predatory interest. He takes a moment to observe the creature before him, tilting his head as if considering something deeply. Then, with a smirk creeping onto his face, he makes his intentions clear. This is a demon unlike any he has encountered before. A parasite, a being that controls others, rather than fighting for itself. There is nothing in his skill set that aligns with this kind of power. A single thought crosses his mind, perhaps he should change that. The expression on his face darkens as his lips part, his tongue running across his teeth in anticipation. He prepares to devour the demon. Ferris's mind shatters in that moment. He has faced warriors, knights, and creatures of all kinds, but never has he encountered something as utterly monstrous as the one before him. For the first time in his existence, Ferris de Glued, the great parasite demon general, feels true, inescapable fear. As the reality of the battle sets in, Ferris de Glued reflects on his once perfect plan. By poisoning the water supply with parasite eggs, he had ensured that no living creature could escape his influence. Every being requires water to survive, and even if someone resisted, he would still have control over their companions. In his mind, his strategy was foolproof. Yet now, as he watches the chaotic massacre unfolding before him, he realizes that he had made one crucial miscalculation. Kim, a knight, was supposed to protect, to uphold honor and morality. Instead, this bastard had slaughtered his own kind without hesitation. He had broken his prince's arm, snapped his neck, strangled the saintess, and cut down civilians in his way as if they were nothing more than obstacles. No hesitation, no remorse. He was something else entirely, something that Ferris had never accounted for. At this point, Ferris understands that he has nothing left to lose. With his control slipping away and his once perfect plan in ruins, he is left with only one desperate course of action. He is certain that Kim, no matter how powerful, cannot resist his abilities. The parasite demon lunges forward, tossing himself onto Kim's face, his body wrapping around him in an attempt to seize control. The moment of impact is brief. Kim, unfazed, simply gulps the demon down, swallowing him whole. A sharp belch escapes him as he casually wonders if the demon had just killed itself. He takes a moment to process what just happened. He has consumed countless parasites before back on Earth. He had eaten those that controlled insects and fish, yet he never gained any abilities from them. However, Ferris was different. He had the ability to control humans. This meant that Kim might now possess a portion of that power. Curious, he decides to test it. Extending his hand, he bites off one of his own troll-like fingers and spits it onto the ground. Almost immediately, the severed part of his body begins to writhe, shifting and taking shape. In seconds, the flesh morphs into the form of a fish, twitching and reacting as if it were alive. Kim watches with fascination. Confirming his hypothesis, he has gained the ability to separate and remotely control a part of his own body. However, there are limits. The size and distance of what he can control remain constrained. Thinking ahead, he wonders if he can develop this ability further by consuming more hybrid creatures. Satisfied for now, he turns his attention back to the battlefield, preparing for the cleanup. As he surveys the carnage, his gaze shifts toward the civilians below. Meanwhile, within the Demon King's castle, a tense conversation is taking place among the remaining demon generals. They have been informed of Ferris de Glued's shocking defeat. What was supposed to be an easy victory had turned into an utter failure. The demons discuss the likelihood of Ferris's survival, but one of them quickly dismisses the notion. All parasitic samples in his laboratory have perished, confirming that Ferris is dead. The weight of this revelation settles over the group as one of them acknowledges that while Ferris was strong, he was behind the times. Still, as one of the 4 great kings, his death is significant. Another general questions how the hell he died in the first place. The answer arrives soon enough. Reports indicate that a monster was responsible. A knight, traveling alongside the prince, had systematically slaughtered the humans under Ferris's control before coming directly for the demon himself. This information shifts the tone of the conversation. With Ferris gone and one of the 4 kings now excluded from battle, the demons deliberate on their next move. They consider sending Wrath to face the humans, but hesitation lingers. Wrath is too valuable of a fighter to send against a single warrior. His specialty lies in battling large numbers of humans, making him more effective against the allied forces. However, Before they can finalize their decision, the meeting is interrupted. A new presence enters the room. As soon as the demon general hears what has happened to his brother, the atmosphere shifts. The tension thickens and the room falls silent. Without waiting for permission, Wrath leaves. Back on the road, Edward and his companions continue their journey. As they travel, the warrior contemplates Kim's actions. While his methods were brutal, they were undeniably effective. The warrior reflects on the possibility that with his own strength and skill set, he could have avoided the unnecessary slaughter of innocent people. The civilians were merely controlled. There had to have been another way. Yet, as he looks at Kim, he notices something unsettling. There isn't a single trace of guilt on his face. He had done what he deemed necessary and felt nothing for it. The warrior struggles to reconcile this reality. To him, Kim is not just a knight. He is something far worse, something inhuman. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted when the prince's voice rings out, filled with fear. The carriage comes to a sudden halt. The warrior immediately demands to know what is wrong. Edward, his face drained of color, stares at something ahead. His hands tremble slightly as he mutters the name of the creature standing before them. Draus de Laur, Wrath. The very ground trembles as the monstrous being leans forward, its mere presence exuding an overwhelming force. Edward and the Saintess are frozen in fear, their bodies stiff with terror. The air around them feels heavier, suffocating under the sheer weight of Wrath's presence. Kim steps out of the carriage, his eyes scanning the towering figure before them. He turns to Edward, asking if he recognizes the creature. Edward, still in shock, confirms that while he has read about it, this is his first time seeing it in person. The narration shifts, revealing that 50 years ago, a demon warrior rode this very beast into battle. Back then, it was already massive, twice the size of a dragon. Kim quickly calculates the estimated length, concluding that if it truly was twice as large as a dragon, then it must be at least 100 feet long, but something feels off. The creature standing before him appears even larger than expected. His mind works to make sense of the anomaly when Edward speaks again, providing the answer. Reptiles, by their nature, continue growing throughout their lifespan. This means that in the 50 years since it last appeared in battle, Wrath has only continued to grow. Their exchange is abruptly cut short when the Saintess, snapping out of her initial shock, exclaims that this is not the time to stand around marveling at the creature before them. The situation has just taken a dangerous turn. Wrath has arrived. As the tension mounts, the group scrambles to figure out how to take down the massive demon before them. However, their planning is abruptly cut short by a strange, ominous sound, a deep, whirring noise that slices through the air. Their eyes widen in realization just before impact. The beast swings its enormous spiked hammer-like tail with full force. The sheer momentum behind the attack sends a devastating shockwave through the ground as it crashes directly into the carriage. The entire structure is obliterated on impact, wood splintering and debris flying in all directions. The force of the blow sends Edward, the Saintess, the warrior, and Kim tumbling to the ground, their bodies rolling across the dirt before they come to a staggering halt. Furious, the massive demon growls in contempt, referring to them as nothing more than puny insects. It demands to know who is responsible for killing its comrades, its eyes filled with seething rage, determined to exact vengeance. Before they can recover, the demon swings its tail once more, aiming to crush them beneath its enormous weight. Acting on instinct, the group dodges just in time, narrowly escaping another fatal blow. Dust and shattered earth explode around them as the impact sends deep cracks through the battlefield. As they regroup, the Saintess turns to Edward, reminding him that his specialty is shield defense, urging him to put his skills to use. However, Edward is quick to dismiss the idea, finding it absurd. The sheer force behind the monster's tail is too immense. There's no way he could block something of that magnitude. He then shifts his attention to the warrior, asking if he can counter the attack using his parry skill, which is designed to deflect incoming strikes. The warrior, assessing the situation, quickly denies the idea. The attack is far too powerful. His parry would not be able to absorb or redirect something of such overwhelming force. Instead, he suggests that the Saintess take the hit and heal herself afterward. However, she immediately rejects the idea. It's impossible. The sheer size and weight of the demon's tail would obliterate her before she ever got the chance to recover. With no viable options left, the three of them slowly turn their heads toward Kim. At first, Kim hesitates, almost bashful at their silent plea. He questions if they really believe he can take on a creature of this size by himself. However, after a brief pause, he finally unveils that he does have a plan. Meanwhile, the demon reflects on its own tactics, recognizing that allowing anger to cloud its judgment would be dangerous. Even though its comrades have fallen, it has learned from experience that careful strategy is the key to victory. The scars from previous battles with humans still linger, painful reminders of the dangers they pose. It has refined its combat methods through trial and error, from utilizing its detection skill to identify the enemy's presence to sweeping the area and ensuring that no opponent can hide. This level of preparation has ensured that it has never lost a battle. Even now, the demon is certain this fight will be no different. However, as Kim lays out his plan, the Saintess objects, believing it to be reckless. Kim, unfazed, simply asks if she has any better ideas. She falls silent. The warrior, after carefully considering the risks, concludes that running away would only put the nearby cities in danger. Even if their chances of victory are slim, they have no choice, they must fight. With that, the warrior charges toward the demon, initiating the battle while Kim prepares for his next move. As the battle unfolds, the warrior's blade clashes against the demon's hide. The holy sword of the goddess, a weapon known for its divine power against evil, should be at its full potential. However, something strange happens. The sword does not glow with its usual radiance. The warrior realizes that the beast's rage is not derived from evil, nor from righteousness. It is pure, unfiltered fury, an emotion that exists outside the spectrum of good and evil. As a result, the holy sword fails to activate its full power. Undeterred, the warrior presses forward, skillfully dodging the beast's attacks as he maneuvers closer. He assumes that by getting within the demon's range, the creature will be unable to swing its massive tail. However, to his horror, he realizes too late the demon's tail is far more flexible than he thought. With a swift motion, the tail whips around and slams into him. The warrior barely manages to avoid a direct hit, but the force sends him skidding across the battlefield, his sword scraping against the ground as he struggles to regain his footing. He grits his teeth in frustration. His strategy had been a miscalculation. The demon watches, unimpressed, and mocks the warrior, questioning if this is truly all he has to offer. It even goes as far as to belittle Ferris, remarking that its fallen comrade must have been pathetic to have lost to such a weakling. However, instead of despair, a grin spreads across the warrior's face. His voice echoes across the battlefield as he shouts something unexpected. He can't believe their plan worked to perfection. The scene rewinds 5 minutes earlier. Kim had gathered the group and revealed the only way to take down the demon. He had observed a scar on the monster's underside, a vulnerable point that had likely been inflicted in a past battle. This was their best chance. However, the warrior had questioned whether Kim was truly confident that the plan would work. Kim had answered without hesitation. He had explained that the warrior's role would be simple: distract the beast. Meanwhile, Kim would approach it from underground, where it would be unable to detect him. He had also acknowledged the risks, knowing that the monster might hear him digging. This was where the warrior would come in, acting as bait to divert the demon's attention. Despite the potential danger, the warrior had agreed to the plan. He had also admitted something interesting: he possessed a lie detection skill, meaning that he could always tell if someone was being dishonest. Yet, when Kim had explained the plan, he had not triggered the skill. That meant that Kim, for once, was telling the truth. However, Kim had internally noted something important: this world's abilities did not always work on him. If he ever needed to, he could lie to the warrior without being caught. And that was something he intended to use against him someday. Back in the present, the warrior leaps toward the beast, ensuring its attention remains on him. Meanwhile, deep beneath the surface, Kim begins his approach. With the power of almost every animal at his disposal, digging underground is effortless. The muscles of a troll grant him raw strength, allowing him to tear through solid earth with ease. The body of a mole enhances his ability to tunnel swiftly through the soil. The claws of a dragon provide him with the perfect tools to carve through rock as if it were nothing. With each movement, he gets closer and closer to the demon's vulnerable underside. The beast, preoccupied with the warrior's relentless assault, has no idea what is coming for it. Victory is near. As the battle rages on, the beast finally senses Kim's presence. Its massive body tenses, its instincts screaming in alarm as it detects the overwhelming power emanating from Kim's dragon-infused arm. However, before the monster can react, Kim leaps toward it, his razor-sharp dragon claws slashing through flesh. With a forceful burst, he tears through the creature's body, forcing his way inside. Now within the beast, Kim takes in his surroundings. The sheer size of the monster's insides leaves him momentarily disoriented. It is vast, like wandering through a living labyrinth. But he quickly regains focus. He activates his newly acquired parasite skill, sending out countless microscopic parasites to explore every inch of the beast from the inside. To his delight, the parasites instantly begin feeding information back to him, allowing him to navigate effortlessly. As he moves, a thought crosses his mind. The parasite demon was friends with this creature. Now the beast is dying at the hands of its own ally's ability. A wicked smirk spreads across Kim's face. How cruel fate can be. Suddenly, he senses something deep within the monster's core. He rips through flesh and bone, tearing apart the creature's organs until he finds something valuable. His hunger overtakes him. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, feasting on the monstrous organ. Outside, the warrior is preparing to launch another attack, but he stops in his tracks. A gut-wrenching sound fills the air. The massive beast, once a symbol of unstoppable strength, screams in agony. Its roars of pain shake the ground, its body writhing as it desperately begs for help. Its insides are burning, and it is powerless to stop it. The warrior and the others freeze, momentarily stunned by the horrific display before them. The saintess shudders, unable to watch any longer. The sheer brutality of it is too much. Even Edward, normally quick to mock others, watches in stunned silence, barely able to process that his brother had actually managed to pull off such an insane plan. Then, with one final pained breath, the beast collapses, silence falls. And then, from within its massive corpse, Kim bursts out through the creature's eye, drenched in blood. The three of them stare, utterly speechless. The group continues their journey after the battle, the atmosphere heavy from what they just witnessed. The silence stretches until Kim, as casually as ever, breaks it by asking why they look so shaken. Edward finally speaks, admitting that they're simply shocked by what he did back there. Kim, however, doesn't seem to care much. The battle was a success, and more importantly, he got something valuable out of it. He reflects on the monster, concluding that despite its massive size, it wasn't that special. It had large, powerful muscles, but nothing he couldn't handle with his own troll-enhanced strength. Its dragon-like scales and hide, though durable, were inferior to his own. It was a win, but not a challenge. However, the real prize lay within the beast's body. He had devoured three valuable things: the lungs, a massive muscular system capable of drawing in insane amounts of oxygen to sustain a creature of its size. This meant that, in theory, it could release that air with just as much force. By absorbing its lungs, Kim's dragon breath had now become even more powerful. The blood vessels, the beast had unique heart-like organs attached to its arteries and veins, allowing it to keep pumping blood even if its main heart was destroyed. Now, with this ability, Kim had an additional survival mechanism. Even if his heart was damaged, he would continue functioning. Something truly valuable, the ability to fly. As he processes his new abilities, the scene shifts to the Demon King's castle. The remaining four great kings gather, now aware that Wrath has been eliminated as well. This leaves them in a precarious situation. Half of their strongest warriors have fallen. However, instead of fear, one of them bursts into hysterical laughter. Everything is proceeding exactly as the Demon King planned. The demons discuss their strategy. With the human villages wiped out, they predict that the warrior will move toward the Demon King's castle in an attempt to stop the source of the destruction. What the humans fail to realize is that the demons have already eliminated the relics of the past, their older generals, without lifting a finger. The human forces believe they have taken out the Demon King's greatest warriors, but in reality, they have done exactly what the demons wanted. The general then lays out the reality of the war. Humanity can only win if they behead the Demon King. However, the demon race does not need to fight a fair battle. They can either destroy humanity outright or force them into surrender. However, there is one problem: humanity will never surrender as long as the warrior lives. The warrior is the key. He is blessed by the goddess herself, and as long as he stands, humanity will resist. To truly win this war, they must annihilate all of humanity before the warrior reaches the Demon King. And these are the wise words of their new Demon King. With this understanding, the remaining demon generals kneel, pledging their absolute allegiance to their ruler, the one who hails from another world. Back on the battlefield, Kim and his group continue moving forward, passing through a rugged landscape torn apart by the battle with the beast. As they travel, the path ahead suddenly darkens. A lone demon soldier steps into their path. He raises a hand, commanding them to stop. Before they can react, more demon soldiers emerge from the surrounding terrain, encircling them. The battle erupts instantly. Kim, unfazed, slashes through two demons in a single motion. However, as he prepares for the next wave, something catches his attention. His eyes narrow as he notices something odd among the fallen. Lying beside one of the dead demons is an old map. After clearing the remaining enemies, Kim picks it up and unfolds it. It is a map of the Demon Kingdom. Examining it carefully, he realizes this is not just a regular map. This is a tactical layout, and it might just be the key to taking down the Demon King. As Edward inspects the map, a pattern begins to emerge before his eyes. Every road, every route, and every connection seems to converge at a single point. The realization sinks in. This map was designed to lead all forces toward one specific battlefield. It is not a coincidence, it is deliberate. Whether it was drawn by the demons or someone within the human forces, there is no mistaking its purpose. All roads lead to a decisive confrontation. The saintess peers over his shoulder, analyzing the markings. From her perspective, the map does not indicate a battlefield at all, but rather a supply route. If that were the case, then the roads were not leading to a war zone but to supply lines critical for sustaining an army. Her theory makes sense. As well, war is not just fought with soldiers, but with logistics. Without weapons, armor, and provisions, even the most powerful army would crumble. The warrior, however, does not hesitate in his resolve. Now that they have the map, the path to slaying the Demon King has become clear. This was an opportunity to move forward, to strike at the heart of the enemy's forces. If the map provided them with insight into the Demon Kingdom's inner workings, then they had a significant advantage in their favor. But Edward was not so sure. His gaze lingered on one particular marking on the map, a village, nestled deep in the mountains. It stood out in an unusual way. Unlike the other locations, which had clear strategic value, this village had none. Yet despite that, it was still connected to the main road. This inconsistency set off alarms in his mind. There was no reason for a village with no military importance to be directly linked to the primary war routes. The saintess, catching on to his train of thought, considered the possibility that this village might actually serve as the Demon King's main base. If that were true, then they could not afford to ignore it. Instead of heading straight for the battlefield, their course of action should be to investigate this place first. There was something about it that felt off, and it was worth uncovering. At that moment, the warrior's instincts flared. A deep, unshakable feeling settled in his chest, warning him that this village mattered. His intuition had guided him through countless battles, and right now, it screamed at him this place was important. Though he could not immediately discern why, he knew that ignoring it would be a mistake. After some deliberation, he agreed. They would go to the village first. Their journey lasted 1 week. By the time they arrived, the village was not what they had expected. Instead of a quiet settlement, it was a labor camp, its people working tirelessly under the control of the demons. The villagers were not free, they were being forced to manufacture weapons for the Demon King's forces. Edward, upon seeing this, confirmed his suspicions. The village had never been just a settlement. It was a production facility, a key supplier of weapons and military tools for the demon army. The warrior, however, saw something far more troubling. As he observed the villagers hammering away at metal, forging swords, assembling armor, and stacking crates filled with war supplies, a grim realization settled in his mind. These were civilians, not soldiers. They were not warriors, yet they were still involved in the war effort. Edward stood firm, reminding him of their duty. They had come to fulfill their sworn mission. This was a base of operations for the enemy, and in war, eliminating supply lines was as crucial as taking down enemy soldiers. The only way to cripple the enemy was to destroy their ability to arm themselves. The warrior hesitated. His brother's words carried weight, but the implication of their mission troubled him. Would they truly kill every last one of these people? Edward, unwavering, insisted that these were not civilians, they were participants in the war. Every weapon forged here would go into the hands of a demon soldier. Every piece of armor constructed would be worn by those who slaughtered humans. These people were just as responsible for the bloodshed as those who wielded the weapons. The warrior, though reluctant, knew his words held truth. But something inside him resisted. He stopped Edward, demanding to know if he truly intended to kill them all. Before he could argue further, a sharp pain shot through his chest. His vision blurred momentarily, and he clutched his torso, feeling an unseen force tighten around him. He was breaking his sacred code, his very body was rejecting the idea of betraying his morality. Edward quickly calmed him down, reminding him to stay true to his beliefs. If massacring civilians was evil, then he must not do it. But Edward also knew how to manipulate the truth. This wasn't a massacre, it was a military strike. They were not killing innocent people, they were destroying an enemy facility. The warrior wrestled with his thoughts. His sacred code dictated that he must be just and righteous. But at this moment, justice itself felt blurred. What was right? What was wrong? He had always known the answers, but now, in the heat of war, those lines were no longer clear. Kim, however, had no such internal struggle. Without hesitation, he began the mission. He tore through the facility, mercilessly slaughtering those within. To him, there was no moral dilemma. These people were aiding the enemy, which made them the enemy. Whether they wielded a sword or forged one, they were part of the war. The warrior, paralyzed by his own morality, refused to strike first. If a villager attacked, he would respond, but if they remained passive, he could not bring himself to cut them down. The saintess, upon witnessing the brutal death of a young demon, went into a panicked frenzy, unable to process what was happening. Edward, meanwhile, had his hands full trying to keep her from falling apart. Kim looked at them all with disdain. They were useless, every single one of them. As the mission progressed, Edward stumbled upon something significant, a weapon unlike anything they had seen before. Among the crates, he found a Mauser pistol. His eyes lit up as he realized what this meant. The demons were not just making traditional weapons, they were manufacturing firearms. Holding the pistol in his hands, Edward's excitement grew. The presence of a German firearm in the Demon Kingdom was no coincidence. He turned to Kim, addressing him with a knowing tone, and wiped the blood off his own face. If this existed here, then there was no doubt in his mind. There was a third person like them, someone else from Earth, but on the Demon King's side. Before they could delve deeper into the implications, the warrior, still struggling with his emotions, approached and asked if they had found anything. Edward relayed the truth: the Demon Kingdom was planning to draft civilians into the war. The production of these firearms was not just to arm their current forces, but to equip ordinary civilians, turning them into soldiers. The warrior, upon hearing this, fell into deeper turmoil. The very idea horrified him, but he could no longer argue against their mission. Edward, pleased with the results of their attack, rewarded Kim. He handed him the map and granted him a brief vacation, allowing him to hunt and feast as much as he desired. Kim accepted the map, though to him this was not a vacation, this was a business trip. As he scanned the terrain, a new hunger burned in his eyes. This would be the perfect opportunity to test his new abilities. Before they could move, a sudden loud noise echoed from near the village. Edward smirked, recognizing that everything was going exactly as he had planned. Elsewhere, away from the chaos, the warrior released his anger in silence. He pummeled the ground, landing powerful punches with enough force to crack the stone beneath him. His eyes burned with frustration, his tears mixing with the dust. He was helpless, lost, broken. Far away, in Port City of the Demon Kingdom, a young half-human, half-demon boy named Midden worked tirelessly, hauling heavy sacks of gunpowder and crates of coal. Each movement was precise, each task calculated, as he silently counted his earnings. He did not fight on a battlefield, but he too was caught in this unforgiving war. As Midden lets out a deep sigh, exhaustion settles over him like an invisible weight. His life had never been easy, and even now, as he carries heavy sacks of gunpowder and crates of coal, he knows that he is barely making ends meet. Yet despite his hardships, he remains determined to work hard, clinging to the belief that perseverance will lead him to something greater. His thoughts drift to his younger sister Myron, a fragile but lively girl who was the only light in his world. He recalls the moment he handed her a small lollipop he had bought on his way home the previous night, the way her eyes sparkled as she unwrapped the candy and giggled in delight. That moment had been brief, but it was enough to remind him why he kept pushing forward. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight break through the horizon, Midden is already at the docks. Resuming his back-breaking labor, he heaves another sack onto his shoulder and notices something peculiar. It feels lighter than before. Surprised, he wonders if his body is finally growing stronger. This realization sparks something within him, a distant dream he has long buried beneath the weight of his responsibilities. For now, he is just a lowly dockhand, an errand boy in a world dominated by those more powerful than him. But one day, he dreams of becoming one of the 7 deadly generals. He envisions himself standing at the pinnacle of demon society, commanding armies, wielding power that no one could challenge. If he kept working, if he kept pushing himself beyond his limits, perhaps that day would come. Meanwhile, far away, Kim reflects on a discovery of his own. As he explores the depths of his evolving abilities, he recalls a concept from his previous life, the second brain theory in dinosaurs. Scientists once speculated that some of the larger dinosaurs may have possessed a secondary brain located near their waist, allowing for faster reflexes in their lower bodies. The reasoning was simple. With their immense size, nerve signals from their primary brain would take too long to reach their limbs. A second brain, functioning like an auxiliary command center, could assist in movement, making them far more responsive than their size suggested. Kim, ever the experimenter, had managed to locate such a structure within the dinosaur beast he had consumed. By altering his own nervous system, he successfully recreated its unique ability. However, despite his many transformations, he had always been wary of altering his entire brain. There was a risk if he used his ability to completely transform his mind into that of another creature. There was a chance that his own consciousness would be overwritten. But now, he had found a loophole. By using this technique on the second brain instead of his primary brain. He could transform his entire body into that of a dragon, while keeping his mind intact. With this revelation, his form shifted. His slimy lizardman scales merged with the toughened scales of a dragon, exchanging lizardman slime for mycelium slime, a material far more resilient. His body, already enhanced with the lungs and blood vessels of dinosaurs, now boasted the regenerative properties of trolls, their blood and bone marrow woven into his physiology. His muscles, denser than ever, carried the raw brutality of orcs, pulsing with the overwhelming power of a being nearing the peak of existence. He was no longer a mere experiment of nature, he was becoming something greater. And with a deafening roar, the dragon he had become descended upon the village of demons, spewing fire across the land. The once calm village was thrown into chaos. Flames swallowed buildings, and demons screamed in terror as they scrambled for their lives. The air was thick with the stench of burning flesh, the sound of destruction ringing through the night. The demon civilians, once occupied with their daily routines, now found themselves running for their survival. Amid the turmoil, Kim snatched up a fish-like demon, devouring it in one swift gulp. Far away, Midden froze. As he worked tirelessly at the docks, he suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of destruction. His heart pounded in his chest as he turned toward the source of the catastrophe. A dragon, a monstrous entity, its scales glistening like molten steel, was razing his village to the ground. His only thought was of Myron. With frantic speed, he dashed toward his home, the only thing on his mind being her safety. The port was close, and so was their room. If he could just get to her in time, they could escape together. But as he neared the street leading to their house, the dragon took flight. Midden watched, frozen in horror, as the massive beast veered toward his home and with a single motion crushed it to rubble. His breath caught in his throat. His mind refused to process what had just happened. His legs trembled as he stumbled toward the wreckage, his heart racing. His hands clawed at the broken debris, desperate to find some sign of her survival. Then he saw it, a small hand, peeking out from under the rubble, motionless. A scream built in his throat, but no sound came out. His mind snapped, his vision blurred. Madness took over. Grabbing a nearby sword, he ran toward the dragon, his rage blinding him. He didn't care that the difference in power was insurmountable. He didn't care that he had no chance of winning. All that mattered was revenge. The blade swung with all the force his body could muster. The dragon barely noticed. The sword shattered into pieces upon impact. A moment later, Midden was devoured. As Kim swallowed his latest meal, he turned his attention to the map Edward had given him. He had no personal stake in the war. The politics of the Demon Kingdom were of little interest to him, but the map had been marked with key locations, places that manufactured and stockpiled military supplies. Edward's goal was clear. He was weakening the Demon King's military capabilities, strategically targeting supply lines before the main battle. Kim, however, had a different objective. For him, this was a buffet. The more creatures he consumed, the stronger he became. And thanks to Edward's carefully marked locations, he had plenty of targets to choose from. In particular, he was eager to experiment with the abilities of the fish demon he had just eaten. As time passed, 10 hours after the destruction of Stuckfit, the demon generals gathered in their conference room, discussing the devastating loss of the city. Reports of immeasurable damage and supply shortages filled the chamber. When it was revealed that the culprit was a dragon, the attention of the room shifted towards Sloth, the dragon demon among them. Sloth, however, found the claim impossible. During the 9 hours from dusk to dawn, the so-called dragon had breathed fire over 50 times a feat that was impossible for any normal dragon. The only dragon capable of such a legendary performance was Dragon Road. Suspicion turned towards Sloth, and a three-eyed demon questioned her involvement. However, Sloth's rage flared as she glared at the accusation. Tension thickened in the air until another general, Jealousy, cut in, dismissing the argument. The current concern was not who had done this. The real issue was what they were going to do next. The news of Stuckfit's destruction spreads across the Demon Kingdom within a single day, sending waves of fear and uncertainty throughout the land. The Dragon of Stuckfit has become the ultimate symbol of terror, an entity beyond comprehension, something that no one, not even the 7 deadly generals, had anticipated. Among the high-ranking demons, discussions of eliminating the dragon begin to take shape. If the 7 deadly generals were to slay this creature, it would not only rid them of a devastating threat, but also restore morale among the demons. Many within the ranks agree, seeing it as an opportunity to prove their strength and reinforce their dominion. One general in particular is praised for his leadership, proposing that this dragon must be confronted and destroyed before its presence destabilizes the kingdom further. Meanwhile, Sloth, the dragon demon, steps forward. As one of the ancient dragons herself, she sees it as her duty to eliminate this imposter. She has no doubt that this so-called dragon of Stuckfit is nothing more than a pretender. Perhaps a distant lesser species of dragon that got lucky in a battle against weaklings. She is prepared to show the kingdom what a real dragon looks like. Kim, on the other hand, sees the attack on Harbor City as the most rewarding thing he has done since joining the warrior and his group. Unlike the humans, who were focused on strategic victories, his objectives were purely personal. He had eaten hybrid species, such as fish demons and insect demons, absorbing new traits and abilities. In his dragon form, he had begun to optimize his new skills, learning how to move, fight, and hunt with the instincts of a true apex predator. Through these experiences, he had gained greater control over his dragon abilities, refining them with each new battle. His progress was clear. If he continued at this pace, he would soon achieve his ultimate goal, becoming the apex predator of this world. Now, with his body empowered beyond imagination, he soars over another demon village, his wings casting a massive shadow over the land. Below, the demons spot him. At first, confusion fills their minds. Many mistake him for one of the demon generals, assuming that one of their own has arrived. However, as they look closer, dread fills their eyes. They realize the truth. This is no ally. This is the dragon of Stuckfit. Panic erupts instantly. Screams echo across the village as demons scatter in all directions, desperate to escape the inevitable carnage. Kim descends swiftly, his fire breath engulfing the village below. The inferno spreads wildly, consuming everything in its path. The roaring flames and the agonized cries of those trapped within paint a vivid picture of absolute destruction. He tears through buildings, devours creatures in his way, and crushes demons beneath his claws. The village stands no chance. Within moments, it is reduced to ash and ruins. Meanwhile, far away, Sloth takes to the skies. Flying over the vast kingdom, she hunts for her opponent. According to the latest reports, the dragon was last spotted near the 6th Army Post an hour ago. If she hurried, she could intercept him before he caused any more damage. But something doesn't add up. She had been told that the dragon of Stuckfit was red, a color associated with the most powerful of dragons. Yet, as she finally catches sight of her target, she is taken aback. The creature before her is unlike anything she has ever seen. Instead of the elegant, powerful form of a true dragon, this beast is a grotesque fusion of different creatures: dragon, ogre, troll, insect, reptile, fish, and more. Its body is an abomination, a patchwork of monstrous evolution. Sloth, bewildered by the sight, reassesses her approach. She knows that her ability, Dragon Speak, is a force that no dragon can resist. With this power, she can bend lesser dragons to her will, making them submit and obey. Confident in her superiority, she unleashes her ability and commands him to stop. But something goes horribly wrong. Nothing happens. Kim does not waver. He does not submit. Instead, he simply stares at her. A realization dawns upon Sloth, and for the first time in centuries, fear grips her. Her dragon speak, which should have completely paralyzed him, has no effect. Kim, on the other hand, finds this amusing. Unlike the pathetic creatures he has dealt with before, this one is different. She is stronger, and that excites him. But despite her power, she is deluded in thinking that she can control him. He warns her if she tries to use that power again, he will not hold back. Sloth's ego is shattered. No one has ever spoken down to her like this. To her, this insolence is unforgivable. She swears vengeance, vowing to throw him into the deepest despair. With that, the battle begins. The clash of dragons shakes the heavens. For 10 minutes, they tear into each other, their claws raking through flesh. Their roars splitting the sky. The air trembles beneath the force of their blows, sending shockwaves across the land. Sloth, despite her experience, finds herself losing ground. Her body throbs with pain, her breath ragged, her movements slowing. She has never encountered a dragon this strong before. Kim, however, remains unfazed. He has been holding back, simply blocking her attacks the entire time. He knows that even a powerful dragon like her cannot penetrate the mysium slime and ogre muscles. She watches intently, her gaze sharp as she takes in the scene before her. A smirk plays on her lips, and in a low mutter, she taunts, warning that there should be more caution next time, though, for the one before her. There will be no next time. Meanwhile, Sloth, having reached the very end of her road, finally succumbs to fate, her life extinguished in an instant. At that very moment, an unseen force reaches out to Kim, a voice whispering into his mind through the mysterious power of telepathy. The voice, laced with urgency, pleads desperately for his aid. The plea echoes in his consciousness, carrying a weight that suggests something of grave importance is unfolding elsewhere. As the scene shifts, attention turns to a warrior, a figure standing in quiet resolve, ready to reveal the truth of his existence. With a solemn expression, he begins to recount his story, unraveling a tale of divine guidance and an extraordinary journey through time. He speaks of his origins, revealing that he is no ordinary warrior but rather a devoted disciple of a goddess, chosen to bear an immense responsibility. Moreover, he is not of this era. He is a traveler from 10 years in the future, a man who has seen what is to come and has returned to alter destiny itself. A decade from now, the world had been thrown into utter chaos. In a desperate struggle, humans and demons, once sworn enemies, had been forced to unite against a single overwhelming threat, the monster of destruction, Despite their combined efforts, this unfathomable creature had torn through everything in its path, consuming the 7 deadly generals, the mighty demon king, and even the 4 great kings. The warrior himself had not been spared from its wrath. Determined to change the grim fate that awaited all, he had made a fateful decision. Casting aside the future he had once known, he willed himself backward in time, traveling 10 years into the past with a singular goal: to prevent the birth of the monster of destruction before it could ever wreak havoc. His journey had led him straight to the great forest, where he took swift action. Within the dense wilderness, he found and annihilated a seemingly insignificant creature, a slime. Though minuscule in its current state, this entity was destined to evolve into the harbinger of ruin. By eradicating it before it could reach its full potential, the warrior effectively altered the course of history. This act of intervention had rippling effects. Sir Kim, who had been stationed in the forest at that time, was unknowingly saved from certain doom. Moreover, a life that was meant to be lost, the prince, who had perished in the original timeline, was spared. Though he could not predict the full ramifications of his actions, the warrior stood firm in his resolve, his fists clenching as he reflected on all he had given up. He did not lament the future he had forsaken, nor did he regret striking down the monster of destruction. However, one deep regret lingered within him: his lack of knowledge about the Demon King's army. Had he studied them further, had he unearthed more information, perhaps they would not have been so powerless against the calamity that had befallen them. At the very least, they might have discovered the true depths of a certain demon's power, one of the generals, known as greed. The story then takes a step back in time, returning to a point 30 minutes earlier. The warrior, accompanied by the Saintess and Prince Edward, continues his journey. Their steps carry them forward, the weight of their mission pressing upon them with every stride. As they traverse the path ahead, the warrior turns to the prince, his voice calm yet curious. He inquires about Sir Kim's whereabouts, asking where exactly he has been sent. Edward, ever composed, responds with certainty. He reveals that Kim has been dispatched to an important location, though he does not specify where. As he speaks, he notes that they are nearing their next destination. It is at that moment that their path is blocked. Before them stands a lone figure, his presence exuding an unmistakable aura of power. With an air of hospitality that belies his nature, the demon greets them. His identity is clear: he is Greed, one of the 7 deadly generals. With a wicked grin, he welcomes them to Grand Vegas, the city under his rule. Despite his status, Greed presents himself with a veneer of politeness. He addresses the warrior and his companions with what seems like genuine respect. Making a bold request, he asks that they put an end to the bloodshed and instead resolve their conflict in a peaceful manner. The prince, however, is not so easily deceived. His eyes narrow, his stance firm as he challenges the demon's words. He demands to know what trickery Greed is plotting, unwilling to accept such an offer at face value. In response, Greed extends an unusual proposition. He suggests that they determine the victor through a game rather than through violence. The idea is met with immediate skepticism from the prince, who is convinced that the demon is merely trying to manipulate them. Yet, before Edward can outright refuse, the warrior steps forward and accepts the challenge without hesitation. For a fleeting moment, the warrior's expression betrays his weariness. He has taken too many lives to reach this point. If there is even a chance to avoid more bloodshed, he is willing to take it. Greed, delighted, can hardly contain his amusement. To him, this is all too easy. With an air of smug satisfaction, he leads them inside, addressing them as honored guests for the night. Meanwhile, murmurs spread among the other demons gathered in the city. Whispers of excitement and malice fill the air, their voices tinged with anticipation. They hope expect to witness the warrior's downfall. If all goes as planned, humanity itself may fall before dawn. At last, the game is revealed. Greed gestures toward the table and declares that the challenge will be settled with a match of poker. Prince Edward steps forward without hesitation. Confidence gleams in his eyes as he declares himself the first to play. He recounts, with pride, his past experiences back when he had infiltrated a poaching group, mastering the art of poker. Even the formidable Kim had failed to best him in the game. Surely, this time would be no different. Greed, unfazed, lays down the conditions. If the prince wins, he will be granted safe passage. However, should he lose, the price will be severe. Greed will claim his very soul. The match commences, the tension thick in the air. Moments later, Edward's hand slams against the table. His face contorts with rage as he accuses the demon of cheating. Yet, despite his fury, Greed merely chuckles. He reminds the prince of his own words: so long as the trick is not discovered, it is not cheating. Edward grits his teeth, unwilling to accept the outcome. He insists that the round does not count and demands another chance. He is determined he must uncover whatever deception Greed has employed, but it is all in vain. The prince loses. Greed, true to his word, claims his prize. Without hesitation, he extends his hand and extracts Edward's very soul. With a flick of his wrist, he seals it within a coin. The saintess recoils in horror. Her voice shakes with fury as she screams at the demon, calling him a bastard for stealing Edward's soul. With a twisted smile, Greed calmly explains the nature of his ability. It is a unique skill and unbreakable contract known as absolute execution. Any agreement made beforehand is carried out, no matter the circumstance. The saintess, overcome with rage, lunges at him, but Greed remains unperturbed. He reminds her that violence is futile here. His second skill, Complete Zone of Peace, ensures that no harm can befall him in this domain. As he watches her struggle, his amusement grows. He smirks knowingly. It is obvious to him now Edward holds great importance to her. And that, more than anything, is something he can use to his advantage. The saintess feels her face heat up, completely flustered by Greed's words. The demon, ever perceptive, easily reads the emotions playing across her features as if she were an open book. A knowing smirk tugs at the corners of his lips as he revels in her visible discomfort. Then, with a casual but deliberate air, he makes an opportunity for her to reclaim Prince Edward's lost soul. If you want the prince back, he proposes smoothly, then play a game with me. His soul is my wager, but you must offer your own in return. The suggestion hangs in the air, heavy with implications. The warrior, sensing the recklessness of the gamble, immediately interjects, urging her to reconsider. His voice is sharp with concern, warning her that this is far too dangerous. But the saintess, unwavering, offers him a reassuring glance. Her eyes burn with confidence as she calmly declares that she can handle this. She reminds him that she is not just anyone. She is known as the ace of the convent. Confused, the warrior furrows his brows. His mind struggles to grasp her words. The ace of the convent? The title alone raises questions. Was gambling a common activity there? Skepticism creeps into his voice as he hesitantly asks if the convent actually allowed such things. The saintess lets out a small, knowing chuckle before casually responding, "What do you think I did to pass those long winters? I was the only girl in the convent." With that, she sweeps up the cards, then abruptly discards them. She has no intention of playing poker. Instead, she opts for a game of dice, taking a calculated risk in an attempt to outmaneuver the cunning demon. Time passes, the game unfolds, and for a fleeting moment, it seems like she might actually have a chance. Greed, despite his usual composure, nearly loses to her a rarity he hasn't encountered in a long time. But luck is fickle, and in the end, the dice do not favor her. She loses, and just like that, her soul is taken. The warrior watches in horror as Greed once again reaches out, using his ability to extract the saintess's very essence, sealing it away just as he had done with Edward. He is now alone. His comrades are lost to the demon's insidious games, their soulless bodies left behind as cruel reminders of their failures. Greed, satisfied with his growing collection of stolen souls, turns his attention to the warrior. With a sly, knowing grin, he extends the same challenge. "Would you like to try your luck?" the demon asks mockingly. "Would you like to gamble for their souls? All you need to do is bet your own." A storm of emotions brews within the warrior. His heart pounds. He has never gambled in his life, never. The very thought of wagering something as precious as his own soul sends him spiraling into a state of panic. He cannot simply abandon his comrades, yet he also knows that stepping into this game blind could spell his doom. He is paralyzed, caught between duty and fear, his mind racing through the possibilities. Just then, before he can come to a decision, the doors burst open with a thunderous crash. A figure is sent hurtling across the room, slamming against the floor with brutal force. The sudden chaos steals everyone's attention, and in the midst of it, a new presence steps forward. Kim, his entrance is nothing short of iconic. The warrior, upon seeing him, feels a surge of uncontainable relief. His eyes widen with something akin to joy, as he beholds the one man who might just turn the tide. Meanwhile, Greed, ever composed, welcomes the new arrival with a smirk. "Ah, another guest," he muses, his tone dripping with amusement. "And quite the hothead, too." The surrounding demons, however, are less amused. They mutter among themselves, convinced that Kim has walked straight into his own doom. Kim, however, hardly seems concerned. His eyes flicker over the motionless forms of Edward and the saintess, their soulless bodies eerily still. With an unimpressed glance, he dismisses them as useless in their current state. There is no point in wasting time. He will wrap this up quickly and then move on to his real mission. He clenches his armored hand, bracing himself for action. But Greed, still unfazed, chuckles lightly before addressing him. "Oh? Planning to resort to brute force?" he muses. Go ahead, try using violence in my presence. You'll find it quite pointless. He gestures around, confident in his unique skill, the complete zone of peace. This ability nullifies all acts of violence within its domain, rendering even the strongest warriors powerless. Kim turns to the warrior, silently seeking confirmation. The warrior nods grimly. He's telling the truth, he admits. His skill neutralizes any violent act within these walls. At first, it seems like Kim has hit a roadblock. But then, something about Greed's skill intrigues him. Instead of appearing frustrated, he almost seems excited. His interest is piqued. This could be fun. Greed takes this moment to elaborate further. He explains the stakes, detailing how both Edward and the Saintess have lost their souls to him. If Kim wishes to reclaim them, he must win against him in a game. But there is a price: he must wager something of equal value. If he wants 2 souls back, he must be willing to put 2 on the line. Kim does not hesitate. Without missing a beat, he agrees. But then, in a move that shocks everyone, he makes a bold claim. "I'll bet both of our souls," he says. The warrior's face drains of color. "What are you doing?" he exclaims, panic-stricken. Kim, ever casual, simply shrugs. "Think about it. He took 2 souls from us," he reasons. "So we need to bet 2 souls to get them back." Greed, amused, nods approvingly. That does make sense. Despite his panic, the warrior ultimately places his faith in Kim. If anyone can pull off the impossible, it is him. Greed then poses the crucial question: what game will Kim choose? Kim raises his hands. For a brief second, it looks like he's about to pick a game. Then, without warning, he swings his fist straight into Greed's face. The impact is immediate and brutal. The demon is sent flying, smashing into the ground with a force that leaves the entire room in stunned silence, and just like that, the game ends. As it turns out, there is a fatal flaw in Greed's complete zone of peace. The skill neutralizes violence, but it only applies to those who are affected by skills. Kim, however, is immune to skills that directly target him. This means that abilities like Complete Zone of Peace simply do not work on him. He has tested this before against fireball spells that should have harmed him but did not, against guided attacks that should have sought him out but failed. Greed, for the first time in his life, experiences pain. The realization dawns upon him with horrifying clarity. The warrior watches as the demon's confidence shatters. The sensation of defeat is etched deep into Greed's soul. Then, the final blow, Greed's other unique ability, Absolute Execution, is undone. The conditions of their contract have been broken. The souls he had stolen are now freed. Just like that, Greed loses everything. The return of the 2 souls left the Saintess and Edward in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, the demon, still reeling from the brutal beating he had received at Kim's hands, could only mutter in frustration, calling the situation a scam. Kim, unfazed by the accusation, moved on to the second game, raising the stakes by betting on Greed's life and everything he had left. A ruthless figure with an unsettling grin stretched across his face questioned Kim, asking whether he would choose his right or left hand. However, instead of responding conventionally, Kim transformed his feet, his grin mirroring the madness in the air. Bano, misjudging the situation, took his guess, but it was the wrong answer. In an instant, the ruthless opponent delivered a devastating kick, sending Bano flying. The impact was brutal, blood splattering across the space as his body hit the ground. The sheer force of the attack was enough to strike fear into the hearts of those present. The gathered demons, once so confident, now watched in terror as one of the great kings was mercilessly annihilated before their eyes. Panic spread like wildfire, and without hesitation they turned to flee, their survival instincts kicking in. However, their attempt to escape was futile. The monstrous being that stood before them, Kim had no intention of letting them go. With a cold, unwavering gaze, he trapped them in place and declared that none of them would leave alive. The chilling finality in his voice sent shivers through the remaining demons, their eyes widening in horror. At that moment, the warrior, witnessing the unfolding massacre, stepped forward in objection. He tried to reason with Kim, arguing that there was no need to kill so mercilessly. But Kim, unfazed by his words, turned to him with an icy glare, his expression unreadable. With a voice devoid of emotion, he justified his actions, claiming that these demons had enjoyed watching Bano steal the souls of the innocent. To him, eliminating them was not an act of cruelty, but one of righteousness, a cleansing of filth that had festered for too long. Despite the warrior's continued efforts to reason with him, the tension in the air only thickened. The knight, who had remained silent until now, suddenly raised his sword, its sharp edge pressed against the warrior's neck. His voice was calm but firm as he posed a question that cut deeper than the blade itself. Would the warrior choose justice or goodness? Faced with the question, the warrior found himself unable to answer. Silence stretched between them, heavy and suffocating. Kim, reading the indecision in his eyes, gave him a final command. He instructed the warrior to take the Saintess and Edward away, making it clear that someone who couldn't even decide where their heart lay would only be a hindrance. The warrior hesitated, but ultimately he obeyed. Taking the two with him, he turned away, leaving behind the growing echoes of terrified screams. Inside, the demons, trapped and desperate, pleaded for their lives. They screamed for mercy, their voices cracking with terror, begging to be let out. But their cries fell on deaf ears. Kim, indifferent to their suffering, began his merciless purge. One by one, he devoured them, their agonized screams filling the space as they were consumed by the beast before them. He feasted upon them like a relentless predator, swallowing their existence without a shred of remorse. His hunger for destruction had only grown after his bet with the demon general, which had granted him new skills. The moment he acquired them, information flooded into his mind, knowledge seeping into him like a wave of uncontrollable power. With his newfound control over the casino, he quickly learned that it had once been greed's personal fortress, a domain where he had ruled unchallenged. Now, that control belonged to Kim. However, time was not on his side. As he contemplated his next move, he decided to test out a hypothesis. Removing the fire-extinguishing materials and allowing oxygen to fill the building, he took a deep breath. Then, unleashing his monstrous power, he breathed fire into the space. Within seconds, flames erupted, spreading rapidly until the entire structure was engulfed. The resulting explosion tore through the air, sending a fiery shockwave outward. Outside, the warrior, having led the Saintess and Edward to safety, turned back at the sound of the blast. His eyes widened as he took in the sight of the burning casino, its once mighty walls now crumbling in the inferno. The sheer intensity of the flames made it clear that there was no way anything inside could have survived. For a brief moment, he was taken aback. But then he recalled his conversation with Sir Kim. Steeling himself, he turned away and walked off, choosing not to dwell on the destruction behind him. Meanwhile, in the depths of the demon hideout, the remaining demon generals were thrown into a state of shock. The news that reached them was grim. Their forces had suffered devastating losses. A small demon entered the room, confusion and concern evident in her expression as she inquired about the situation. One of the generals, with a grave expression, informed her that they had lost contact with Sloth. Additionally, Greed's domain in Grand Vegas had fallen, and he was nowhere to be found. Hearing these words, the small demon froze. The realization hit her hard. There was no hope left for them. Tears welled in her eyes as she sobbed for the fallen, mourning the loss of two incredibly powerful demons. However, her grief was quickly met with a different perspective. One of the remaining generals, known as Jealousy, addressed her as Majesty and reassured her that their plans had progressed as intended, despite the absence of the four great kings. There was no need for sadness, he claimed. Still overwhelmed with emotion, she questioned him, asking if she should not mourn the deaths of her comrades. In response, the general apologized, acknowledging the tragedy, but emphasizing that those who had fallen had volunteered to face the warrior. Their sacrifices had been noble, and to grieve excessively would only tarnish their memory. Gradually, she nodded in understanding. She agreed that the warrior had indeed been delayed, and with their plan reaching its final stages, their losses were necessary. Accepting the situation, she sighed, stating that their sacrifices were for the greater good. With that, she excused herself, feeling drained. Once she was gone, the two generals, Jealousy and Lust, found themselves engaged in a brief argument regarding their titles. Despite their differences, Lust showed a particular interest in their Majesty's grand plan. He mused that with the final stage approaching, there would be no more setbacks. Their fates had already been sealed. Jealousy, listening to his words, gave a cryptic response. He asked who among them should be the first to die. Without hesitation, he volunteered himself. Lust, watching him with a mixture of concern and curiosity, questioned his decision. But Jealousy simply smiled, assuring him that he was merely an old man who wished to go first. The scene then shifted back to the ruins of Grand Vegas, where the aftermath of the explosion lay in stark contrast to the once thriving domain. Amidst the destruction, the lone survivor Kim stood tall, unscathed. He reflected on his reckless decision to set fire to the casino, knowing full well the risks it posed to himself. His super regeneration ability, derived from troll-like traits, had a major weakness: fire. If exposed directly to flames, his regenerative abilities would be crippled, leaving him vulnerable to severe damage. Despite this, he had managed to shield himself, covering his body with dragon scales and lizardmen mucus. These measures had allowed him to withstand the inferno. However, he acknowledged his carelessness. If he had been more reckless, He could have faced real danger, especially considering his previous battle with the demon dragon. If that creature had breathed fire onto his regenerating shoulder, the outcome could have been disastrous. With this realization settling in, he took a deep breath, grounding himself in the present. The destruction was done, the demons had been wiped out, and now, the game was shifting into its next phase. Amidst the smoldering ruins, Kim's sharp senses picked up the faint sound of movement. His eyes flickered toward the source, where he noticed a salamander scuttling through the debris. For a moment, he wondered if the reptile had been a demon's pet, a leftover creature wandering aimlessly after its master's demise. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, the lizard sprang up, its body stretching unnaturally. What had once seemed like a harmless creature grew into a towering 10-foot-tall giant reptile. Intrigued by the transformation, Kim speculated that this creature had somehow managed to withstand the dragon fire that had engulfed the casino. The idea fascinated him. If this lizard could survive such intense flames, it must have some extraordinary properties. His curiosity quickly turned into hunger as he opened his mouth, preparing for another feast. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, grabbing the salamander by its thick tail. With a crushing bite, his razor-sharp, shark-like teeth tore into its flesh, slicing it apart in one swift motion. Satisfied with his meal, Kim later regrouped with the warrior and the others. Meanwhile, Prince Edward clutched his head, grimacing as pain throbbed through his skull. He groaned, thinking that being trapped inside that chip had been the worst experience of his life. As he rubbed his temples, his eyes caught Kim's smirking face, which instantly irritated him. Suspicious of whatever had put that expression on Kim's face, Edward muttered to himself, calling the guy a creepy bastard. However, Kim paid no mind to his thoughts and, instead of addressing anything of real importance, casually mentioned that he had escaped the fire. It was then revealed that the strange salamander Kim had devoured was no ordinary reptile. This rare creature was entirely immune to dragon fire. Its body secreted a unique fireproof mucus that covered its skin, seeping into its cells and shielding it from extreme heat. With this new discovery, Kim realized he could now integrate this ability with his troll skin, something he had previously been unable to do. He concluded that he had effectively overcome his biggest weakness. As Kim explained his newly acquired skills, Edward shook his head, struggling to process the rapid developments. He was further unsettled when he noticed Kim casually conversing in English, something that made him feel even more on edge. After a brief silence, Kim reassured him, saying that he would eventually return to where he came from once he figured out how. There was no need for Edward to worry. Despite the reassurance, panic flickered in Edward's eyes. His brother's words left him feeling uneasy. Knowing something intellectually was one thing, but feeling it in his heart was entirely different. He found himself threatened by the growing power of his sworn brother, and that realization gnawed at him. Kim, sensing the tension, began to ponder their working relationship. While they were technically allies, if Edward perceived him as an object of terror, it could lead to unintended consequences. Wanting to dispel any unnecessary panic, Kim decided to clarify things. He admitted that while he was indeed vicious, he was also helpful. Perhaps that balance would ease Edward's unease. Edward, still wary, questioned what exactly Kim meant by that. In response, Kim smirked and disclosed that he had handled matters for him while he had been unconscious. He casually informed him that the warrior had turned his back on justice and chosen goodness instead. Hearing this revelation, Edward's eyes gleamed with recognition. He had hit the bullseye, his lips curled into a grin, a wicked excitement flickering in his gaze. This marked strike number 2. He was only one step away. If he could satisfy one final condition, he would finally be able to kill the warrior. It was then that the true nature of the warrior's power was revealed. He was not just the most powerful being on the Elmwood continent in terms of sheer physical strength, he was also protected by something far greater. The grand scheme of life itself, known as destiny, safeguarded him. As the Demon King's army closed in, attacking the warrior, an extraordinary event took place. The warrior dodged a fatal blow, a strike that would have obliterated any ordinary human 1,000 times over. But it wasn't just skill or instinct that saved him. Whenever he found himself in a life-threatening situation, someone would miraculously come to his rescue. If he faced an opponent far beyond his capabilities, chance would intervene, granting him an unexpected victory. Even in scenarios requiring an impossible 1-in-a-million outcome, a miracle would occur without fail. This was the cruel reality. Killing the warrior required more than sheer strength. His protection from destiny was absolute, shielding him from any force that sought to destroy him. No one had ever existed with power strong enough to overthrow this force. Because of this, the cycle had always remained the same. The Demon King had been slain by the human warrior, and the human king had fallen at the hands of the demon warrior. However, there was a loophole. The protection of destiny only applied if he remained a warrior. If, for any reason, he went against his qualifications and lost his title, destiny would no longer safeguard him. He would be vulnerable. Meanwhile, oblivious to the grand scheme unfolding around him, the warrior was merely relieved to have found a carriage. Their journey ahead was long, and this small stroke of luck eased the burden. Edward, mocking his fortune, jested that it was only because of him that they had been blessed by the goddess herself. Still, the prince knew the truth. As they rode, he took the time to explain to Kim the requirements that defined a true warrior. The most righteous, the most just, and the most virtuous. These were the three pillars that upheld the title of a warrior. However, the warrior had already defied two of these conditions. In the demon village, he had abandoned virtue. In the casino, he had turned his back on righteousness. Now, only one qualification remained. If he forsook it, he would no longer be a warrior. Kim and Edward conversed in Japanese, ensuring that no one else could understand their discussion. As they rode in the carriage, Kim's curiosity got the better of him. He turned to Edward and asked why he was so determined to kill the warrior. For a moment, Edward was silent. Then, with a sigh, he admitted that this had never been his original plan. He was simply carrying out his father's will, the damned bastard who had devised it all. The king had always intended for his firstborn son to inherit the throne, while Edward, the second son, was meant to serve as an advisor. But in order to ensure this outcome, the king had come up with a cunning strategy. If the warrior were to lose his title, he would be disqualified from being the warrior and forced to choose between remaining in his position or succeeding the throne. It was a plan meticulously crafted to strip him of his destiny's protection. However, despite all his scheming, the king had never gone through with his plan. And so the burden had fallen to Edward. Now the prince was determined to see it through to the end. Edward had always feared the wrath of the goddess. Even his father, the king, had hesitated to carry out his plans due to this divine retribution. But somehow, Edward had come across those very plans, uncovering the schemes his father had once crafted but never put into action. Though he admitted struggling immensely to unlock the seal enchantments that had hidden them, he had eventually succeeded. After making some revisions of his own, he had set out to carry them through himself. Kim, piecing together the implications of his words, acknowledged what Edward was getting at. However, that still didn't answer the real question. He wasn't asking about the logistics or the strategy behind it. He wanted to know why Edward personally desired to kill the warrior. After all, Edward didn't seem to harbor any particular hatred toward his older brother, certainly not enough to justify outright murder. Edward, smirking at Kim's persistence, finally revealed his true motivation. If his brother the warrior were to die, then the despair their father would feel would far outweigh any sadness of his own. That alone was reason enough. It wasn't about justice or vengeance. It was about watching the old man suffer. Before Kim could dwell on Edward's disturbing reasoning, they arrived at the vast expanse of the Flatfield Plains. According to the map, this was supposed to be where the Demon King's castle stood. However, something about the location immediately struck Edward as strange. In every game he had ever played, the Demon King's castle was always surrounded by lava, perched atop jagged cliffs, or hidden in the middle of a poisonous swamp. Yet here, it sat in the middle of an open field with nothing but grass stretching endlessly in every direction. It made no sense. Kim, equally baffled, found the placement utterly ridiculous. Who in their right mind would build their capital in such a vulnerable spot? The very thought of it seemed illogical. This realization led them to believe something was terribly off. The more Kim looked around, the more unsettling the landscape became. There was absolutely nothing. No insects buzzing, no birds soaring overhead, not even the faintest rustle of wind through the grass. Edward frowned, muttering under his breath, as he tried to piece together what had happened to this place. Meanwhile, Kim grew certain that something awaited them just ahead. Suddenly, the uneasy stillness was shattered. The horse let out a loud, panicked cry and abruptly stopped in its tracks, trembling violently. Its entire body shook with uncontrollable fear, and no matter how much they urged it forward, it refused to take another step. The warrior emerged from the carriage, his brows furrowed as he tried to assess the situation. Edward, crouching beside the horse, attempted to examine it for any signs of injury. Yet nothing seemed physically wrong. There was no wound, no visible strain, just pure, paralyzing terror. Maybe the horse is just exhausted, Edward muttered, though he wasn't convinced by his own words. The warrior, however, wasn't so sure. He felt something, an odd sensation crawling beneath his skin. It was an unshakable feeling, as though something unseen lurked just beyond their vision. When his younger brother asked if something was wrong, the warrior shrugged off his unease. "I did feel something strange," he admitted, "but I can't say exactly what it is." He then suggested that they might get some answers if they approached the castle, but with their horse refusing to move, they were effectively stranded. No matter what they tried, the horse would not take another step. First, Edward attempted to calm it by feeding it fresh grass, but the animal refused to eat. Then, the saintess stepped forward, using a gentle healing spell in case the horse was suffering from some unseen affliction. However, her magic revealed no injuries. The horse was in perfect health. Kim, on the other hand, had a different approach. He decided to scare the horse, hoping that a burst of adrenaline might snap it out of its fear. Unfortunately, this only made things worse. The poor creature began to tremble even more violently, its legs barely holding it upright. Finally, the warrior, trying one last tactic, gave a rousing speech about the noble duty of slaying the Demon King. He spoke with conviction, hoping to ignite the fire of determination within their steed. But the horse remained utterly unmoved. Realizing they were out of options, they decided to spend the night there. It wasn't ideal, but they had no other choice. Just as Edward finished untying the horse to let it rest, the animal suddenly reared back, kicking him hard before bolting into the distance, disappearing into the night. The warrior's senses sharpened immediately. Something was very wrong. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword, his gaze sweeping across the empty plains. "We're already surrounded," he said grimly. A voice, low and eerie, drifted through the air. "How terribly disappointing," it murmured, filled with condescension. "To think that this is the company the warrior keeps." The words carried a mocking tone, directed at Edward in particular. The unseen figure scoffed, calling him dense, lacking in vigilance, and utterly miserable at deduction. "Worse than any creature I've ever encountered," the voice sneered. "How have you even made it this far alive?" The warrior's grip on his sword tightened. "Show yourself," he demanded. The voice chuckled. "Is there a need for that?" With a slow, deliberate motion, the unseen speaker raised his magic staff and slammed it against the ground. The earth trembled violently beneath them, shaking so fiercely that, for a moment, they believed it to be an earthquake. Then, the truth became clear. The ground beneath them shifted like air, and suddenly, thousands of undead beings began to emerge from the soil. Skeletal hands clawed their way out of the dirt, hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie light. The air filled with the sound of groaning and scraping bones. And finally, the figure revealed himself. Standing amidst the undead horde, his presence commanding and his aura suffocating, was one of the four great kings. "My name is Richmond," the demon declared, his voice steady and cold, "and I am the one who will stop you here." Then came the revelation of who Richmond truly was. Richmond de Ahmad, better known as Jealousy, had served the demon kingdom longer than any living being, 200 years to be exact. He had witnessed the rise and fall of 3 demon kings. He had fought 2 warriors each as formidable as the current one. For half of his long life, he had held the title of Chancellor, the highest-ranking official directly under the king, overseeing every operation within the kingdom. Such a feat was rare even for demons, whose lifespans stretched far beyond those of humans. But Richmond's case was unique. He was not bound by time. For Richmond was not simply an old demon, he was undead. Yet he was not a mindless zombie nor a mere skeletal wraith. Nor was he an incomplete undead like a vampire, whose existence depended on the blood of the living. No, Richmond was something far more terrifying. He was a lich, the highest-ranking undead. An immortal being, one who could never die. As long as the phylactery containing Richmond's soul and power remained intact, his strength continued to grow, making him more powerful than ever. The experience of death had changed him. No longer did he fear destruction, for each resurrection only made him stronger. His arrogance now knew no bounds. Even within the Demon King's castle, where generals once held their own authority, none dared to challenge him. Not even the Demon King himself would oppose him. Richmond's presence was absolute until that day. The previous generation's warriors had stormed the Demon King's domain, their might carving a path of destruction through the demon army. Richmond, standing at the forefront, had summoned a vast army of undead across the flat-field plains, believing that sheer numbers would halt the invaders. But the battle did not unfold as he had anticipated. The warriors, wielding the power of light magic, annihilated his forces in mere moments. His grand army, the legions of the dead that had once been his pride, crumbled under the holy radiance, and then the warrior slayed him. When Richmond's body was eventually restored through his phylactery, it was already too late. The warriors had long since left, their mission fulfilled. The Demon King had been slain. The humiliation was unbearable. The once feared general had fallen, his failure becoming the subject of whispers and mockery. Other demons spoke of his arrogance, calling him selfish for relying so heavily on his undead forces. A lesser being might have silenced them with brute force, clinging desperately to wounded pride. But Richmond was different. He was a genius, a researcher, a sorcerer who sought understanding rather than excuses. Instead of lashing out, he chose to investigate the reason for his defeat. The primary cause was clear: the warrior's light attribute magic. The undead were inherently weak to holy energy, and his army had been utterly powerless against it. Over the next 4 years, Richmond dedicated himself to overcoming this fatal weakness. Through relentless experimentation, he sought to imbue his undead soldiers and even his own physical form with resistance to light. The results were unprecedented. He had not only granted his forces tolerance to holy energy, but had also strengthened himself beyond measure. Now he stood more powerful than ever before. Meanwhile, the saintess and the warrior found themselves perplexed. Normally, the presence of undead would be easy to detect, as they radiated resentment and malice toward the living. Yet, they had sensed nothing. Even more unsettling was the fact that Angela, the saintess who wielded holy magic, could not detect any trace of evil from these undead creatures. The warrior, wary of the mystery before them, instructed Angela to cast holy magic to confirm their suspicions. The spell washed over the undead army, but instead of harming them, something unthinkable occurred: their bodies became cleaner. At first, confusion gripped them, but then horror set in. Her magic had not exorcised them, it had healed them. The realization sent chills down Angela's spine. Richmond, watching their shocked expressions, decided to unveil the truth. With a calculated motion, he struck his magic staff against the ground, sending forth another wave of holy energy. The sight that followed was impossible. His undead army began glowing with the power of holy magic. The warrior's composure broke. This defied all logic. Angela, too, stood frozen in disbelief, her mind unable to process what was happening. Richmond, relishing their confusion, finally revealed his secret. Reaching into his robes, he retrieved an object, a temple's holy scripture. Angela's breath caught in her throat. She immediately recognized the book. It was an official temple relic, a scripture reserved for high-ranking disciples. The sheer absurdity of it shook her to the core. Richmond, ever amused, mocked her shock. He had been a disciple of the temple long before she had even been born. For decades, perhaps even centuries, he had studied the holy scriptures, reading them over and over again to build a tolerance to holy magic. But he had not merely read them, he had practiced their teachings. He had acted out the deeds of saints and holy men, following the sacred rituals with absolute devotion. Angela, struggling to comprehend, found herself insulted by the implication. Richmond had the audacity to compare his faith to hers, claiming that her mere 10 years of devotion were beginner level in comparison to his own mastery. To further mock her, he gestured toward a particularly unsightly undead, stating that her level of devotion barely matched that of a lowly corpse. Fury burned within Angela. She could not stand the comparison. Richmond continued, revealing an even deeper truth: hatred and resentment were the natural sources of jealousy towards the living. But faith had allowed him to conquer jealousy, carving it out from within himself. By transcending that flaw, he had become the general of pure, unadulterated jealousy itself. Angela, refusing to accept such blasphemy, argued that undead creatures did not fit the temple's criteria to be recognized as natural forms of life. The idea that they could believe in the temple was absurd. Richmond, undeterred, responded with unshakable certainty. He claimed that there was nothing in the world untouched by the goddess. Every creation, no matter how insignificant, contained a seed of devotion. Even the bodies of the undead had been created by the goddess. Their revival, orchestrated through magic, was still regulated by divine law. The truth hit Angela like a bolt of lightning. Richmond had just quoted a verse from the scripture. Her faith wavered. She muttered in disbelief, struggling to accept that even demons could possess faith. The goddess could not possibly bestow the power of holy light upon such foul creatures. But Richmond shattered that illusion once more. He recited another verse, affirming that foul creatures who turned to the light could receive the goddess's blessings. Angela's heart pounded. He wasn't wrong. His devotion was genuine. Realizing the implications, she tried to twist the situation, claiming that they carried a divine message sent by the goddess herself. Richmond, however, dismissed her argument entirely. The laws of the heavens, he stated, were invalid in his territory. Even if the goddess herself declared his actions wrong, it did not matter. He had vowed loyalty to the Demon King, and that oath was absolute. With no more need for conversation, Richmond closed the scripture and gave his final command. The undead army charged. Angela, reacting on instinct, cast a holy barrier around them. But to her horror, the undead broke through it with ease. As a zombie lunged toward her, its gaping mouth ready to devour her flesh, a burst of light magic struck it, obliterating the creature. Prince Edward had intervened, summoning a shield of light. Edward stood his ground, calling out Angela's name and forcing her to snap out of her panic. Her gaze locked onto him, memories rushing back a childhood moment. Edward shielding her from wolves. A warmth spread through her chest before she quickly shook off the thought. There was no room for personal feelings. Refocusing, she joined Edward, who smirked, satisfied that she was back in the fight. Meanwhile, Kim, who had been resting on the carriage, was rudely interrupted by a demon. With zero hesitation, he whacked it with his armored hand, sending it flying. The warrior, concerned, asked if he was all right, to which Kim casually leaped off the carriage, relieved to find himself in one piece. The warrior warned him that light magic was ineffective, but Kim didn't care. He stepped forward to face the undead horde. Without hesitation, Kim ripped a demon's arm from its body and crushed it like it was nothing. The warrior stood dumbfounded. Kim grinned. The undead broke too easily, so he would just keep breaking them.
A blazing dragon burst through the fiery sky, wings wide, radiating heat across the battlefield below. The monstrous orc general roared furiously, eyes blood red, recognizing the approaching threat that defied their expectations. From atop the dragon, Prince Edward locked eyes with the orc leader, preparing for a decisive strike. Prince Edward whispered, "Kim, transform." His trusted dragon companion roared, its body beginning an unstoppable evolutionary ascent. With newfound power, Kim transformation completed. Prince Edward prepared himself. This final battle would determine humanity's ultimate survival. Prince Edward glanced sideways, confused by Eddie's calm expression amidst the chaos unfolding before their eyes. A thought crossed Edward's mind. Did Eddie already anticipate this outcome, hiding crucial information from everyone present? Struggling to process everything, Edward hesitated before asking the question nagging his mind, "Sir Kim, is a dragon?" Eddie remained silent momentarily, then answered clearly, "No, he's not." His confident tone only deepened Edward's confusion. Edward pointed towards Sir Kim standing atop the dragon's head. "Then how exactly do you explain this?" Eddie lowered his voice, explaining he couldn't reveal Sir Kim's identity, bound by an unbreakable sworn oath. He added, "Sir Kim's origins differ from normal humans. His power threatens even the balance of nations." Edward's mind raced. He whispered to himself, "A shapeshifter? Sir Kim is a powerful, dangerous shapeshifter?" Eddie avoided answering directly. Edward's thoughts darkened, considering Sir Kim might be a dangerous half-demon or worse. Finally, Edward pieced everything together. Sir Kim's mysterious power and Eddie's hints confirmed an unsettling half-demon hybrid truth. Edward's thoughts darkened further. If Sir Kim isn't a demon or shapeshifter, that only leaves one possibility. "No, it can't be true," Edward muttered. His gaze fell upon Sir Kim, questioning everything he knew. Despite uncertainty, Edward remembered Sir Kim's victories, defeating demon generals and saving them from certain death countless times. Edward's fingers clenched against the dragon's scales. Sir Kim had even just saved them from undead forces. With heavy conviction, Edward recalled slaying the great monster of destruction himself, using nothing but sheer will. Edward's doubt deepened. "I can't let my guard down even for a second near him." There's no way, Edward thought, but could Sir Kim really be the hidden monster of destruction? Meanwhile, below, orc forces gathered rapidly. Their leader sensed something terrifying approaching from beyond the skies. Sir Kim descended swiftly, determination unwavering. His mission was clear: eliminate every looming threat before nightfall. Edward watched silently. It only took him minutes to control this battlefield. It's as if he's unstoppable. Edward narrowed his eyes. "So, this is the Demon King's castle. It looks surprisingly unimpressive, almost plain." He continued, "It looks more ordinary than I imagined." Eddie's voice interrupted, urging him to stay alert. Without hesitation, Edward turned, spotting relentless undead forces pursuing them, their growls echoing across the fading skies. Eddie assessed the situation calmly. "From that distance, they'll catch us in exactly 2 hours. Prepare accordingly." Edward's expression hardened. 2 hours! He clenched his fists, fully aware of the decisive battle looming ahead. Edward calculated grimly. "We must defeat the Demon King and escape, riding Sir Kim within 2 hours." Frustration crept in. "That's not enough time," he thought, realizing the situation demanded an impossible, reckless decision. "If we don't slay the Demon King before the undead arrive, complete disaster is unavoidable," Edward concluded. Edward clenched his fist, standing firm. "Sir Kim, I have a request." His voice carried unwavering determination. Before any reply, Sir Kim descended rapidly. A thunderous impact echoed as they landed before the castle. Edward dashed forward, blade ready. His final mission was clear: confront the Demon King without hesitation now. Eddie called out, "Right then! Sir Kim, best of luck!" The air grew tense with urgency. Sir Kim nodded silently, his draconic form unwavering. No words were needed, his intent was already clear. Without delay, Edward sprinted toward the castle's towering entrance. The looming battle felt impossibly close now. Suddenly, his eyes widened. An unknown presence appeared before him. Something or someone was already guarding the entrance. The demon guards shouted, "Intruders! Human soldiers!" Their horns sounded, echoing across the desolate battlefield with urgency. The guards formed ranks quickly. "They're headed for the castle! Stop them before reaching the entrance!" yelled commanders. Charging recklessly, the demon soldiers swarmed forward. One roared, "Filthy humans! Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, a thick purple liquid splattered from above. Confusion and panic spread among the advancing demon soldiers. Sticky ooze covered them completely. What is this?" one stammered, struggling helplessly against the mysterious immobilizing substance. The demons struggled in panic, coated in thick purple slime. Confusion turned to dread as heat intensified. With a thunderous blast, flames ignited the battlefield's sticky fuel combusted, engulfing demon forces in a blazing inferno. Sir Kim muttered, "That's flammable fuel I prepared earlier. Just needed the right spark to trigger detonation." He added, "No guards left to open the gates. The undead won't enter until chaos calms." The orc warlord snarled in fury. "That damn dragon!" he roared, snapping his teeth in bitter rage. The undead horde howled in frustration. "Damn it! It flew away!" Their prey had slipped beyond reach. Rumors spread rapidly. Could he be the dragon of Stuckfit, the one breathing fire repeatedly? They wondered. The orc commander scowled. "It doesn't matter who he really is. What matters, he's a dragon. Kill him!" With a swift gesture, the orc grabbed his weapon, ordering a relentless pursuit without hesitation or mercy. His voice echoed furiously. "Damn it! A dragon!" Fear mixed with rage as flames lit the horizon. The commander listed calmly, 3 weaknesses of the undead light attribute magic: sunlight exposure and natural body decay. "I overcame their first weakness with piety," he muttered. "Holy resistance rituals strengthen the undead against light. The second weakness is irrelevant after sunset," he added, watching the last rays of daylight disappear entirely. "For the third, I removed bodily moisture to halt decay, though now they're dry and vulnerable to fire. Regardless, we'll be useless to our king if we die before reaching the castle gates," he concluded. The undead commander clenched his jaw. "I'll leave the king's protection to Lust and act independently here." With a fierce glare, he prepared his forces. His priority shifted completely to eliminating the approaching dragon. His voice roared across the battlefield, "Bring down that dragon!" Orders were absolute. Resistance would not be tolerated. Without hesitation, the undead legions moved. Their footsteps thundered across the barren land, charging directly toward the dragon. They dashed relentlessly, ignoring pain and fear, driven only by the command to destroy their formidable adversary. Edward led his team through the massive gates. Enemy forces gathered rapidly, blocking their path ahead. Without slowing down, Edward sprang forward, blades drawn, preparing to clear a path for his comrades. His sword slashed cleanly through enemy ranks. Undead soldiers collapsed instantly, unable to withstand his precise strikes. Edward called out, "This way!" His team adjusted course immediately, following him through the chaos and danger. A sudden powerful gust swept through the corridor. Edward turned sharply, sensing a dangerous presence approaching fast. Edward looked surprised when he saw an explosion that was about to happen in front of him. A deafening explosion shook the hall. Edward skidded back, instinctively bracing for whatever had just landed. Dust swirled violently. The team drew weapons, alert. She shouted, "Warrior!" her voice filled with alarm. The ground trembled with a heavy stomp. A massive figure stepped forward from within the crumbling smoke. A towering demon warrior emerged, arms pulsing with energy, horns glowing and rage radiating from every inch. The towering figure revealed himself Julius de Lustedo, otherwise known across the demon realm simply as Lust. A male demon of unmatched allure, his body now powerful, built with perfectly honed, rippling muscles. Once, 10 years ago, Julius appeared vastly different, leaner, smaller, fitting the traditional image of an incubus. Incubi, mid-tier demons, relied on charm to drain humans' vitality, rarely developing physical strength or imposing builds. Yet somehow, Julius transformed entirely, from a seductive incubus to a warrior rivaling demon kings in might. Lust's transformation began a decade ago, shaped by painful memories of loss and the bitterness of parting. Back then, Julius was arrogantly confident in his beauty, relying solely on appearance rather than genuine strength. A deafening explosion interrupted the memory. Edward launched himself through the debris, eyes locked directly on Lust. Determination burned in Edward's eyes. This fight wasn't about beauty or status, only raw will and survival mattered. Lust growled, catching Edward mid-air effortlessly. While you little, his grip tightened, muscles flexing with monstrous power. Furious, Lust slammed his fist down. "I was reminiscing, you coward!" His frustration echoed through the halls. Edward ignored the outburst, his focus unwavering. He darted forward, sword ready, capitalizing on Lust's distraction. With a surge of energy, a magical barrier activated. Bright geometric patterns surrounded the entire chamber. Edward pushed through falling debris, determined to break through before the defensive magic fully sealed his escape. Lust's body tensed. Dark energy coiled around him, eyes narrowing as he prepared a devastating counterattack. Edward charged directly at Lust, unleashing a powerful strike, his sword glowing with concentrated lethal energy. An explosive shockwave erupted instantly. The entire chamber trembled under the overwhelming force of their direct clash. Both figures were thrown back, their silhouettes blurred as they crashed through walls, trailing debris and dust. Another deafening boom shook the ground. Lust's body collided violently against a pillar, cracks spreading outward rapidly. With a final crash, Lust collapsed amidst the rubble, his massive frame motionless beneath the shattered stone. Lust lacked the cunning advantage of greed and didn't possess overwhelming military strength like jealousy either. In a fair one-on-one battle, the warrior's combat skill easily surpassed Lust's charm and physical strength. Edward commanded, "Your Highness, priestess, we must hurry!" Without hesitation, everyone dashed toward the final confrontation. Lust coughed painfully, accepting defeat. "I knew it. I couldn't win against that warrior with my strength alone." Collapsed and broken, Lust whispered his final words. "Forgive me, Demon King. This is as far as I go." Edward pressed his trembling hand against the towering door, knowing the final battle was moments away. His mind raced. The Demon King! He's right behind these doors! Edward took a steadying breath. With a heavy creak, the grand doors slowly opened, revealing the ominous throne room's eerie silence. A lone figure stood before the throne, silver hair flowing, his presence radiating absolute authority and power. The Demon King turned slightly, eyes glowing faintly. "Julius!" he called out, his voice surprisingly calm. Edward's heart pounded, his gaze sharpened. "Is that the Demon King?" he whispered under his breath. The sky darkened, Sir Kim's sword above, wings wide. A looming confrontation was about to begin. The dragon began eating mid-flight, casually devouring enemies. Each bite fueled his overwhelming and terrifying power. The undead commander watched nervously. Why isn't he breathing fire on us? His confusion grew with unease. Realization struck. He's eating enemies to empower himself further. "That monster doesn't even need fire anymore," he muttered. The undead commander's eye twitched. Is he just stalling for time? Paranoia crept through his mind. He wondered nervously, should I send some troops to the castle immediately before it's already too late? High above, Sir Kim smirked. "I think I've gathered enough strength now," he muttered confidently. With a mighty flap, Sir Kim shot downward like a meteor. The final strike had begun. Eyes wide in terror, the commander screamed, "He's coming!" The entire undead horde braced for annihilation. The undead soldiers shouted frantically, "Fire resistance! Fire resistance enhancement!" Panic spread through their ranks like wildfire. Determined despite fear, the commander roared, "Bring it on, dragon!" His soldiers prepared for the inevitable onslaught. Sir Kim's sword gracefully above them, wings slicing through the sky, his massive form blocking out sunlight. Suddenly, Sir Kim unleashed a thick, bubbling substance from his jaws, raining it down without mercy. The viscous liquid splattered across the undead, clinging tightly. Confusion turned to terror as the trap activated. The undead commander stared at the mysterious liquid falling from above, uncertainty tightening around his thoughts. A sudden explosion startled him. His gaze shot upward, eyes wide at the descending, ominous energy sphere. Confused, he gasped, What is this?" His instincts screamed danger, but his body refused to react quickly. He sniffed cautiously, trying to analyze it. "Is it poison?" Fear replaced the arrogance in his expression. With a defiant snort, he pushed aside the fear. "No, it's just another trick," he muttered confidently. The commander laughed mockingly. "You're weaker than expected. Poison and cheap tricks won't defeat my forces." Sir Kim calmly spit the poison aside. His eyes locked onto the commander, voice cold and clear. "You're right. Poison won't work," Sir Kim admitted. His body tensed, power rapidly gathering within his core. The commander's eyes widened in horror. No way! Could that really be his fire breath incoming? Without hesitation, Sir Kim unleashed a massive blazing flare. The scorching inferno poured directly toward the undead. The undead commander stared up. "Huh?" Confusion spread across his face, realizing something wasn't right. He laughed arrogantly. "Your little fire breath is adorable! My fire resistance spell makes this entirely useless!" Before he could finish, a massive explosion erupted. Flames consumed everything, overwhelming even his strongest magic defenses. Eyes wide, the commander stumbled back. What just happened? His mind couldn't comprehend the overwhelming destructive power. Chaos broke loose among the undead. Screams filled the air as panic spread through their crumbling ranks. The black ooze ignited instantly, flames racing through the undead ranks faster than anyone could react. Heat surged across the battlefield. Bones sizzled, flesh melted. The deadly concoction worked exactly as Sir Kim planned. Explosions erupted in a chain reaction. The entire undead horde was consumed in a brilliant, fiery inferno. Sir Kim hovered calmly above. It's poisonous, but mostly a flammable fuel equivalent to 30 full-powered fire breaths. Below, firestorms continued raging endlessly. The once unstoppable undead army collapsed into smoldering ruins beneath Sir Kim. The commander stared blankly. "It can't be. His disbelief deepened as explosions echoed relentlessly around him. Eyes wide, he muttered again, "This can't be!" Fear gripped him tighter with every devastating explosion. The firestorm grew uncontrollable. "This is—" His voice trailed off, lost beneath the deafening roars of destruction. The ground rumbled violently. Flames reflected in his hollow eyes. His army was completely engulfed by devastation. One final explosion loomed above. The sky itself seemed ready to collapse under the weight of destruction. The commander's protective gem shattered instantly, its magic barrier collapsing into fragments under the overwhelming destructive force. The core fragment fell, swallowed by flames. Moments later, a massive explosion consumed everything in blinding light. Explosions echoed across the battlefield, blazing fires consumed everything. Undead armies advanced relentlessly despite the chaos. A skeletal warrior, eyes glowing red, screamed in agony as molten debris seared through exposed bone. Suddenly, a blinding beam of energy shot through the sky, crashing directly onto the battlefield's trembling ground. Smoke cleared slowly. The skeletal warrior stood, chest glowing faintly, body unnaturally surviving the devastating blast. The warrior inhaled sharply, power surged through him, body trembling. Something ancient had awakened deep within. The skeletal commander raised his hand, commanding the undead horde to halt immediately without hesitation or confusion. Explosions thundered nearby. Amidst the chaos, the skeletal commander sensed something powerful watching from the distant horizon. The massive red dragon observed silently, wondering if the undead general had already fallen to earlier devastation. Frustrated, the dragon muttered, "This isn't even a real fight." His eyes scanned the battlefield for entertainment. Observing the flames, the skeletal commander smirked, confident. With Salamander's power, consuming them now feels perfectly justified. The skeletal general inspected fallen corpses, disappointed. None possessed valuable skills worthy of his precious consumption effort. Disgusted, he decided returning to the castle for stronger prey would be a wiser strategic choice. Explosions intensified behind him as he flew towards the castle, leaving the burning battlefield completely in chaos. Footsteps echoed ominously inside the dark castle halls. A familiar figure approached with unwavering, calculated movements. A soldier collapsed, groaning painfully. His final words echoed faintly, "My king, that warrior bastard approaches again." The warrior entered the grand hall alone. His determined footsteps echoed between the towering, ominous stone pillars. With each heavy step, tension grew. His unwavering eyes stayed focused, scanning ahead for any sudden movement. He narrowed his eyes, sensing a hostile presence nearby. His grip tightened instinctively around his sword's hilt. A distant voice mocked, "Well, well, look at the warrior, living up to his pathetic, brave reputation." Without hesitation, he approached the massive doors. Behind them awaited the final confrontation he had long anticipated. The heavy doors creaked open. The warrior stood firm, eyes locked on the council gathered ahead. He clenched his fists tightly, disbelief written across his face. His sharp voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Inside, nobles and knights stood divided. Confusion and uncertainty filled the room, awaiting someone's final commanding decision. Stunned, the prince stammered, "What did you just say, your brother?" His voice trembled nervously. The king stood resolute. "We mustn't kill. We must coexist." His calm words defied centuries of bloodshed. The red-haired knight panicked, pleading desperately, "But both of you, calm down and lower your weapons immediately." Sir Kim stepped forward, his voice sharp and commanding. "What's going on here? Explain everything right now." The prince hesitated before answering. "Sir Kim, you're late?" His gaze briefly shifted toward the silent, observing king. Sir Kim's eyes narrowed. "What happened to the Demon King?" His tone was direct, demanding precise information immediately. Pointing at the trembling horned woman, Sir Kim questioned coldly, "And who's the woman standing beside you?" The prince grabbed the demon woman's shoulder tightly, eyes conflicted. He feared revealing everything to Sir Kim. Sweat formed. Telling Sir Kim the truth is dangerous. If revealed, everything might collapse beyond recovery now. Ignoring hesitation, the prince's brother stepped forward boldly. "That woman hiding behind the warrior is the Demon King!" "Eddie!" the prince yelled desperately. His brother ignored the outburst, continuing with dangerous accusations against the trembling woman. Desperate, the prince pleaded, "Please listen to my side of the story, Sir Kim, before judging." Sir Kim's sharp voice echoed, "Are you suggesting the prince is lying? Speak clearly before accusations escalate." The prince sighed deeply. "No, he speaks the truth. However," his hesitant eyes fell toward the horned woman, "this girl is not the Demon King. I mean, she is, but—" His words stumbled under pressure. Frustrated, Sir Kim demanded, "What's that supposed to mean?" Confusion and growing suspicion clouded his focused expression. "She's in the Demon King's body, but her soul comes from another world," the prince confessed desperately. The prince raised his voice confidently. "My lie detection skill confirms she speaks the truth. Trust me." Sir Kim's expression hardened. His mind processed conflicting information quickly, eyes narrowing toward the trembling demon woman. The demon woman thought nervously, could the Demon King be the third person summoned directly from Earth? A past memory resurfaced. He had died before, reincarnated into this world bearing another man's unknown identity. Kim, however, was transported entirely mind, body, and soul to Elmwood Continent. His existence remained fully intact here. Confused, the demon woman wondered, then what exactly is the Demon King if not truly me? She remembered everything clearly. The Demon King's body was simply inhabited by an ordinary human woman herself. Once, she lived a quiet office life, uninterested in people. Her true passions were reading and collecting memorabilia. Because of her hobbies, she didn't take becoming the Demon King too seriously. Everything felt strangely familiar. Possessing someone's body? That was a common trope in novels she avidly read during her peaceful earthly life. Naturally, she treated her new Demon King life as a dream, applying Earth's systems and modern concepts. Her knowledge transformed the Demon Kingdom, advancing its strength rapidly. Humans struggled as demons gained overwhelming power. The imbalance triggered divine intervention. The goddess sent a warrior, restoring balance between humans and demons. Still, she couldn't believe any of this was real. Everything felt scripted, like a familiar novel, yet she wasn't the protagonist. Her loyal generals fell easily, defeated before achieving anything truly significant. Defeated and trembling, the demon woman collapsed. Reality struck hard, awakening a long-buried fear within her. With hope extinguished, she knelt before the warrior. Pride shattered, her only choice was to beg mercy. Through trembling lips, she confessed everything. The hidden truths and forbidden secrets spilled before the watchful warrior's eyes. Sir Kim's voice cut sharp. So, you caused chaos, and now surrender simply because you're scared? A knight objected. Sir Kim! That's not what she another interrupted harshly. You believe this otherworld nonsense? Sir Kim's thoughts raced. I don't fully believe it, but none of that matters anymore now, the prince shouted desperately, voice shaking. I guarantee it, Sir Kim. She speaks nothing but the truth. His voice faltered briefly, and his hands trembled slightly, struggling to find the courage to finish his sentence. Tears welled up. Too many lives have already been lost. His voice cracked under the weight of regret. Clenching his fist tightly, the prince broke down. His sorrowful cries echoed through the tense, silent grand hall. The atmosphere grew heavier. Tension filled the air as every warrior awaited Sir Kim's final decisive command. Sir Kim lowered his gaze briefly. Right then, I see. His voice was calm but held finality. He took a deep breath, his sharp eyes reflecting a dangerous resolve. No hesitation remained within him. The prince swallowed nervously. Sweat rolled down his cheek as he anxiously awaited Sir Kim's next words. Sir Kim stepped forward decisively. It's time. His voice echoed through the hall, signaling the inevitable confrontation ahead. The prince gasped, What are you? But before finishing, Sir Kim's sword flashed toward him immediately. Without hesitation, Sir Kim charged. His strike was swift, precise, aimed directly toward the prince's vulnerable chest. The prince's eyes widened in disbelief. Time seemed to freeze as the gleaming sword tip approached relentlessly. A sharp stab echoed through the hall. The prince collapsed, Sir Kim standing above him, expression cold. He fell silently. His vision blurred as Sir Kim's blade pierced cleanly, ending all remaining resistance immediately. Kim's sword shone briefly. Its ancient blessing ensured justice prevailed, bringing judgment to traitors and those betraying sacred duty. His final thought echoed quietly. At least I tried. And with that, his consciousness faded into darkness. Memories of his defiance spread quickly. His name would forever remain tied to the rebellion against human suffering. At the capital, a memorial was quietly built. No royal titles engraved, only the name he simply remembered. Without hesitation, he had chosen mercy. Yet in doing so, he ultimately betrayed his own righteous ideals. The warrior's purpose faded. He was no longer righteous, just a man burdened by regret and sorrow. Eddie? The prince stammered, eyes wide with disbelief. Blood dripped steadily from the fallen hero's trembling lips. You didn't hesitate when I called your name, the prince said coldly. You've already chosen your path. The shattered sword lay silent. With no righteousness remaining, you've become powerless, like a discarded broken sword. Breathing heavily, he forced a broken smile. I know what you're about to say. Save your breath. A blade swung wide through the air. His brother's eyes narrowed. You resent me, don't you, he? He collapsed to his knees. The strength left his legs, his body no longer obeying desperate commands. With fading breath, he whispered, But this is the only way. His voice barely reached his brother. Tears mixed with blood. That's not. His words failed completely, lungs struggling as another painful cough escaped uncontrollably. He collapsed hard against the cold floor. His final breath escaped, whispering faintly, Ed, die, before silence. Confused and terrified, the red-haired knight gasped. What? What's happening? What is going on right now? Her panicked eyes darted toward his unmoving body. Eddie, he was the warrior. How could you? Frantic, she rushed forward. "The warrior! We must heal him! There's still time! Hurry!" she pleaded desperately. Before she reached him, a gauntlet grabbed her wrist firmly. Sir Kim's cold voice ordered, "Wait! Sir Kim?" she called out, startled. His grip tightened around her wrist, cold and unrelenting in silence. "We must hurry!" she insisted, struggling. "If we don't heal him, the warrior will truly die!" Sir Kim said nothing. His eyes were hollow, his presence darker than anything she'd ever sensed before. "Sir Kim?" she whispered again, her voice trembling now, finally sensing something deeply wrong in his silence. Without warning, Sir Kim sank his teeth into her neck. Chomp! The horror was immediate and undeniable. With just one more condition completed, the prince declared coldly, "We'll finally kill the warrior without failure." His expression hardened. "But first, we must deal with the priestess. She complicates everything too easily." Kim raised an eyebrow. "That's unexpected." His tone was sharper. "I thought you actually liked her, Prince." "So you noticed?" The prince smirked faintly, trying to hide the lingering regret twisting within his chest. With a soft, bitter chuckle, he admitted, "I do. But sentiment has no place in this mission. If we end the warrior's life now," the prince explained carefully, "my throne will vanish instantly. If my brother becomes first prince, I lose everything. Worse, our entire contract falls apart immediately. The priestess's healing surpasses belief," he added. "She once revived someone whose body was practically minced meat." He exhaled sharply. "Basically, she's immortal. To kill her, we must completely destroy her body without mercy." Kim's eyes darkened, his voice low, calm, dangerous. "How?" One simple word held terrifying weight behind it. The prince gave Kim a reassuring pat. "Don't forget, we've got a monster on our side. Remember," he said calmly, "this thing can transform into a dragon and swallow enemies whole without effort." Kim smirked. "You're mistaken." His tone shifted, dark and confident. Something terrifying stirred behind his steady eyes. "I don't need a dragon," Kim said, grinning wide. "I can swallow them whole myself." The prince laughed nervously. "Gotta admit, I'm glad you're on my side, not the enemy's." The prince warned, "They might still escape even after you devour them. Be careful, Sir Kim." "That won't happen," Kim replied calmly. His eyes darkened, a chilling confidence radiating from his composed expression. "From experience, whatever I swallow doesn't end up in my stomach. It disappears, somewhere else entirely. I'm not sure where exactly, but it's impossible for them to escape unless their body physically reappears." Without hesitation, Kim walked forward. The prince stood back, watching carefully, uncertainty hidden behind his composed face. Kim glanced at the fallen enemy. The prince casually asked, "How about it? Want to eat him?" Kim shook his head. "I'd rather not leave his body lying around. Gotta ensure he's truly dead." Kim turned away. "Forget it. His skills are worthless. Besides, if the goddess appears, that's enough proof." The prince stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You're right, but I do wonder how she'll grant wishes." A sudden glow surrounded him. His eyes widened slightly, sensing the familiar divine presence descending upon them. A blinding light descended. Kim shielded his eyes, confused. "What?" The goddess's presence had finally arrived. Moments later, Kim found himself standing alone, surrounded by unfamiliar light beneath his feet. Everything felt eerily silent. He blinked slowly, realizing the battlefield had vanished. Only endless white space stretched out before him endlessly. Something stirred his instincts. Kim's gaze sharpened, searching carefully for the source of the faint magical presence. A small, glowing cube floated toward him. It emitted a peaceful energy, completely unlike anything he expected. Kim stared silently at the floating cube, his mind racing to process this unexpected, surreal encounter. His eyes narrowed. "Are you the goddess?" he asked cautiously, unsure if this was divine or deception. "I am," the cube responded cheerfully. Kim frowned. "Your statue didn't look anything like this strange form." "This form reflects subconscious ideals," it explained. "But for you, no suitable avatar exists under normal system parameters." Kim crossed his arms. "So, what exactly is the goddess, then?" His voice carried suspicion and curiosity combined. The cube displayed a hologram. GODDSS stands for Great Organizational Design and Developmental Ecosystem Supervisory System. It manages skills, status, and maintains world balance. Also creates monsters and oversees all soul reincarnation processes. Kim clenched his fist thoughtfully. "So, the goddess isn't a being, but simply a highly advanced management system?" He crossed his arms. "I have questions. First, why was I even brought to this strange world?" Cube replied calmly. "Earth borders this world. Occasionally, system errors accidentally transfer people here through dimensional breaches." Kim asked, "Why do monsters resemble legendary Earth creatures?" His eyes narrowed, remembering Earth's dangerous myths clearly. The cube responded, "They were created based on legendary beings from your adjacent world Earth's historical monster records." Kim folded his arms. "You don't mind us killing the warrior? No objections from this so-called goddess?" The cube spun lazily. "I am aware of that outcome. You may proceed as you desire." Emotionless calm, it added, "I am merely a system. I do not possess feelings, only logic and functions. Kim asked coldly, how come? His eyes remained sharp, voice calm but demanding clear, logical answers immediately. The warrior system was designed for balance through competition, the cube explained, but the outcome differed completely. Both societies stagnated, it continued. However, after this incident, I've discontinued the warrior system permanently. No more warriors. Kim frowned. Won't one race dominate now? Without competition, how will balance between them be maintained? Cube answered, humans aren't one race. They'll fight among themselves. Elves, dragonkins, hybrids, and lizardmen will compete freely. Kim stood firm. Now, the main business, fulfilling my wish for participating. That's the system's promise, right? He raised his head, eyes resolute. Can you send me back to Earth? His voice trembled slightly. The cube floated silently. A long, eerie pause filled the empty space between them without immediate response. Its expression remained unreadable, almost reluctant. The glowing cube drifted closer, silently processing his heavy, heartfelt request. He sensed something was wrong. The request triggered an alert deep within the dimensional system's core protocols. A monitoring entity materialized, summoned automatically to verify an irregular presence now detected in this world's framework. It scanned his existence, registering abnormal influence values far beyond what any transferred being should produce naturally. The system flagged him as a threat. His accumulated strength had begun distorting the world's internal balance. He realized his return was blocked not by choice, but because he now anchored this realm's destiny. He confirmed the system's restriction was real. His presence alone was deemed disruptive to natural dimensional stability. Curious, he asked whether the system could reveal a method for Earth return without divine intervention assistance. The system paused, stating the answer depended on a different continent's authority, requiring approval from Edward Grand. Without hesitation, he canceled the request, trusting Edward's commitment to their deal, knowing he'd act if necessary. With Earth handled, his new focus became clear. Surpass every being and dominate this world without exception. Mr. Kim studied the dragon corpses, realizing their extinction allowed new apex predators to rise unchecked. These new life forms evolved unnaturally, thriving in chaos and feeding on the remains of former dominant species. Mr. Kim identified them as priority threats, apex predators, with unpredictable abilities, requiring immediate observation and confrontation. The cube responded instantly, unlocking coordinates to their lairs and preparing dimensional access for immediate transport and targeting. Knowing stronger enemies awaited, Mr. Kim strengthened his resolve. Each battle brought him closer to absolute evolutionary dominance. Mr. Kim stood ready, awaiting the system's prompt. He could now claim one enemy's special ability. Faced with limitless potential, Mr. Kim hesitated, deciding which power to absorb would define his next evolution. Each creature held terrifying traits: instant movement, regenerative bodies, unmatched speed, and control over physical manifestation. He considered carefully, realizing that one decision could limit future opportunities or shift balance too soon. Choosing patience, Mr. Kim postponed absorption. He would wait for the moment that demanded a precise advantage. Mr. Kim declined the reward not from doubt, but because the time to claim it wasn't right. He realized those monsters hadn't appeared yet, because the world still lacked defenders strong enough to face them. Reaching the top now would dull his instincts, inviting risk from future rivals or emerging threats. To truly rule, Mr. Kim needed lasting dominance. No rival should ever reach or surpass his strength. He decided to wait. More creatures remained, and his hunger for growth was far from satisfied. Mr. Kim confirmed he'd claim the reward later, ensuring the system would honor the pending transaction properly. The system acknowledged his request, freezing the process and marking the chosen skill under temporary eligibility status. When asked about returning, Mr. Kim learned he could resume immediately, though re-entry might cause brief distortion. Without hesitation, Mr. Kim accepted. Time was valuable, and his momentum couldn't be stalled by uncertainty. In a flash of light, he was transported back, ready to continue shaping the fate of this world. Mr. Kim reappeared in the temple chamber, greeted calmly by a priest already expecting his sudden return. The priest wiped his brow, surprised the goddess manifested in a form familiar to someone like Mr. Kim. Confused, Mr. Kim questioned the statement. He hadn't recognized any personal connection to the goddess's physical appearance. He learned the goddess always reflected one's subconscious ideal, determined by deep, often hidden thoughts or desires. Watching in silence, another wondered, if that truly was Mr. Kim's ideal, did he understand or even regret it? The priest clenched his fist subtly, hiding frustration beneath a composed expression as he watched Mr. Kim. He accepted the situation's outcome, then shifted the conversation, suggesting curiosity about his own recent divine wish. Mr. Kim listened carefully, intrigued by the priest's confidence in acquiring powerful, future-shaping knowledge through the goddess. When Mr. Kim inferred Earth-related secrets might be included, the priest confirmed it without hesitation, subtly smirking with pride. Their interests aligned for now, each man holding a piece of the path back to Earth's door. Mr. Kim acknowledged their temporary alliance. Both had something the other needed to fulfill future survival plans. Behind his confident smile, Mr. Kim suspected the priest's ambition extended far beyond a simple return to Earth. Elsewhere, the enemy ranks stirred new forces began rising, empowered by ancient rituals and forgotten bloodlines of chaos. Communities were falling silently as enemy soldiers advanced, strengthened by forbidden ceremonies lost to history for centuries. With morale high, the demonic armies launched a large-scale invasion, now rallying behind a dark and unknown king. The frontline archers panicked as overwhelming enemy numbers surged forward, forcing them into disarray under growing pressure. Before orders could be reissued, one soldier was struck down, collapsing instantly from a sudden fatal blow. A second wave followed, another defender dropped, and the general realized their position was collapsing faster than expected. Struggling to rise, he surveyed the chaos. The invading army moved in perfect rhythm, outmatching their defenses. The general's eyes widened. Enemy forces now carried weapons unknown to this world, capable of explosive, precise destruction. Sweat ran down the general's face as dread settled and defeat felt closer with each moment passing. He looked across the fallen bodies, overwhelmed by despair. Was this truly the end of humanity's resistance? Pain surged through his chest as hopeless thoughts took hold, until a sudden sound shifted his attention upward. Eyes widened, he shouted instinctively. Reinforcements were approaching. Someone had answered their silent plea for salvation. A high-speed projectile cut through the sky, heading straight toward the battlefield with overwhelming, blinding precision. High-speed objects crashed into the battlefield. Massive projectiles and blue energy shards tore through the enemy's front lines. Explosions echoed across the plains as enemy ranks broke formation, thrown into chaos by overwhelming surprise force. The general looked up, stunned by the attack's precision. It wasn't magic, but something completely unfamiliar and devastating. Relief spread across his face. With this pace, they could hold the fortress for several more days. But just as hope returned, a deep tremor shook the walls. Something massive approached from beyond the gate. A soldier cried out as the gates opened. What approached wasn't an enemy, but unexpected reinforcements. The general turned in disbelief as the shout confirmed it. The elite, yet infamous, Third Order arrived. He repeated the name aloud, confused. The Third Order was known more for politics than battlefield achievements. Whispers echoed. These knights were nobility's children, trained in theory but untested in real combat or discipline. Still, they charged boldly through the gates, armor polished, banners flying, determined to prove they weren't just figureheads. One knight charged ahead with reckless confidence, only to be struck instantly, falling before he could react. The general recognized the danger and shouted. There wasn't time to mourn, only time to seal the gate. A soldier hesitated, torn between duty and abandoning the knights, but the general's scream left no room. The enemy horde surged closer, flooding into view, thousands advancing, moments away from overrunning the open fortress. Chains pulled tight, soldiers yelled in unison, desperately trying to shut the gates before it was too late. Soldiers struggled to seal the gates, but the chains snapped under pressure, leaving the entrance fully exposed. A demon commander shouted orders, seizing the opportunity. The open gate meant total annihilation of human forces. The general stood frozen. He believed this was truly the final stand for humanity's last stronghold. A soldier cried out, pointing upward. Something was descending rapidly from the sky, burning through clouds with speed. From above, a towering demonic figure landed hard, radiating power. An enemy leader had entered the battlefield. A glowing cross-shaped weapon raised high. Edward Grandcontine arrived, radiating resolve and prepared to fight. With unwavering voice, Edward declared his presence, his arrival signaling hope amidst chaos and a shift in momentum. The king's pulse quickened as news arrived. He demanded confirmation of Edward's reported victory over the demons. The messenger knelt, affirming the report. Prince Edward had single-handedly disrupted the entire demon army's momentum. Nobles cheered wildly, confident now in Edward's rising legend and the unexpected shift in their kingdom's fate. The king, stunned, questioned aloud how Edward accomplished such an impossible feat without divine or magical support. Edward's arrival on the battlefield had crushed morale. His bold entrance shattered the demon army's coordination and focus. The court remained silent as the messenger stepped forward, all eyes fixed on the king's judgment. He recalled Edward's arrival. Vividly, light streaked the sky as demons were obliterated within moments of his strike. The king growled in disbelief, furious anyone dared bring such exaggerated news into his royal chamber. Desperate, the soldier insisted he had witnessed it directly, with no illusion or trickery involved whatsoever. The king's expression shifted. His voice dropped. Something deeper troubled him, something beyond mere doubt or pride. As the court murmured with praise, nobles openly compared Edward's rising presence to that of a king. The messenger's words lingered. Edward had surpassed expectations, and now stood as humanity's shining symbol of hope. The king, masking his thoughts, acknowledged the achievement, but internally, unease grew stronger with every passing moment. Left alone, he scoffed silently. Edward a hero? He saw only ambition equal to his own. Doubts crept in. Edward's decisive blow against the demon king may have served another, hidden purpose entirely. Whispers spread about the warrior and priestess's deaths, rumors hinting they didn't fall in normal combat. The king rejected the official account, suspecting Edward executed them quietly after the battle had ended. To the king, eliminating allies afterward wasn't unthinkable. He admitted he would have done the same strategically. Meanwhile, records about the warrior's return plan mysteriously disappeared, further deepening suspicions surrounding Edward's intentions. The king quietly concluded if Edward betrayed and killed the warrior, it wasn't shocking, it was calculated. The king wondered aloud why hadn't Edward faced divine punishment if he'd truly betrayed and killed the warrior. A high priest reminded the court, harming a warrior violates sacred law tied to royal authority and devotion. Yet no punishment came. Instead, the oracles spoke only praise for Edward's unmatched influence over the world. With growing reverence, temple priests gradually shifted their loyalty away from the goddess's warrior toward Prince Edward himself. Alone with his thoughts, the king clenched his fist. Something didn't add up, and it deeply disturbed him. The king sighed in resignation, accepting that Edward's growing accomplishments could no longer be dismissed or ignored. He admitted Edward had changed, becoming someone even he, the reigning monarch, no longer fully understood or controlled. Though pride lingered, the king accepted reality. If influence mattered most, he must adapt or be outpaced. Edward, meanwhile, departed for Saint-Ouen, choosing action over comfort, avoiding the mansion upon his triumphant return. Rather than rest, Edward journeyed across Grand Contine, inspecting borders and analyzing threats from the demon lands. Whispers of Edward's dominance spread. Once doubted by nobles, he now gained reverence even among former enemies. Nobility across regions, once suspicious and proud, began labeling Edward a national hero worthy of praise. A few days later, Edward's arrival in Saint-Ouen stirred excitement throughout the city's fortified streets. Riding through the gates, Edward remained composed, his presence alone enough to silence crowds and command respect. Cheers erupted across balconies and rooftops. Citizens shouted with joy, welcoming their unexpected symbol of human strength. Citizens shouted Edward's name with excitement, cheering wildly as he passed through the capital's bustling main street. He rode calmly through the roaring crowd, surrounded by admirers reaching out and praising his every step. Cries echoed, "Hero of humankind, bless our prince." Edward absorbed it all with a composed, silent smile. As he approached the castle gates, he braced himself for duties beyond public celebration and praise. Inside, a knight greeted him urgently. Sir Xavier needed him immediately regarding matters too serious to delay. Edward stood with his knight, reflecting on how detached they were from the world's heavy burdens. Xavier warned him the king was growing suspicious, and Edward's moment to gain favor had already passed. Edward dismissed the concern. Uninterested in glory or status, focused solely on achieving his true goal, Xavier questioned his certainty. But Edward confirmed the plan confidently. Information from the goddess had removed all doubts. With a calm smile, Edward nudged Xavier forward, reminding him the next phase couldn't be delayed. Edward offered his parting words, wishing Xavier good luck as their paths briefly diverged once again. A ceremonial bell echoed across the courtyard, signaling the arrival of someone both influential and expected. As golden gates opened slowly, Edward composed himself. This meeting required caution, precision, and controlled diplomacy. He stepped confidently onto the carpeted hall, entering with authority but no intention of yielding control. The herald's voice boomed, announcing the arrival of the Grand Duke of Hallen Azal, Edward's next guest. Trumpets flared as Edward's full title echoed: Warrior of Light, Royal Heir, and Commander of Sacred Power. He walked with firm steps through the ceremonial hall, eyes fixed ahead, ignoring all whispers behind him. The king narrowed his gaze, watching Edward's approach silently, unsure whether to welcome him or resist him. Edward smiled slightly, sensing the tension but showing no sign of hesitation or visible reaction. The king questioned everything. Was Edward still loyal, or had his journey turned him into something uncontainable? Edward approached the throne with poise, draping his cloak aside while his hand lingered near his waist. The king, watching with growing paranoia, immediately ordered the guards to act if Edward touched his sword. Tension peaked as Edward's fingers moved just inches from his weapon. Silence filled the chamber like smoke. The king's throat tightened, eyes fixed on Edward's hand, heart racing with a mix of fear and doubt. Edward remained calm, his faint smile unbroken, letting the moment hang without drawing the blade. Yet the knight swallowed nervously, watching Edward's movement as he finally handed over his sheathed weapon without resistance. Edward knelt gracefully, his posture controlled, offering no threat, only protocol and formality within the royal court. He spoke calmly, asking after the king's well-being, voice neutral but laced with subtle emotional undercurrents. From the throne, the king replied, formally grateful, yet measured as if weighing every word in return. Edward smiled slightly, tone respectful but pointed, reminding the king that strength and survival came through shared legacy. The king watched silently, his expression hardening, uncertain of what Edward's next words might reveal. Edward spoke respectfully, acknowledging the king's burdens and sacrifices, yet hinting that he now understood them personally. He rose without permission, surprising the court, his cape trailing as murmurs stirred among the gathered nobles. The king snapped, furious at the breach of protocol, asserting his authority in front of the assembly. But Edward remained composed, declaring he now knew the path he must take, with full conviction. Guards rushed to action as tension spiked, but none dared move before Edward's overwhelming divine presence. A radiant blade materialized in Edward's grasp. He claimed it with purpose, his aura calm yet decisive. He declared there was no need for further bloodshed. He fully understood the burden of rule. The king panicked, unable to grasp Edward's intent. Fear took root as uncertainty gripped his heart. Edward smiled calmly, sword drawn not in rebellion, but to announce a transition of power without violence. The lone knight advanced toward the throne, determined to confront the ruler who betrayed the royal oath. The king recognized him instantly, his former general, now turned rebel after uncovering the court's darkest secrets. Guards moved in swiftly, surrounding the knight with lethal precision. Their formation signaled orders to execute immediately. Instead of retreating, the knight stood firm, power gathered quietly in his sword, energy pulsing beneath his grip. He activated an ancient technique long forbidden in the kingdom. Light erupted, signaling the start of reckoning. Light engulfed the knight's body, layers of magical armor formed, protecting him from all physical retaliation. A radiant shield emerged beside him, generated by the same divine energy coursing through his glowing armor. The royal guard hesitated, confused by the transformation. One demanded answers, fearing betrayal from the throne itself. Without a word, the knight lunged. His blade pierced clean through the guard's side in a swift motion. He twisted the blade with precision, disabling the soldier instantly. The path to the king was clearing. The knight's blade cut down another soldier cleanly. His movements stayed sharp, precise, and without hesitation. From the throne, the furious king shouted. He cursed himself for trusting the knight's loyalty ever again. He clenched his fists, declaring loudly that betrayal was inevitable. Some men were born to deceive and destroy. Yet beneath his rage, the king revealed confidence. He had prepared countermeasures long before this rebellion began. A hidden switch clicked. From above, elite assassins silently descended, trained to kill without pause or mercy. The king's trap activated, but the hidden doors clicked uselessly. No one appeared to defend him. Confusion spread across his face. His fingers kept pressing, but no signal triggered any assassin's arrival. Frustrated and alarmed, the king demanded answers. No guards responded, no footsteps echoed back in loyalty. From behind, nobles began snickering. Their eyes betrayed amusement. As if everything was happening exactly as planned, the king's expression broke. He realized too late those closest to him had orchestrated his downfall all along. Farouz de Glutitrod emerged, his biology alien and form unstable, yet known across worlds for bizarre traits. He was a parasite made from multiple minds. No host was needed to maintain full consciousness. Even when parts of him split off, Glutitrod still commanded them like limbs of a hive. After consuming an entire demon city, his control grew sharper. His infection abilities advanced significantly afterward. Now his detached bodies could invade others, manipulate emotion, erase memory, and spread his presence without notice. The knight proposed brainwashing the palace staff. Control through subtle manipulation would ensure total obedience. His ally warned of risks, but the knight remained confident. Their plan accounted for the king's suspicion. He explained the method: amplify their empathy centers, make them emotionally attached to him through neural stimulation. He had already tainted the palace by spreading his eggs through the royal water system unnoticed. Using the demon's infection technique, he ensured control. He thanked the dead creature for its usefulness. Glass shattered as the knight burst through, eliminating the last guard without hesitation or wasted movement, and blood stained the floor behind him. His steps remained steady, focused on reaching the throne. He remembered the pain his mother murdered. Assassins sent to kill him, innocents stripped in silence. The knight recalled Angela's exile to the temple, just another move in the king's cruel schemes. Standing before the king, he declared there were too many crimes that needed final answers. With a firm strike, the knight lunged forward, blade aimed directly at the king's exposed chest. The king reacted too slowly. His shout of rage was cut short by the piercing blade. Steel met flesh. The king's body jerked violently as the sword drove deep into his torso. Coughing blood, the king stammered a name, Edward, realizing too late who had brought about his ruin. His hand trembled, blood poured down. The throne room fell silent as the king's strength gave out. The king's lifeless eyes stared ahead, body frozen in shock as the last breath escaped him. Edward delivered the final blow, severing what remained of the man who had ruined his life. The corpse collapsed, crown falling beside him. Silence settled over the throne room like a closing curtain. The king's dying fingers clutched the shattered crown, powerless to reclaim the authority already stripped away. Edward turned without hesitation, cloak flowing behind him. His vengeance complete, he walked away from the throne. Edward stood calmly, now wearing the royal cloak. The bloodshed was over, but not the mission. Suddenly, glass shattered above him. A shadow descended rapidly, disrupting the silence of the throne room. Edward turned his head slightly. A cloaked figure had crashed down, landing hard among the corpses. The cloaked man groaned, startled by the surroundings. His voice cracked, demanding to know who attacked. Another stranger leapt down behind him, dark armor, sharp glare, ready to fight before questions were even asked. Blood dripped from the man's hand as he confirmed their mission, every threat in the palace eliminated. He casually dropped the blood-stained crown, no longer seeing it as a symbol worth reverence or fear. Edward slowly reached out, preparing to claim the crown and take the throne left behind in ruins. With no one left to oppose him, Edward muttered confidently his path to power was now clear. Suddenly, applause echoed through the throne room. Someone unexpected was still watching, ready to interrupt the ending. Hands clapped in unison as survivors and traitors alike applauded the brutal but effective rise to power. The throne room filled with cheers. No one questioned the methods, only the results that followed. And then, Edward took the throne at last. His eyes scanned the room, emotionless and unreadable. As day faded, the chamber dimmed. He sat alone, surrounded by silence and stained history. Now cloaked in shadows, Edward leaned forward. His reign had begun, but peace was far from guaranteed. From the shadows, a white-cloaked figure observed Edward, watching silently from the edge of the hall. Edward acknowledged the presence calmly. He anticipated the confrontation and already understood what would be said. He recalled his wish to gain ultimate knowledge granted by the goddess herself after years of sacrifice. Through that power, he guided Sir Mr. Kim to every target that needed to be erased. His brother's dying words haunted him. Now he laughed bitterly at the warning. "Don't cross the line." Edward stood as the robed figure approached, fury building. Their presence challenged the throne he just claimed. He shouted with frustration, blaming the figure for speaking too late after he'd allied with a monster. Commanding power surged into his palm. He ordered the figure to leave and never return again. He declared the world had already changed. Whatever the past held no longer mattered to him. To him, humanity's image was shattered. Only those who adapted ruthlessly had any right to remain. Edward calculated his next move, returning the Chosen One to Earth, would require immense and specific sacrifices. He listed the targets: kings of elves, dwarves, hybrids, and lizardmen, each ruler destined for execution. Their severed heads must be offered at the temple shrine, igniting an era ruled by war. Inside the chamber, Mr. Kim jotted notes about distant lands, strange dishes, and quietly scribbled travel dreams. He paused, surprised by Edward's entrance. The book slipped from his hands onto the polished floor. Edward approached calmly, asking his brother what exactly he'd been writing with such secrecy and focus. He read the title aloud: Fantasy World, Food Travels, a name both absurd and curious to hear. Mr. Kim smiled slightly. He planned to return to Earth, eliminate enemies, and vanish under a new identity. Mr. Kim declared his plan: he would write a book detailing his experiences in this fantasy world, and he grinned, explaining the working title: Fantasy World Food Travels, a journal of culinary power-ups. Edward mocked the title, suggesting a better one, something that highlighted Mr. Kim's strange method of growing stronger. Mr. Kim stayed confident. He admitted writing wasn't his strength but would hire a ghostwriter to help. Then, he smirked proudly, claiming the story wouldn't flop. He'd lived every insane chapter personally. Edward's hands trembled slightly. He began piecing together the reality behind his brother's long-term plan. He acknowledged Mr. Kim's intention and proposed they begin discussing how to achieve the return to Earth. Edward explained the goddess's conditions, sacrificing the heads of the kings from each major non-human race. Mr. Kim asked if that was truly possible. Edward responded truthfully it wasn't achievable in their current state. He retrieved classified records, warning that these rulers were far stronger and more protected than the Demon King. Edward analyzed the map, warning that their enemies would soon form alliances and attack together as one. He explained the elves' strength: exceptional archers empowered by magic, capable of precision attacks from any range. Next came the dwarves, masters of blacksmithing, forging enchanted weapons feared even by ancient magical beasts. Hybrids and lizardmen possessed superior strength and agility, making them physically dominant in any battlefield encounter. Edward concluded grimly, even with numbers, humanity's forces couldn't overpower the enemy's individual, specialized advantages. Edward walked with resolve, holding classified documents that would shape the future of their crumbling kingdom. He declared the need to unify all humans under one rule to resist the rising threat. Mr. Kim closed his book and listened, nodding as Edward emphasized prioritizing national unity above all else. Curious, Mr. Kim opened the folder Edward left behind and began flipping through the contents inside. His eyes narrowed. It was a detailed hit list: names, faces, and targets for planned eliminations. And Mr. Kim stared at the file, initially assuming it to be a cold, calculated assassination list. Edward clarified calmly it wasn't a kill order, but a strategic proposal with deeper implications inside. Curious, Mr. Kim turned the document over, flipping to the section Edward had specifically instructed him to read. His eyes widened as he discovered maps, zones, and detailed notes on monster and creature territories, kraken sightings, manticore trails, and griffin habitats, all documented precisely, hinting at something larger than war itself. Mr. Kim flipped through more pages, reading names like Serpent Lake and Green Dragon Mountain. With rising excitement, his eyes lit up. The document wasn't just information, it looked like a detailed treasure map. Edward smiled, pleased by Mr. Kim's reaction, and said he was glad the gift had meaning. Without hesitation, Edward reached for a box, ready to make Mr. Kim's new role official and binding. He declared Mr. Kim the kingdom's top-secret royal investigator, tasked with uncovering the unknown for the throne. Mr. Kim questioned the legitimacy of the title. Unsure if such a position had ever officially existed, Edward casually admitted he invented it just like the secret guardian knight position from before. He explained the advantage. Unlike knights, investigators could travel freely while still holding royal authority. Mr. Kim nodded, realizing the benefits. With freedom and a treasure map, he'd eliminate targets without restriction. Accepting the seal of power, Mr. Kim turned toward the door, ready to begin his new mission. Edward reminded Mr. Kim to maintain appearances. They couldn't let others think the kingdom's heroes were divided. Mr. Kim reassured him with a wave, then exited quickly. Mission documents tucked securely under one arm. Outside the chamber, Mr. Kim paused, reviewing the pages and mentally preparing for the path ahead. He began sorting his objectives, routes to take, places to avoid, and critical regions needing attention. The volume of information overwhelmed him. He needed to plan fast. Success depended on precision and clarity. Mr. Kim walked forward with confidence, convinced that with every mission completed, he'd return even stronger. He reaffirmed his goal. The stronger he grew, the closer he'd come to completing everything. And meanwhile, Edward rested calmly, believing Mr. Kim would succeed without needing interference from the throne. Edward expressed cautious optimism, though his words hinted that Mr. Kim's unchecked strength could become a future concern. From above, a cloaked figure watched them both. Already labeling Mr. Kim as a potential security threat, Edward spoke calmly, assuring himself that keeping Mr. Kim close was necessary to prevent any future threat. He summoned a spy in secret, assigning them the task of monitoring Mr. Kim's every movement. The shadowy figure accepted, identifying himself as Supervisor Silent Eyes of the Royal Intelligence Network. Far away, the head administrator of the council reviewed recent reports about Mr. Kim and Edward's alliance. Knowing Mr. Kim's rise could disrupt balance, the council began preparations to interfere with Edward's growing power. The royal assassins were once conditioned to obey only the reigning king under strict magical constraints. However, if the prince inherited a possession directly tied to the king, control could be transferred. Though the king intended to pass a ring, Edward seized the crown and claimed his authority. By holding the crown, Edward activated the condition, and the assassins instantly became loyal to him. With the assassins and royal guard both under command, Edward now ruled the kingdom's entire military force. Edward knew that controlling the military wasn't enough. He still needed stronger, more loyal allies abroad. Smirking, he decided it was time to contact a specific warrior he'd heard rumors about. They said this swordsman trained alone, fought anyone for coin, and never lost a single duel. Edward couldn't risk delays, so he sent orders to bring the man directly from the frontier. Moments later, the warrior appeared ready, armed and calm, reporting for duty exactly as Edward had requested. Mr. Kim reflected on his position. Holding influence felt strange, but it was better than being powerless, and he chose to leave politics behind. His concern now was action, not orders or titles. With sword in hand, Mr. Kim stepped into sunlight, committed to a path of pure adventure ahead. Now revered as a hero and royal ally, Kim reflected on his darker past on Earth. In truth, he had once been a high-profile criminal hunted by governments and criminal groups alike. Constantly moving to survive, he never had the freedom to enjoy a single personal hobby. Sports were impossible, as exposure risked revealing his identity to authorities or informants in public places. Even gaming and streaming, where dangerous online contact could easily lead to someone uncovering his past. After years of hiding, Kim found himself finally drawn to books, stories, and recorded human history. Reading became a quiet obsession. He studied guilds, traditions, and the behavior of past civilizations. Though many details were inconsistent or dramatized, he couldn't stop turning page after page for more. Outside, he saw minstrels, street dancers, and performers-entertainers who captured emotions with rhythm, costume, and voice. For the first time, Kim felt drawn not to power, but to how people told stories. Felina watched the bard passionately speak, her heart stirred by promises of music, glory, and purpose. Crowds filled the plaza, lured by dreams. She whispered her vow and stepped toward the Grand Academy. Months passed. Lessons, practice, struggle. Felina stood proudly, no longer a dreamer, but a trained, hopeful bard. Alone on unfamiliar streets, she wandered with a lute, her songs unanswered by the distracted townsfolk. She lowered her voice, defeated, Tales of truth went unheard, only blood and battles filled their desire. Felina tightened her grip on the lute, scowling at memories of bards chasing cheap applause. She dismissed them, all those clowns with empty noise, unworthy of the title she once admired. Her feet climbed creaking steps slowly, doubt crawling in, questioning the path she chose long ago. She reached Santo Fabriel, heart heavy. This city was her last hope of meaningful purpose. Inside, voices swirled and boots echoed. Felina stepped forward, unnoticed, into a place filled with strangers. Felina glanced around the tavern, quietly observing each face, scanning for someone who might listen. She noticed a loud table nearby, a group of mercenaries sharing drinks, laughter, and exaggerated stories. One adventurer sat silently beside them, armored, focused, and unmoved by the noise surrounding him. Her eyes shifted again toward the back, finding someone cloaked and alone near an empty corner. That figure slouched over a barrel, unmoving and quiet, clearly just a drunkard with no interest. And Felina looked away from the cloaked drunk, deciding it was best not to get involved. Mercenaries and adventurers didn't mix well. One fought people, the other monsters, and tension always followed their presence. Sitting down gently, she knew one wrong song could spark a brawl between prideful warriors. But she smiled slightly, knowing she'd prepared something special and ace to keep tempers in check. Rising boldly, she declared a tale of heroes, capturing the crowd's curiosity with a single verse. Felina strummed confidently, walking through the tavern while her melody began to capture everyone's attention. With each verse, her voice rose steady and clear, drawing eyes from every corner of the room. A mercenary chuckled, raising his mug, impressed by the familiar story told through her flawless rhythm. Coins clinked into her hat as listeners smiled and swayed, pulled in by the nostalgic tune. Felina smirked, pleased her plan worked perfectly. This song never failed to please and fill her purse. Felina continued her performance, but internally sighed she had sung this same tale for days. Still, she focused hard. The most emotional part was coming, and her income depended on it. Her voice softened as she sang the prince's sorrow and vengeance after losing his warrior brother. She described how his grief summoned divine power, granting him strength to defeat the demon king. And suddenly, a man yelled and stormed forward. Furious, his shout broke Felina's focus mid-performance. The drunken brute slammed the adventurer down, enraged, shouting something about kingdoms and personal insults. Then, his companions laughed, unfazed, mocking the adventurer for provoking him during his drunken state again. Felina blinked, confused and annoyed. His outburst had completely broken her focus and interrupted the performance. She assessed the odds silently. 4 mercenaries against 1 adventurer, not a fair fight at all. Thinking quickly, she readied a new tune, one praising mercenaries. Hoping to shift tension toward humor, Felina smirked, thinking her clever lyrics might calm the room and earn a few tips. But suddenly, a loud crunch echoed. The adventurer had moved, gripping the brute's arm tightly. Everyone froze as the drunk's expression twisted in pain, his eyes widening in complete disbelief. Then he screamed, stumbling back, clutching his injured arm while shouting in panic and shock. Before he could recover, the adventurer grabbed his face, silencing the room with sheer force. With one powerful slam, the adventurer drove the brute into the floor, silencing the entire tavern, and the mercenaries stood stunned for a second before anger twisted their faces into snarls. Shouting threats, 2 rushed in, one leaping forward with a fist drawn, ready to strike. The adventurer moved faster, dodging mid-dash and countering with a brutal punch to the attacker's face. Another body flew into furniture with a crash, drawing everyone's eyes to the growing brawl. The last mercenary lunged, shouting with rage, knife in hand aimed straight for the adventurer's chest. In an instant, the adventurer grabbed him midair and slammed his head through the wooden wall, and a smirk formed on his face as chaos and pain filled the tavern behind him. Screams, crashes, and pounding steps echoed. Terrified guests fled, while furniture shattered from the brutal fight. Felina burst through a hallway door, panicked, clutching her lute and running from the madness. Then, Felina ran full speed through the corridor, her mind racing just as fast with panic. That was insane, she thought, heart pounding. This could turn into serious trouble if I stay. Without hesitation, she disappeared into the streets, hoping to avoid getting tied to the chaos inside. Back in the tavern, the adventurer mocked their earlier words, amused by their shallow understanding. He tightened his grip on the man, begging for mercy, eyes cold, unmoved by fear. A cloaked figure entered calmly, scanning the chaotic scene and locking eyes on the aggressor's grip. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, confused yet firm, disapproving of such violence in a public space. Lowering his cloak, he declared boldly that harming the weak would no longer be tolerated here. And standing tall, Palron Purebreed revealed himself, slightly hiccuping but resolute in defending those being mistreated. The cloaked man observed the paladin carefully, noting every detail that could reveal hidden connections today. He recognized the paladin's sacred insignia, proof they belonged to the City of the Goddess faction. Paladins maintained control over the city's strongest powers, acting as protectors and enforcers of ancient law. The city itself resembled Earth's Vatican, a vast sanctuary built to honor the goddess and her will. Countless superhuman warriors lived there, each sworn to defend sacred relics and guard the city's deepest secrets. She moved with precise strength, her enhanced muscles enabling actions impossible for most trained soldiers or hunters. Her senses and reaction times surpassed normal humans, proving she was engineered as a certified human weapon. Creating a saintess demanded vast resources, forcing the city to invest heavily in each chosen candidate's growth. Even with global support, only one saintess emerged every decade, carrying expectations beyond any ordinary warrior's burden. To maintain power, the city developed paladins, a practical method to produce capable protectors alongside rare saintesses. Paladins were mass-produced protectors, trained quickly to serve in battle and guard the city's sacred walls. Once the system was perfected, creating 20 paladins at once became an efficient, sustainable defensive strategy. Although weaker than a saintess, each paladin held enough strength to overpower most enemies without hesitation. Humans, however, proved capable of defeating advanced machines, showing pure will could surpass any artificial design limitations. He watched her struggle, deciding this paladin was still far inferior compared to a true saintess. Without hesitation, he struck the guard down, ending the threat before anyone else could react properly. The sudden violence terrified the watching villagers, who screamed and backed away from the unfolding confrontation immediately. He turned calmly to the paladin, asking if she felt satisfied with this brutal, decisive action taken. She stared at him blankly, confused by his question, unable to understand his cold, casual demeanor. Awkwardly, she admitted she never thought victory would happen so fast, scratching her cheek in embarrassment. He explained calmly that he only reacted to danger, defending himself when they chose to attack. She looked startled, realizing his actions were not entertainment but a serious response to a real threat. His voice stayed cold as he criticized her performance, comparing it to a cheap, unconvincing stage act. Her face turned red with embarrassment, unable to form any response to his blunt, humiliating observation about her. Quietly, he pulled up his hood, preparing to leave without offering further explanation or any comforting words. He walked away without hesitation, leaving the paladin standing alone in the quiet, unsettled tavern air. She took a slow breath, feeling her heart calm after the sudden violence and his cold departure. Resolute footsteps echoed behind her as she turned, determined to leave this place and resume her mission. The county of Yarmain lacked any defensive plans, making it easy prey for stronger invading forces nearby. Its vulnerability came from leadership failures, unable to organize soldiers or protect citizens from the Demon King. At that time, the Demon King developed a plan to weaken enemies through targeted, precise attacks. He avoided the county of Fabro, dismissing it as unimportant due to scarce population and poor resources. Because of this neglect, Fabro remained largely intact while neighboring regions collapsed under constant raids and occupation. Afterward, countless refugees and weary mercenaries settled there, eager to claim new land and steady incomes. With trade booming, Fabro experienced its first prosperity, transforming into a thriving center of commerce and hope. With too many newcomers, the county created a rigid class system to separate refugees from established residents. The lowest class were refugees with nothing, while original citizens kept modest influence within the growing town. Mercenaries held the highest status, controlling trade routes, enforcing rules, and shaping Fabro's prosperity through strength alone. They solved disputes with bribes or force, knowing their power came from boosting the fragile economy's growth. Meanwhile, the Count ignored these problems, caring only for wealth, while lawlessness spread quietly through every street. He described Santo Fabro's current condition, emphasizing the corruption and chaos spreading under the Count's neglectful rule. The masked man nodded silently, understanding every detail without needing more explanation or additional clarifying questions asked. His calm voice asked when they planned to start, ready to move whenever the order arrived. The man offered to begin immediately, but the other decided they would wait exactly 30 minutes instead. As the masked figure departed, he promised to signal when the precise moment for action finally came. He noticed movement in the shadows, realizing the situation was about to escalate much faster than expected. A large mercenary squad appeared, armed and ready to crush anyone threatening their power over the streets. Their leader roared furiously, demanding to know who challenged the Crimson Gale mercenaries without any fear shown. He yanked his companion forward, forcing him to look around and search for the hidden opponent immediately. Watching calmly, the man studied their confusion, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal his next move. One man recognized the stranger, realizing he was the same person who humiliated them earlier that night. The hooded figure moved swiftly, his calm voice confirming he finally understood the mercenaries' true intentions here. He decided to act faster, knowing hesitation would only complicate everything and attract more unwanted attention. The mercenary leader scowled, already annoyed by the thought of wasting time on such petty opposition tonight. Grinding his teeth, he prepared to retaliate, refusing to let their reputation suffer from this single conflict. The mercenary leader grumbled, irritated by constant disruptions and feeling pressure to act before losing control completely. He decided fear would motivate his men, convincing them their target was nothing but a coward. With a deep breath, he prepared to shout commands and break any remaining resistance through intimidation alone. He bellowed a final warning, demanding the hidden enemy appear immediately or face overwhelming force without mercy. Suddenly, he noticed a silhouette moving, realizing too late that someone had already slipped behind them. A drunk man stumbled forward, unaware his sudden arrival had interrupted the tense standoff between both sides. He hiccuped, confused by the attention. While mercenaries glared and wondered who this fool could possibly be, the leader's heart pounded as he decided punishing this drunkard would send a clear, terrifying message tonight. He ordered his men to attack, eager to prove no one could mock them without facing consequences. With weapons raised, the mercenaries advanced, shouting threats and promising to silence the stranger for good. The drunk stranger smirked confidently, unfazed by the mercenaries' weapons and their loud threats against him. With sudden precision, he caught a spear midair, shocking everyone who expected him to collapse helplessly. In a single motion, he hurled the weapon back, forcing the mercenaries to scatter in panic. Their leader shouted frantically, insisting he never ordered anyone to kill as the scene spiraled out. Horrified, he realized losing control now meant surrendering Santo Fabro to whoever seized power first. The mercenary leader's voice cracked as he struggled to regain control over the tense, unpredictable situation unfolding. He shouted desperately, calling citizens to rise up and reclaim Santo Fabro from the corrupt mercenary gangs. A massive crowd surged forward, their unified roar shaking the streets and filling him with sudden dread. From the shadows, the masked stranger watched silently, satisfied his plan had finally reached its critical moment. He looked down, disappointed by the chaos spreading, knowing the Count had failed everyone in Fabro. With a bitter laugh, he called the absent leader a hopeless fool unfit to hold power. Fabro had once prospered under wiser rulers, respected across kingdoms before greed and neglect ruined everything important. In only 2 generations, the county decayed, losing its strength and becoming a place of misery. He sneered, questioning if tragedy should have made the Count stronger instead of weaker and more pathetic. He studied the file on Count Fabro, deciding the coward would be the first to fall. Rumors claimed the Count was drunk most nights, but he suspected there was more beneath them. Carefully approaching, he confirmed the palace still stood, even while the surrounding villages crumbled into desperation and ruin. Only Santo Fabro's center had developed properly, leaving distant outskirts forgotten and stripped of every useful resource. He watched a boy tending embers, wondering if anyone cared whether these people starved or survived alone. A pair of red eyes glowed in the darkness, watching silently from the tangled underbrush near camp. The boy's face twisted in terror when he noticed the hidden figure crouched between thick green leaves. Panicking, he screamed about goblins and sprinted towards safety without looking back even once for confirmation. The hunter smirked, dragging a dead goblin behind him, thinking this lawless place suited his lifestyle perfectly. By daylight, he hunted monsters across forests and rivers, supplying villages with meat and rare materials. Sometimes he remembered the 2 monsters whose bodies gave him powerful samples, feeling unexpected gratitude for them. Their flesh expanded his strength quickly, letting him explore techniques no ordinary warrior could ever hope mastering. But the speed of change left him confused, uncertain which abilities were safe to use reliably. Ashamed, he avoided confronting those creatures again, unable to measure exactly what he had stolen from them. Instead, he spent 2 weeks in the wilderness, practicing every skill alone until he felt control. He waited in the alley, studying the quiet street where the prince's agent had arranged everything. The masked assassin stepped forward, delivering a final report about the plan to remove the ruling lords. He nodded thoughtfully, realizing this purge would create chaos, making it easier for monsters to spread fear. Smirking, he decided this instability would benefit him, providing countless opportunities while leaders scrambled for control. Confident, he declared that sparking riots across the city would be effortless if he chose to act. 30 minutes later, the plan began as the target stepped into view, unaware of hidden danger. His eyes widened in shock when the first arrow struck, pain spreading across his chest instantly. He tried to turn away, but his body weakened as darkness blurred the edges of everything. The masked assassin calmly drew another arrow, ensuring no witnesses would survive to report what happened. The man's lifeless body hit the stone steps, ending his part in the struggle for power. He realized chaos required support from the masses, planning carefully to spark unrest across the entire city. Confident, he counted numerous allies ready to assist, adjusting his strategy slightly to sway more doubters. Using trickery, he imitated a panicked voice, spreading the lie that mercenaries had murdered an innocent. His deception deepened, mimicking a saintess's voice to stir fear and anger against the ruling forces. Finally, he copied a man's voice, feeding panic and convincing citizens that danger lurked everywhere tonight. A furious citizen shouted, demanding they stop mercenaries from terrorizing neighborhoods without any consequences or justice served. He mimicked the voice of a humiliated victim, describing how mercenaries dragged him through filthy streets. For his final trick, he used dragon speech, a power that could command any listener instantly. The enchanted words echoed, urging every person to rise together and destroy the mercenaries without hesitation tonight. Fear gripped the leader as roaring crowds flooded the alleys, ready to reclaim Santo Fabro by force. He watched the chaos unfold, quietly impressed by whoever had engineered this precise, unstoppable chain of events. Another observer trembled, realizing someone had manipulated the city perfectly, unleashing every hidden grudge and buried fear. He also suspected foul play, whispering that the water supply was poisoned to fuel this violent madness. All around them, furious crowds charged with torches, determined to destroy every mercenary stronghold they could find. Confused guards yelled questions, unable to understand why their neighbors suddenly turned into an uncontrollable, raging mob. He watched the spreading chaos with satisfaction, convinced this plan was the finest work he'd executed. Smiling to himself, he whispered that this was a masterpiece, impossible for anyone else to replicate. Far away, the kingdom's prince received grim news describing the sudden riots engulfing all of Santo Fabro. Reports detailed how citizens attacked mercenaries, burned warehouses, and even threatened local lords trapped inside their manors. Crushing the message, the prince seethed, unable to understand how everything collapsed so quickly in one night. The prince stood abruptly, announcing he would draft stricter laws to control territory and punish rebellion severely. He reminded everyone that even lords could lose power if they failed to maintain stability and order. He listed rising crimes, emphasizing that constant unrest threatened more than half the kingdom's strongest regions already. Smirking, he believed every obstacle was falling away, confident his vision would soon reshape the entire land. Far from the palace, a man smiled coldly, watching flames consume Fabro just like Earth's past uprisings. He turned to ask if the masked agent's assignment had ended now that the city burned. The assassin confirmed completion, but explained his mission continued, requiring knowledge of the next strategic destination immediately. After a pause, he spoke one word: Kavalovez, the place where rumors said griffins recently attacked travelers unprovoked. He unrolled the map, noting symbols marking the region where griffins were last spotted near hidden treasure. Powerful and rare, griffins combined the traits of lions and eagles, making them extremely dangerous to hunt. Rain poured down as Kim stood alone, feeling the weight of everything he had accomplished here. The masked agent's voice carried softly, wishing Kim safe travels before vanishing into the dark forest shadows. Kim exhaled slowly, deciding it was finally time to move on and leave this place. Just as he turned, Kim noticed someone staring at him, hidden behind the thick green bushes. The paladin stepped forward hesitantly, her wide eyes locked on Kim's face, unsure how to speak. The enormous griffon stood proud, its fierce golden eyes scanning the valley for any hidden intruders nearby. He knew these beasts were strong, their upper limbs ready to crush bones with effortless strikes any time. Two griffins emerged together, their dark silhouettes spreading wide wings, preparing to dominate all threats approaching below. On solid ground, their claws dug deep, securing balance as their sharp beaks pierced the heavy air. Yet Pet Shop remained calm, calculating how many bites it would take to consume them completely. In Kavalovez, two griffins soared above cliffs where countless caravans vanished, leaving only broken traces behind. The armored leader explained their mission: remove every griffin or drive them away to protect travelers. His apprentice nodded quickly, her eyes determined, gripping her staff tighter as orders were finally declared. The leader admitted extermination was hard, so they would track the leader griffin to stop attacks. He warned his pupil that true knighthood demanded sacrifice, facing hardship for peace without ever backing down. Kim stared ahead, annoyed that the paladin still followed him everywhere, calling him master without pause. The blonde paladin only smiled, repeating softly, it was a long story he would understand soon. Voices erupted in anger, shouting that mercenaries like Kim had no place inside their sacred city. Days earlier, masked rebels smashed windows, shouting threats while Kim's shadow moved quietly between the broken frames. Kim struck first, dropping the rebel with one blow, ending the defiance before it spread further. The masked man lowered his hood, his cold eyes staring forward as he whispered, "Mission complete now." He moved quickly past the tall iron fence, careful not to leave any trace behind him. Hidden behind thick bushes, he scanned the castle grounds, watching for guards patrolling near the entrance. The blonde paladin stepped closer, realizing with surprise that the grand building was the lord's private castle. Suspicion grew in her mind as she thought, how fishy. Something hidden is happening tonight. Two figures walked carefully across the clearing, unaware they were being watched by hidden eyes in silence. The blonde paladin stayed hidden behind thick leaves, trying to understand why they met near the castle. Her memory returned quickly, realizing one man was the suspicious stranger she observed alone in the tavern. The masked figure made a subtle gesture, signaling something important had just ended between the two men. Her breath caught as she realized Kim's involvement was deeper than she ever imagined until now. Kim decided it was time to leave, sensing his mission here was finally reaching its conclusion. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward through the underbrush, moving swiftly to avoid any curious eyes nearby. The paladin saw him pass, her heart pounding as she recognized Kim's unmistakable silhouette among shadows. Kim paused, weighing whether her discovery meant he must erase every trace she might share later. Before he acted, she spoke, declaring she knew of his past among legendary knights and warriors.